it, trying to copy paste the picture that she saw online. It is outrageous, all the people faking beautiful, expensive lives. Don't you waste your time pretending I'm your happy ending. We both know I always was terrified to walk away, but you and me, we gotta change. Stop being nice to me, I am moving light speed away from who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light street in the sky tonight brings. I'm not who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth. Say it once, say it twice, you don't mean it. You stopped, broke my trust, yeah, you lost the right to be the object of my empathy. You wanna know what you can do. Stop being nice to me, I am moving light speed away from who you'd like me to be. I am moving off the earth. Terrified to walk away, but you and me, we gotta change. Stop being nice to me, I am moving light speed away from who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth to a light street in the sky tonight brings. I'm not who you like me to be. I am moving off the earth.
Bring the energy. I bring the energy. I bring the energy. Watch out, I'm coming fast past ya. In my lane, doing laps past ya. Got my foot on the gas past ya. Ain't no brakes, pulling fast past ya. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I bring the energy. I bring the energy. I bring the energy.
champion, we are the dog. We are the 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 champion. Make one jump and selector. Yeah, style, yeah. I'm of the station under silent passion. I'm of the station under silent fashion. Under the two, I'm Mr. Number One. Run the break over the river. We are the champion, champion. We are the champion, number one. We are the champion, yes, we are the land. Champion.
So tell me why it can't be like this. I just wanna know what I'm gonna miss. So tell me why you don't feel like this. Where did you go? There's no time for this. So tell me why. Yeah. Just the same.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Six teams remain in the competition, and after today, we'll be down to our final four. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 13 of VALORANT Champions, coming to you live from the Shrine Expo Hall in the Big Orange. I am Yingsu, your host, and on the desk today with me is Bren and Mimi. Now, due to severe weather here in Los Angeles, we unfortunately will not have a live audience today. We hope everyone stays safe and dry, and that you'll enjoy today's matches from wherever you are watching from home. Now, there's no audience here, but Mimi and Brent, we've got this, right? We can cheer for the players ourselves.
Yeah,
Brent's been teaching me about football hooliganism. I'm ready to
I know a
channel
lot
some
about
UK
football
energy.
chants. Yeah, I know a lot of them. I know the only one which is we lose every week. We lose every week.
We lose every week.
You're nothing special. We lose every week. So that might be applicable to some of the teams today.
I mean, looking at the bracket, who are you going to be whipping out the chants for?
I really don't want to be whipping out the chants because
the nice chants.
It's elimination, you know. This is going to be deciding our top four for the tournament. We want to take this serious. We want to be stoic on the desk. No joking around whatsoever. So we've planned absolutely 0 bits for the death.
That is true. I did learn those chants, but I'm really prepared to just kindly golf clap anytime someone clutches.
Nice.
Yeah.
That one's ready. But the games today are going to be insane. We have so many good teams. Fnatic and Loud are down in the lower bracket. DRX and EDG are here too, trying to stay alive. And what's crazy is I feel like either of these games could go either way. It's so close.
I love how you guys are saying this because the second Kang gets that 1v4, you know, and Aspas is flying around, you two are going to be on your feet. Yeah, you're going to be popping off. I can feel it. I can feel it. But that brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you want to make a run to the finals. I am not talking about who you think will do it. I want you to be as biased as humanly possible and tell us who you're rooting for and scan the QR code on screen and we'll have the results later in the show. As always, make sure you use the hashtags of VALORANT Champions and VCT so we can feature you guys here on the broadcast. We're going to be seeing Fnatic a little bit later today, and I want you to guys to pay a close attention to their coach Mini, because if you've been watching for the last couple of weeks, you'll know that Mini, he reacts when they are losing and he reacts when they are winning, and usually they are the same reactions. Just so you two know, this is not fun, okay? This is a serious segment.
Serious.
I want you guys to seriously tell me as I show you a reaction from Mini. I want some deduction. I want some big brain
So we need
plays.
to tell.
And tell me if he's reacting to a
round
Fnatic.
win?
Yes, a round win or round lose. Okay? Win or lose. Let's bring out the first
Surely
clip.
it should be pretty easy, right?
Well, pay close attention to Coach Mini here. What do you think is happening?
Instantly to the notebook before even reacting. So something tells me that this is a win, because to an extent he's like, okay, that's fine, we won that, that's ridiculous, but he has something that he wants to adjust for the future to do better.
Yeah, you're like deducting like a prime GeoGuessr player, or like just Sherlock Holmes.
I'm like that guy that can take a look at like one corner of a coffee and know your exact
and you know exactly.
location.
You can just tell he's looking at a notebook. I like that theory.
Any lip readers?
He's looking at. Oh, hold on. Can we play it again?
What is he saying? What is he saying?
I don't know how to lip read, but I can try.
I feel like if he's saying alpha year
just
at
said,
any
"What
point, they won.
I'm not going to repeat
Let's
it.
stop lip reading.
Yeah,
all right,
no
all
more
right.
lip reading.
I mean, let's take
I
a
think
look.
that's a round loss.
Oh, you think it's a loss? Mimi's going for a
I
win.
think it's a win.
All right, let's take a look and see which one of you is right. One of you is going to be guaranteed to be correct here. This was on Lotus. Remember this, guys?
I do, yeah. 2v1. And there we go, we closed it out. But it was not clean. There was like two players peeking one by one
so
there.
funny.
Dirk is going and taking duels. It could have been cleaner. So understandable.
Yep.
Probably saw something in there that he was very unhappy about and wants to adjust. So write that
Sloppy
down.
gameplay.
It's because it wasn't a 5v1 that he's like, someone died in this round, therefore I'm going to mold. Let's move on to the next one and see if this was another winning round from Fnatic or losing. You guys did quite well there. Mimi, you did good. Brent, I'll start with you this time. What do you
that's
think?
pure despair.
I mean, they've all been despair. I thought the last one was a loss. This guy, he's face palming, his eyes are glazed over. He's like the dissociating cat image, and he's just staring off into the distance. Can I say it one more time? Is that okay?
All right, let's roll it one more time for you as well, Mimi. What do you think?
I mean, that surely it's not a win if because he's just looking out into the distance like he's just seen something horrible. The poor guy.
Yeah, here it is again.
He's haunted by something else.
I think that's a loss again.
I think this is a loss.
Okay, you're both going for a loss.
Yeah.
Right, let's reveal it and see if this was a justified reaction from Mini, and indeed, if it was a Fnatic loss round. Of course, Mimi picked up the last point, and here we go on Ascent.
There's no way.
There's no way.
There's just no way. It was
How is that?
round.
I mean, okay, that was also my reaction to Durka just opping a guy through a smoke after doing this.
But also, like, what was bad about that round? I mean, maybe we didn't see the bad
I mean,
elements of it.
Mini's like your father, who you've never seen smile. You get a hug from him once after you win your big game, and it's the greatest moment of your life. The first affection you've ever seen.
I mean, he smiled when they did their on-stage celebration when Durka slapped him across the face, and he smiled at that. So maybe
that was his moment.
Maybe that's
where
what
he
it takes.
cracked.
Yeah,
So joy.
But yeah, that was a round win once again. And lastly,
again.
let's see if we're gonna get you guys gonna get this right this time around. Oh, this is a big reaction. Oh, yeah.
Oh, what? There was a follow-up. I can't lip read that, but he's saying please. I can tell he's saying please when he holds his head in his hands.
He's covering his eyes on this one, Mimi. He doesn't even want to look.
He can't see it. He can't believe what he's witnessing.
I think that's I'm gonna
Surely
go with,
this is a loss.
I'm gonna go with a win.
You
because I
think
feel
production
like
is trolled and just showing us
I think it's
3
all
wins in a row?
No, I'm not trying to metagame it with production showing 3 wins, but I think that when he's going please, it's like guys, please stop swinging individually trying to win aim duels. That's what I'm reading from this
It's
moment.
his prayer to the great Church of Durka to stop,
Guys,
stop taking 1v1s.
Please stop
Don't do
disrespecting our opponents.
All
We're
right.
going to get punished eventually.
Okay, Mimi, you went for a loss, and
I think this is
Bren
finally a loss.
went
Yeah,
for a
I
win.
went for a
Let's reveal the results here and see what it was that Mini didn't want to have. Take a look at this. All right, okay.
Okay.
I think this was a win. Oh, I remember.
it is a win.
It
Yeah,
is a
because
win.
I was
But
wondering
is it-
why Alpha swung that as well. He was on 15 health and he's just wide
Yeah,
swinging
but
the
was your
dude.
reaction like that?
Yes, it was. I was
Yeah.
like, what is Alpha doing here? I mean, he's a goated player. He can aim.
Let's not get you
But
talking
look at
about
this.
Alpha here,
He's
Brett.
11 health and he's just, I'm going to swing this guy. He doesn't care. So yeah, round win then.
Yeah.
If I was Mini, I would simply be joyous and happy when I saw that happen. I feel like there is a direct correlation though between the teams left at this point and how animated their coaches are. Alex is like popping off every time. Mini is mad even when they're winning rounds. All of the coaches left just have the most insane reaction.
looking good
I would
for
say that
DRX.
Christine is pretty good. Christine gives us the best reactions when EG do something
You're onto something.
absolutely crazy. But we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, a debt must be paid. And of course, we got our first elimination match coming up, Loud versus EDG. Don't go anywhere.
Well, I'm going to ask you about a guarantee. Pick one of these games, guarantee that they happen and who the winner is, or I'm dressing you in a costume for the cast.
So if I select the finals, then when do I dress up in a costume for the cast?
Well, that's a good point next year, I suppose.
I've got the
he's found
loophole.
It has
I've
to be
got the
before
loophole.
finals, before the finals.
Okay, I will go with EDG. Guarantee the EDG win.
Guarantee the EDG win.
Yeah.
I am getting you dressed up, Sonny Jim. I'm getting you
What
dressed
am I
up.
wearing? What am I wearing?
You'll have to see.
Well, well, well. Isn't that the consequences of your own actions? Mimi, what do you think about this cosplay?
Why are you holding the pacifier like that?
I don't want to put it in my mouth entirely.
But it was already in
Kurt
your
cleaned it
mouth.
with like sanitizer. And then he washed it off. I don't want to put it
You
in
don't
my
look
mouth.
like a baby. You look like a babushka, like a grandma Bren.
I'm looking forward to the memes and the edits on Twitter. I can't wait, guys. Make sure you use the hashtag VALORANT Champions and show us your best attempt of making this into a meme. The slow zoom is killing me. But now we got that out of the way. Hope you're comfortable. Bren, you look great. We're gonna go into another game. Are you ready? Ready to play this one?
Yeah, I love games.
Oh, yeah, me too. I love your predictions as well, Brad. They're always so on point. And speaking of things that you say that are on point, we call this segment Good Take, Bad Take. And this is how it's going to work. I'm going to show you guys some tweets and some takes from the Valorant community, pro players, and everyone else under the sun. And I want you guys to tell me whether you think this tweet is a good take or bad take. You ready, Mimi?
I can't.
You
focus.
can't take your eyes off of this.
I can't focus.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
am I looking at? Okay. Let's play the game.
Let's play the game. Let's play the game. And we'll start with the first tweet. It is from the legendary North America IGL FNC. And he said, Ethan might be the greatest flex. Is this a good take or a bad take? What do you guys think?
What does the baby think?
Incredible
agrees with me.
agree. I strongly agree with this.
Fantastic take from Phoenix, noted IGL. He's a very smart mind, and this is a great take from him. Ethan is so good. His like KO flashes, I feel like, are the most impactful of like out of so many initiator players that I watch that are good. He sets his team up for success so well. On the fly, he's always ready to use a PC util, and he's also the best blue agent player in the world. Great Sage, great KO, great Yoru. He's got it all.
NA bias on the desk.
Yeah, I mean, if you start crying, that's a perfect NA cosplay.
Perfect cosplay.
Yeah. Now, next take here, you guys are both in agreement here, is from our very own Dan Dryad here. She's got a tweet coming up right here, and I want you guys to tell me if you think that this is a good take or a bad take. Paper X playing Reyna, they are winning champs.
Sure, I'll agree with that.
Okay,
I like
me.
It's fun, it's whimsical. I was actually talking with Sean today about it, and it's like you need a team to be all in when they're playing the wacky comps like Paper X. You can't half-ass it. You got to be all in with the entirety of your team. They are all in. They love it. Something loves playing Reyna. It's excellency. I love it. They're gonna win champ.
I think Paper X is the thing here. Yeah.
Technically speaking, just because they play Reyna doesn't actually mean they're going to be a better team. It's more defined by how well they're going to perform for the remainder of the event and what they're going to do.
Shooty.
They're gonna get shot in the face.
Yep. Bren's right. I'm with him on this one. Let's take a look at our next take. That one you guys disagreed with. We're gonna have to get Mimi in a costume in a second. But let's hear from Ben Kai. VCT is slowly becoming WWE, our West Golden Boy when you need him.
We need Golden Boy.
Yeah, with all these new heels.
One thing I have
showing
learned
up.
actually
I love it.
from GB is that heels are the bad guys in wrestling.
Yeah.
Yes,
He did teach me that.
Yeah, me too.
Slowly, but I also know nothing about WWE, so I'm putting both these signs sideways because I don't know, maybe there are some bad guys in there.
If GB was here, he would agree with this take. So I will overrule it and say it was a good take. Just for GB. Just for GB. Yes. Okay. GB, this is for you. I got your back. Yeah, I got your back. And finally, let's hear from Zekken.
I already strongly agree. Zekken's really base.
There we go.
Wait, guys. Is that a Lunchable? I haven't seen that since like 2008.
I believe that is some pepperoni on some cheese.
Have you ever had a Lunchable, Stu?
I do not know what that is.
Ejector. You can't be in it. You cannot be it. Neither of you can be the champions in North America.
I've had it Uncrustable. That's great.
That's not the same, and you didn't have that till you
What is
came
that
to America.
meal?
Okay, let me explain what a Lunchable is to you. It's a small package that comes with a variety of items in a low plastic thing, normally pretty cheap. It'll have like cold cut meats, it'll have crackers, cheese, things like that.
That sounds
And
great.
normally it's really like low quality and really cheap, but it was always a treat when you're in like 5th grade and you get to have it for lunch.
Perfect for you. There we go. Well,
Were people wearing this in 5th grade? I don't think so.
We'll sum out. We'll sum out for
so.
you guys. But apparently that was a bad take, Zekken. I'm very, very sorry.
Well, no, it's a fine take because Zekken is a 5th grader, so it's acceptable at that age.
Okay. We'll give it to you. But let's move on now to the first lower bracket match of the day. Of course, elimination time. It's Loud versus EDG. We've got a Masters Tokyo rematch. As you guys would remember, this is where EDG managed to knock Loud out of the tournament. And Brent, look how much this meant to this team and to Conquer.
Yeah, I mean, this was the big moment where EDG finally kind of broke through their own barriers. A lot of the achievements that they made were fantastic. And yeah, I mean, I think that they have just been going from strength to strength. Obviously, you're in a difficult task today. This is the lower bracket run at Champs. It's the biggest event of the year. They want to be trying to, exceed the expectations they really set for themselves at Tokyo.
But this matchup has changed a lot since then. This was the tournament where Loud was struggling the most, I think, where they were on kind of a downward spiral, weren't looking quite up to form, and it was a good moment for EDG. I think it was the first match where people were like, okay, this is the moment where EDG is actually going to be a top contender at these global tournaments. But now it's EDG who's gone down to the lower bracket first, and it's a Loud team who, despite their loss yesterday, I think look in their best form since they won that Americas League.
I think you're spot on here. This is where when EDG won, we all started taking them really seriously as a team and having high expectations. Whereas for Loud, I think a lot of people felt like after they were knocked out, they're not as strong as we thought they were going to be. So the narratives have been flipped on its head today. But for more on EDG, let's send it over to Paperthin and get a quick word with their IGL Hodong.
All right, Hodong, if I could have a moment of your time. Nice to see you. So you guys beat Loud in Tokyo Masters in a similar situation. You're going up against them again. They look a lot stronger here at Champions. What's the game plan coming into today?
你们在东京大师赛的时候，其实在败者组击败了 Loud， 那现在在冠军赛好像情景要再现一次了，这故事要重演。但是现在的话 ，Loud 看起来状态非常的好。那今天对战他们，你们大概的一个方针是怎样的呢？
我觉得虽然说他们看起来状态好吧，但是我觉得我们的状态会比他们更好。
Even though they look pretty strong right now, but I believe that our form is better than theirs.
Ooh, all right, strong words. All right, we'll send it back to you guys.
I mean, he believes in that. Brent, do you agree with him?
I couldn't actually hear what he was saying at the end.
He said that they're in good form, but he feels like EDG are actually in better form.
Better form. I think individually that might be the case as well, but one of the things that's been sailing Loud through, I think, has been some of those individual, the discipline that they've been playing together. And it's a key win condition. I mean, we'll be talking about that a little bit later on, but I would definitely agree. I think individually, EDG are on fire right now. They are a team that is driven to perform on the big stage.
I actually think both these teams are pretty even in the individual form they're hitting right now, with players like Les and Ospas stepping up, but I do think Loud is in a better place strategically, where I would say as a team their form is stronger.
Yeah, of course, EDG, they got here by eliminating BLG, and a lot of them were really emotional about this because for them, they are the last hope of the Chinese region, and especially for Kong Kong. Check out this clip from his post-match interview.
跟他们交手的时候心情很低落吧，因为我并不想亲手把自己的兄弟送掉，然后但是我们自己没有打好吧，然后这一场导致了现在这个原因，所以说我们会带着我们另外两支兄弟的那一份希望吧，继续往前走的。
Well, I was very upset when I was facing off against BLG today because I really don't want to eliminate them with my own hands. This is the least thing that I wanted to do. Also, it was our fault that we didn't play well in the previous matches. So coming to this point, I would definitely bring the hope of the other two CN team and to move forward.
I mean, I've never seen a player reacting like this after a win, Mimi. Well, let's not forget, they won this elimination game, and you can tell how much it means to me to be able to carry on the legacy of the other players.
Absolutely. I mean, we don't really see that from any other regions when they eliminate their teams from the same region at home. But for Kong Kong, it's clear that it was special for him that BLG could make that run, that multiple teams could really have that opportunity to represent his region, and sending one home was painful. But now I think they can channel that energy into not being sad, but instead into being like, hey, we're the last stand. We can make this happen for the team we've already had to eliminate.
Yeah, it's time to carry the torch on now as well for the entirety of your region. I think they feel that to their core as well, especially because you consider China as a region has had a late start in terms of the competitive circuit. And really, EDG have been the kind of trendsetters, the big brother team in the region in terms of that everybody's looking up to and following up on. And so, yeah, I think there's going to be feeling, that extra element moving forwards into the lower bracket for EDG here.
Yeah, of course, it's a familiar opponent as well. They played against Loud at Tokyo. And Brent, let's talk about the improvements of Loud, though, because this is not the same team we saw in Tokyo in terms of fundamentals and discipline.
So one of the most impressive things I thought about Loud during their match against PaperX was the fact that they were so tightly coordinated together in terms of not letting anything slip. Look at this instance here. They were constantly putting themselves in positions that they can get into high-low setups to punish individual plays and swings through smokes or whatever through moments, and they were really just letting no opportunities, no gaps in their play for a chance of the opponents, whoever they're placing, to really get through. And there were many, many instances of this where they're all tightly together. This moment here I had to pull as well, because I don't know how they ended up winning this scenario. It should never have been won, but again, insane fundamentals, insane shots as well, and individuality that really got them through that moment where they're just collected and corralled into the corner from the ultimates and the flank attempt. And I think this is one of the massive strengths for them as well heading into this series, because EDG have kind of been struggling with that discipline in terms of playing together. There's been a lot of that individuality from specific players, in particular Nobody as well. As an individual, he's been taking matters into his own hands a lot of the times as your initiator player. It's painful gameplay when I watch it, because he makes a lot of high-risk, low-reward plays across the board, and I'm just left wondering, how good could EDG be if Nobody did tighten it up a little bit? I think he's going to need to do so for this series.
And that's where the sharp contrast is, really, because when EDG beat Loud back at Tokyo. I think the biggest issue for Loud was that those fundamentals that are normally so good that you're talking about were really lacking. Loud was out of form, but here in Champions LA, it's more so been EDG where I'm seeing a lot of these mistakes come out. Like you're talking about with Nobody, it seems like in close matches, when we get to overtime, when we get to tight games, he feels a constant need to make a play, to go for an opening kill, to take a risk, and there's so many rounds where EDG ends up in a 4v5. Like, what's going on here where he's just pushing mid alone, dies to YZ? EDG so often have had to come back from a deficit because of these risks he's taking.
In the 4v5s as well. I mean, we have a graphic to show this in terms of the 4v5 win rates. They are put into that scenario basically ahead of almost every other team I believe that we've got here. Look at the sample size of this, man. I mean, they have over 100 rounds that are in a 4v5 situation, and they're still near the top, honestly, just a few percentiles off away from Loud. This is a crazy win rate, to put it in context. Teams do not win this often in 4v5s, but EDG have been forced to play like this because they do have this high-risk, low-reward playstyle of a couple of individuals, and I just really need to see this cleaned up for the matchup here today against Loud, because I do think Loud are going to be the kind of team they're not going to let that slip. They're going to punish you if you try and go for plays like that.
I think the good side of it is that EDG is really good at quickly reacting. When Nobody goes for one of those strange players, someone like Kung Kung or Smoggy is normally so swift to take the space off his death, try and find that next pick and make the play to salvage rounds. My worry, though, is against Loud, a team whose fundamentals have been in such good form that it'll, instead of being, okay, Nobody makes a mistake, or someone else makes a mistake to get into 4v5, and then we make a play to equalize, it's instead someone makes that play, and then it's just snowballing out of control for EDG.
Yeah, and the way the Loud is playing, they're going to punish them, right? They know that EDG like to put themselves in these situations, so I can't wait to see what they got cooked up in preparation. And speaking of, let's check in with Loud and send it back to Paper Thin with Coach Fraud.
All right, we've got Loud coming in here. Fraud, a moment of your time, please. So this is a rematch for you guys from Masters Tokyo, but you guys are looking a lot stronger this time here at Champions. What's been the biggest change for you coming into this event?
I would say just really refocusing on ourselves. Sometimes we spend a little too much time studying our opponents, and we don't have enough time to really look inward about some of the things that we're doing, some of the things that we can improve on. So I think that's been our biggest focus, just really focusing on ourselves and kind of what's working, what's not, and trying to improve.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good luck today, man. Take care. All right, well, we will send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Paper Thin and Fraud. But this is the thing, right? I feel like them being able to focus on themselves a little bit is bringing them wins. It's working clearly. And Mimi, although I will say, anytime you feel like maybe overcooking, that bind comp, some of the other stuff as well.
So I think there's a balance. I think early in the tournament, they were overcooking. I hated that Ascent comp, but the other stuff more recently, I've actually been happy about, right? This Pearl comp, I think people were criticizing them for it, but I think the idea might have been kind of an anti-Paper Rex strat to have that breach, to punish these facets, be able to play Flood retake stronger, which I thought was actually a pretty good idea. I also think that their bind comp has a lot of merit. When Loud was at their best, it was always because they were innovating. They were at the forefront, the first Harbor Viper team. You always have to take risks, and sometimes you'll look silly for it, but when your fundamentals are so good and you actually have solid ideas behind the comps, sometimes it will fail, but I think in the playoffs now, they found a pretty good balance.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. It's almost the Na'Vi effect as well, where the fundamentals of the players are so good that they just think the comp is good itself. Maybe we'll see them tightening it up as well. I'm not too sure. Like, if they ended up, playing bind today and pulling out the triple controller, might be a bit troll, but I could see when I was watching it back, I mean, they had some ideas on it.
Yeah, I think they did as well. But I also think that if they are going to get to this stage, they've already, I think, filtered out most of the comps that weren't working. That Ascent comp in particular, already out of the building. I think what they have now is likely what they'll stick to for the rest of the event. For instance, them also moving back to Harbor Viper on Haven. I think the group stage was their chance to experiment, be a little bit more weird, but I think Loud has found themselves again.
Yeah, well, not to mention these players, some of them, they've won this trophy before. They've done this run, and of course, Les, I feel like, is a player that we talk about a lot. He was having a legacy game yesterday as well. But Chichu on the other side, Bren, is who I'm looking at because he's been extremely consistent for EDG.
Dead impressed with Chichu, I think, as well. Like, leading into the event, I thought he was going to be one of the top Sentinel players at the event that we've got, just in terms of how he plays. He's mad consistent, and he is up against that head-to-head of Les as well. You have two of the best Sentinel players in the event still, arguably, as well. I mean, lots of candidates for it, but these guys are going to be having a battle, and Les has been having just world-class games over and over and over again. It's been rare that he's had a drop-off in form in terms of his individual map performance. He's always carrying essentially the burden, almost deadlifting his team in some instances. You can just see it really in the numbers itself.
I mean, it's insane what Les has pulled off. I feel like he diffed Alphier in the Fnatic series. He then goes on and plays other great teams, is diffing them versus Paper X. I thought he was the best player in the server of that series for particularly those first 2 maps. They still end up losing, but this guy is in the form, if not better, he was in when Loud lifted the trophy in Champs Istanbul last year.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? They are set for defending their title from last year, which we have never seen before. The question is if they can do it. Do we feel like Loud are in that form right now? They can take down EDG
I think they're a scary
and go
team.
further?
Yeah, I genuinely think that they are in very good form right now where they can go on a championship run. This is one of the tightest events we've had in terms of competition between all the teams that we've got left. It's very difficult to call the winner when you consider as well that we've got some of the, the heavy favorites in the lower brackets where one slip up, one mistake will cause you to exit, and you don't get the winners in terms of advantage if you even make it to the grand finals. You don't get that advantage with the map vetoes.
In my mind, I think Loud is a pretty clear favorite today versus EDG, but EDG is a team that every time you underrate them, they come out, they show a series where it goes to overtime, where they push a team they shouldn't, so incredibly close. This team is fantastic in these high-pressure, lower bracket situations, and I think that their style, even though Loud has played against it before, is crazy enough that those risks they take will oftentimes pay off, even against great teams like Loud.
Yeah, let's not forget, for EDG, they made history already this year by winning their first match, going as far as top 6. But if they win today, they're going to be setting another record for their region and for themselves as well. Earlier, we spoke to their IGL hold-on about their win over Bilibili and his desire to make it all the way to the Kia Forum.
其实我觉得 BLG 打得真的还算不错，但是反观我们自己的话，赛程当中其实还是出现了不少问题嘛。然后，我们回去之后一定会好好复盘，提醒自己该怎么调整。开心还是算开心的吧，但是今天的结果赛前应该我们也预设到了嘛，所以说没有特别喜出望外的开心。其实我的感受没有很深处吧，因为我觉得电子竞技它就是这样残酷的。然后我们把他们送走，希望他们回国再练一练，看有没有机会把我们也送走下一次。把今天的输给一季那一次的对战在我脑中把它删除，然后全力面对今天的比赛。
What's going on? No way, this doesn't seem right, but hold on! Kekek's farming! Oh, he's absolutely destroying him!
在我心里肯定是我100%相信我的队友，相信康康，相信任何人。我觉得我们团队一定是高于他们的。首先，我肯定想赢下下一场比赛，然后去到新的一个场馆，我一定要体验一下这么震撼的场馆，然后电竞赛事吧。
It will be a tremendous deal for EDG, but what did you guys go for in the MasterCard fan poll? It seems like most of you want Fnatic to make a final. I'm not super surprised about this
I
one.
think that makes a ton of sense. The storyline would be sick. A lower bracket run all the way to the finals for Fnatic for a chance of the three-peat. I mean, they would literally make history that probably wouldn't get repeated in VCT history. I would safely say that. That is something that, honestly, is very hard to replicate.
Well, today, 4 teams will try to keep their lower bracket run alive and make it to the grand finals. It is Loud versus EDG, DRX versus Fnatic. Get ready because it's time to kick off day 13 of VALORANT Champions.
And you do not want to be going down to the lowest.
They know how difficult that lower bracket is going to be.
赛输了，然后我哥跟我打电话嘛，他跟我说，其实现在的输赢并不重要，就算是你赢了，你也只是侥幸的赢下了他们，而不是真正击败他们。
Então tem que se preocupar em ser, vou ser eliminado. Vai ter a mesma mentalidade que a gente teve desde esse campeonato. jogar nosso jogo, continuar fazendo nossas coisas.
그래서 굉장히 아쉬웠는데 그 대회에서는 항상 떨어졌었거든요. 이번에야말로 꼭 가고 싶고.
他跟我说，当你不断的 push 自己，在赛场的时候，知道怎么去冷静下来，知道拿到人头优势该更稳定的时候，那个时候你才能够真正意义上的得到胜利嘛。
日本只是第一季，这是第二季。然后如果说这一次能够淘汰Loud，我们进入了4强。
Vai ser jogo difícil, mas eu quero muito essa revanche.
It doesn't really affect us that we are in lower bracket. I think that's mainly from my experience, just to remain calm and chill, even in some bad moments.
이제는 코인이 1개 남았기 때문에 오늘 하지 못했던 걸 이제
저희가 이제 넘어와서 사는 파티인 거네요.
그래도 저희는 그걸 졸지 않고 저희 게임을 해서 충분히 이겨볼 만하다고 생각합니다.
I remember watching Fnatic vs DRX match, but now it's different. Now I'm in this team.
Let's go.
One more.
One more.
Let's go.
Let's see who swims best.
为了梦想，为了开心，为了家人，为了兄弟们。
Vamos em busca desse cara.
한 명씩 맞죠? 저는 미니를 맡을게요.
아니 빡센 상대로 올라가겠다 이건가 역시.
야 전투를 측정이 안 돼. 얘는 보여준 게 없다고 카운터 맞는다고.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Loud will be the higher seed because you dropped from upper bracket, so you get to choose Team A or Team B.
Team B.
Team B. So EDG, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your first ban.
First ban, Lotus.
Lotus, your ban.
Fracture.
Fracture, and map number 1.
Bind.
Bind, side on bind.
Defense.
Defense, okay, and map number 2.
Ascent.
Ascent, side on Ascent.
Attack.
Okay, and next set of bans starting with EDG, you have Haven, Pearl, and Split.
Ban Pearl.
They ban Pearl. Your ban, you have Haven and Split.
Yeah, we ban Split.
Ban Split, so map number 3 will be Haven, EDG, side on Haven.
Attack.
Okay, and we'll run back through this. First set of bans, we have EDG with Lotus, allowed with Fracture. Map number 1 is Bind with Loud on Defense. Map number 2 is Ascent with EDG on Attack. Next set of bans were Pearl and Split. Map number 3 Decider is Haven with EDG on Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
Have fun.
Edward Gaming. Loud.
This is for a shot at that top 4 for Loud, a chance to defend their title. But for EDG, it will be uncharted territory. But both teams didn't fight and claw their way just for their journey to end here.
They absolutely didn't. But last time we saw this match, it's where it ended. For Loud, it was the first big win for EDG, where people started to believe they were a contender at global tournaments. But Loud has come back so strong this event. They've had a great run in the playoffs thus far. They almost beat Paper X, but now they're down here in the lower bracket where EDG is so comfortable.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think Loud also, though, going to be drawing upon that veteran presence, that experience that they've got of being in a lot of these tournaments and really being able to potentially go on the run of things. I mean, they are looking large and in charge so far. I was speaking to Fraud as well when he was getting his makeup done. I was shocked because he was saying that they did about 4 hours of VOD reviews of just looking at, you know, some of their own stuff, of course, as well, but a lot of what EDG was running.
I mean, speaking of that stuff, let's talk about the map vetoes, because we are going to get Bind, Ascent, and Haven. So a possibility for the triple controller to come out, but also a possibility, Mimi and Brand, for some changes too. Maybe they don't fancy running that again.
Yeah, I think the biggest question is around Bind. With Loud showing a couple different compositions, in particular on Ascent, even if I didn't love it initially, I think it does make them a harder team to prepare for. And I actually thought that, talking about Bind specifically, that the composition they showed with that double controller had some good ideas, using the Omen one-ways and Paranoias for extremity control on both sides of the map, and having so much stall on defense or in your post plants. It's something I doubt EDG have really ever played or scrimmed against.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say that. They do play in the China region.
I mean,
that region that goes through experimental phases a lot in terms of what comps they run. But I do think that Loud has also won the map veto. I kind of agree with your points that you're making. I think the Bind, they can showcase the triple controller if they want to. They can also go back to the chamber comp. So it's very hard to prep for that if EDG
they also just have a default race comp as well.
Exactly. And I think Ascent and Haven leans more heavily as well in favor of Loud, I would say, on top of that. So a must-win, really, for EDG, I think, heading into Bind. And this comp is going to decide everything.
Well, let's find out now in the Prime Gaming Agent Select. They are going to stay with the triple controller, but Kong is whipping out the Reyna.
Whoever said Paper X is winning because they played Reyna, you got another contender right here. Kong locking it in for the first time for him at a global event. So this is very Paper X-esque. I think the biggest thing to look at is how they're going to be able to combine these Reyna Leers and Sky Flashes to create space and get into these sites. It's also, I think, could be pretty good against the triple initiator. Really powerful to be pushing through and abusing all these smokes that Loud will be putting down.
I mean, it's not just the first Reyna at a global event, it's first Reyna ever, Brent. He doesn't play a lot of agents.
Yeah, that is, I mean, he has tied my brain into a pretzel with that pick. I mean, I just cannot really make sense of it, of what they're going to be doing, if there's a weakness they've shown. But Loud playing the triple controller comp, it did look less practice when I was watching it back. I think that they have some ideas of how they want to play it. Significant stall, like you were mentioning, Mimi, on the defense side in particular. But there are things that you can counter-strat or you can actually pick apart. If EDG have done their homework, I think that they could exploit that and potentially get a win here today. But the Reyna has thrown me for a loop. I mean, I have a lot of faith in a team like Paper X to run the Reyna, because they really do follow it up with pretty crucial ideas of combining the util, like the Leers and other breakable pieces of util. But EDG going to have that preparation behind it.
I think on defense, Loud's strength is going to have to come in flood retaking, giving space to this Reyna Sky, and then re-pushing back in together. And a lot of that will come down to Ospas. He was good in their upper bracket games, but he's been struggling on agents other than Jet. In the past, he was one of the world's best Raze players, and this is his chance to prove that he is again, this time against Smoggy, who's in great form.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Also, Kong, we know what he can do with the op. He loves to op, and he's going to be opping on that Reyna on Bind. So,
I mean, he's done it on Gecko before.
But this is the thing, like, where can Loud anticipate where he's going to be?
I mean, so I have a hot take that I think one of the best things that EDG could do is actually make Kang rifle predominantly for a map, because they are getting hard counter-stratted by teams we saw against Giants and Paper X when they played against them. They were counter-stratting and hard countering Kang's positioning with the operator and tracking the money. I would love for them to throw a bait and switch to save money, make sure that they can buy the operator, but just still lean into rifles and play around that to throw opponents' preparation off. I think that would be really sick to see if they do go through with it. And there's no better agent really to do that with rifling than Reyna.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also looking for the side of EDG towards that Sky player, Nobody, who has been making some interesting plays thus far in playoffs, giving away a lot of first duels. With this Reyna Sky Raze comp, his role is so important as that solo initiator. He's their only source of information. He's also the player who has to combine with the Reyna to get his way into sites. If he's continuing down the path of going for crazy first kills all of the time, I think that could make this composition fall apart.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if he's going to dismiss out of there the way that something does, you know, just constantly over and over again. But Brent, you mentioned that Frod was saying they watched a lot of VODs of EDG. They've been prepping, but the thing is, EDG, they have technically had an extra day because they played a little bit earlier, so maybe they spent time trying to cook up something like this. How much is this going to throw the Loud preparation off, do you think?
I think it will to a certain degree as well, because you have to play around, for one, Kang's operator. Again, I'll repeat what I was saying. Giants and PaperX, they played around it really well. When Giants were playing against them on Split, they were always using util to clear the common angles that he loved to play on. And when PaperX were playing on Fracture, they were always poking holes in terms of where he wasn't playing and exploiting that all the time with contact plays. I would love to see them lean more heavily into a bit of rifling, because Kang, listen, the op is flashy. He's one of the best operators, I think, at this event, if not the best. But if you can throw off preparation in some way or form by changing up the expected outcomes of how you're playing, it can really throw a team like Loud off. On Bind as well, when they're playing this triple controller, and in my opinion, it didn't look as fleshed out. Yes, it had some cool ideas behind it, but it wasn't as concrete compared to some of the other comps that they were playing.
I do think, though, that Loud should be ready for this composition, because PaperX also plays Arena Sky on this map, and they just had to prep for PaperX last night. I think they should be ready for some of the main ideas behind this comp, but the question is whether EDG will have a different idea cooked up that PaperX would have.
Well, thank you very much, you guys, for hanging with me here. The agents are locked in. Of course, the Reyna is locked in, and we're ready for our first map. I can't wait to see what your casters make of this. Over to you, Doug and Sean Gers.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. It's actually really interesting, Sean, that we're in this situation where, due to weather circumstances, the crowd is empty, but it almost adds an extra, like, eerie tension to the entire event.
You can feel the pressure from when the players walked in. They're actually trying to make the hype. They're trying to bring each other up. And what an insane pick this is. Picking Bind, picking into Arena now, off of the chamber that we saw previously. A lot of A control was gathered by Kong earlier on in their Bind games. And I think he's going to still do that. I think the Lears are going to be really active in pushing short A, coming out long B, and really punishing these controllers that often don't want to take these early fights.
Hey, they're not going to have much of a choice. Edward Gaming starting off on the attacking side, and you see a bit of a lean towards A short already. And you have most of the controllers, I mean, 2/3 of them, are playing right in the same space, Sean.
Yeah, look at the little trap set up here by Loud. They're going to triple play on short A. Nobody's flash goes into showers to clear it. So the one way that Sadok threw in showers is worthless right now. And you can see right now, they're just sniffing out the map, trying to get a feel for what Loud is trying to accomplish with their defensive setup.
Yeah, it's actually such a benefit. We just saw Tui's refresh that smoke. And that's one of the benefits of running a triple controller comp, is that you can invest those early and know that you still have control elsewhere. Now a second smoke used towards showers. You see the nade out as Kalenzine has to take a slight step back. Still no commitment. Dude, they drew that out so well.
Out, and now short A is wide open. Kong gets a free sight. Nobody right behind him. This is going to be a very, very difficult retake right now for Loud, Doug.
Also really surprising. I mean, you seldom see a team of Loud's caliber get manipulated the way that they just did. You've already got Kong who's pushing up in spawn. Howdong gets the spike down. Nobody's there to help. That flash is going to be huge, but is the timing right? Are they going to peek on the other side of it? Yes, they are. A couple of kills going in favor of Loud, though. That's massive. They're going to continue to push forward into pipes as well. Just Chichu and Howdong remain. Can they hold the line? Can they keep the spike up? Howdong has done well as he gets 2, leaving things in a 1v2. Chichu by himself, and he has been a fiend this tournament. But Tui's with 3, and Loud get the pistol.
And they're going to give that defuse over to Tui's, Dog. That's 4 orbs for the Brimstone on a very, very unlikely retake. Maybe a bit of overheat into spawn right there coming out of EDG.
So early, too. You make a really good point. For him to be more than halfway to his orbital strike in round 2 is just dumb.
I think that's one of the best ults available to this team right now. So, yeah, having 4 orbs going into this potential eco round right here, and I say potential because having a Reyna that can flip the script here, I think this is a very winnable round for EDG.
2 Sheriffs on their side, and then just Classics the rest of the way. No armor with it either.
Again, the stall coming out of these controllers at the A site. This was something Na'Vi struggled with early on in the game against Loud. But there's the Reyna already at 150 with the Sheriff. And that's what I would say. I don't think these controllers want to fight in this A site. The goal is to stall, stall, stall. And that's why I love the Reyna pick. I can tell they're going to totally disrespect these smokes.
Kong is already up to his antics. There have been so many discussions around him individually and how he has really high highs, but he's had some low lows this tournament. I think for this series in particular, he has to play well.
Very powerful setup entering this stage of the round here, Doug. They have long B control, and if you notice, the solo initiator is lurking by the Showers TP. Nobody frequently has lurked on all of the maps, but if they feel like there's a B stack going on, they will pivot to Nobody. Nobody's sniffing things out right now, and there's the rotate.
What was the cue, though? I don't know what they saw, but Loud decide to slowly start to rotate over, not fully convinced of what's happening on the other side, and look at how far up Aspas is. Oh my goodness, he's behind them.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna get the spike down, but if there's no awareness of what's happening in Showers, they could be in some trouble. Howdong's gonna be the first to peek. Nothing but a classic.
Oh
what?
No, and Chichu is on the Giga Lurk right now, Doug. This is a nightmare for Loud.
I still don't fully understand how we got that kill. Kong pushing forward is going to clean up Kawanzine. They're going to draw out the orbital strike. Les gets it to half, but it doesn't matter. And I love the investment of the ult that early because you know you still have so much half to play for. You're going to get another one up.
How insane. We were talking about Tui's orbital strike, and Howdong is the one that ends up popping it on the second round after losing the pistol. Oh, ridiculous round coming out of EDG with very, very minimal investment.
Such a good opener. Kong getting 2 kills, actually a third once he's upgraded to the Spectre. That's huge.
Okay.
And going into this round now, they have a huge economic advantage. They're going to try to punish this B site. They use the same thing against Billy, the stim peek on dry peeking this.
They're going to try to go fast off of this. Amali's going to keep him back for just a moment.
Oh, they're sending it.
And it's just pistols on the other side, too. Very reminiscent of the previous round, but they've all rotated so quickly, Sean. Loud's already here, and they don't have hookah control. That paranoia, Smoggy's gonna have to delay for just a moment as Howdong getting first. Kawanzine getting bested. Those pistols are just not enough in that situation. A Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for EDG.
Can you believe that a flawless round just now went in EDG's favor? Even though the score is 1-2 right now, Doug, I feel like they've strategically won all 3 of these rounds so far.
Yeah, I agree with you. To go back to the pistol, I mean the opening of the pistol.
Yes. Loud has been outplayed in all 3 of these rounds thus far, but you could see the goals of this Omen there. You could see the smoke coming in front of the site that allows the defenders to flood out in. That doesn't matter if you get shot in the head.
Right, yeah.
As one of the analysts has famously said. Ooh, that's a nice one-way right there coming out of Sadak on short. Again, just trying to stall out this A site. We have a smoke by Showers from the Brimstone. Aspas manning that area of the map. Eventually, I'm sure Nobody's going to use some util, sniff out Showers, and that's when, again, you know, they're going to go into this split on A most likely.
Deep flash out, Kong getting another kill, but the peak, the re-aggress from Tui's gets the best of him.
Just now, what happened on the B side of the map, Kawanzine threw a guiding light down. It actually caught Chichu. So they're aware of someone being down low B.
I really like what they just did with the Trailblazer, though. Sense it through Teleporter to catch, make sure there's someone playing Showers, too. They just got a lot of info.
I don't think it matters, Doug. They're too late. Two people are stuck right now in you, and they just got to hold this down. They're stuck.
A flashback sight. They're starting to feel some of the pressure. That orbital strike now coming online. Howdong, are you going to be able to get out? No. Tui's got some Chichu and Nobody, the only 2 that remain. In a 2v4. What a miracle this would be. Nobody's gotten them just a little bit closer. Chichu still playing his life, still being cautious about it, playing U-Haul. The spam through, Nobody not able to connect. It's all on a Chichu, a 1v3 with nothing but a Spectre. And maybe he plays time, but he has no mollies. He's got some utility, but they're just going to hold it. Really, no reason not to. Tui's gets it to half. As the wall goes down, Chichu gets it to just 1. Tui's holds it a fuse, and we're tied at 2 apiece.
Huge hold on that A side by Aspas and Tui's. So much pressure coming in. It was a 4-on-2. The extra players coming from B stuck behind 2 Brim Smokes from Spawn in Heaven. And they did it. The orbital strike again comes in huge. That ult will have tons of value throughout this game, and the 2 used so far already in 4 rounds have won their rounds respectively.
See what the buy looks like here. Kong has an op. He has invested. Reyna attacks that. Oh, he sold it. I've been trolled for just a little bit.
Looks like for the first time Hong Kong wants to get some showers control, so they're going to try to disrespect this Brim Smoke over here. And this is something I kind of figured they would go for.
The question is, do Loud pounce?
Great counter molly right there from Tui's. I think EDG realized that a lot of these rounds previously, there was no one behind that smoke. This was the perfect adjustment round for Loud.
Whoa.
Oh, man, we've seen Sadok tear people up with this judge.
What are you up to here? The dog's going to clear him. Oh. Not much more info found, though.
Les here holding Hookah, about to make contact.
I mean, he just got obliterated. 18 HP. And yeah, Kalenzin's there to heal, but they're starting to feel that pressure. They realize that that's where the hit is coming. Can Loud rotate quickly enough?
Les is stalling out the long push on the hit, but it's heavy through Hookah. 4 players coming out of Hookah right now.
Right here.
Backs against the ropes. Can they hold on? They really have no choice but to play life. You see that Lear come through the wall from Hookah, getting first, but Les! What on earth was that? 3 kills for the controller, and he continues to light up the stats. What do they do from here? EDG was spiked down, well out of reach, and a 2v3 has just become a 2v2. Nobody once again trying to equalize. The Paranoid to delay for just a moment. There's a swing. Aspas gets the best of him. 13 seconds left, and it all falls on to Chichu. He gets the first. The second is there! Chichu with the Red Bull clutching a massive play to get EDG the lead.
The 2 Vipers now absolutely popping off. Les, he was the key player actually in that comeback against Na'Vi, holding down the B site almost every round. It looked just like this, Doug. But Chichu was not on the opposing team in that game, and this was an insane play that was totally unread by Loud. Wow.
He just divs Aspas at the end, too.
Oh. Chichu here gonna smoke long. So instead of the Viper starting by short A, the way EDG plays this is they use their poison orb to block vision from the defenders and essentially wash out the smokes on this region of the map. Chichu controls it very, very well. In the meantime, Smoggy will often work up Hookah, while the other 2 will end up working showers or short A, which they're opting for showers here.
That op that we talked about a couple of rounds ago, now in the hands of Kong Kong.
Oh, he's just got to contact this. I don't know if Loud's going to read this. This is a very difficult read.
I mean, Tui's just playing a little bit further back. Maybe some suspicion.
Oh.
A clean snap up from Kong Kong. And the Lyra too, and that's going to draw the rotates.
Oh, they're going to pop here.
Yeah, EDG are not in a position to flip the map. Sonic has to go aggressive here with the Bucky and try to catch a free one through the smoke. You've got the mollies, you've got everything to delay, and Sonic pounces on it. Upgrades a weapon, but it's clothesline by Chichu on the other side. What an ult from Aspas as well. 3v3, 41 HP. And you hear the Reina ult has been used. Is it going to matter? Aspas with the first, not able to clean up the second as Chichu counters.
The pit goes down though, Doug, and that's going to slow things down a little bit right here. The spike getting planted by Kong Kong.
Spike planted. Kalensin is so far away too, and he has nothing but a ghost, Sean.
He has 1 flash, and the counter pit. I was wondering if it would come out, and here it is. Flip a coin, Doug, it's time.
Mess of a situation. Can Kalensin upgrade a weapon? I think that's key here. What utility do they have? A flash? For the sky. Kong Kong's pushing forward though, of course he is. And we wouldn't have it any other way. 2 Vipers left, Chichu and Les.
Chichu dropped his pit.
Chichu's so far back. Les just has to take a gamble. I mean...
That's the info Les was looking for. He knows now Chichu's in
but
shower.
He's pushing him! He's pushing him! Is he gonna have enough time for the defuse? I think he is. I think he's gonna be just fine.
It's so close.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Chichu, what a play!
What a play by Chichu. Just milliseconds away from Loud actually ending up in such a strong situation in this game. But no, and the timeout comes in from Fraud.
How close was that? 0.15. I mean, that's not the closest we've had this tournament, but it's pretty freaking close.
Really doesn't get much closer than that. You can see, I think after a round like that, if you're coaching Loud right now, Fraud, he just needs a breather. The rounds are just slipping out of their fingers. They're making decent adjustments now throughout this game so far, but you don't want the wind out of your sails this early into the half. This is a very pivotal timeout, and Loud, they will have a bye coming out of this, but it's not the best.
Yeah, it's going to be spotty for sure. I think on the other side for EDG too, they're doing so many things well that are just working. We've talked a little bit about the showers pressure and how they've been able to create some space around that. Kong on the Reyna has found value. The attack side op has already made an appearance once, but Chichu, man. Chichu has just been an absolute menace.
I truly believe he's been the star player, actually. When watching EDG throughout this tournament, Chichu has had some monstrous clips for this team. But I think that what we really should be looking out for this round is, does Haodong obtain this orbital strike? Does Kawanzin get Seekers? Those are really pivotal plays right now in this particular round. The fight for showers begins here. This is the adjustment from Loud coming in. They're going to get a smoke from Sadak and the Brimstone and the Raze. Aspas and Tuiz will challenge this orb.
The odd thing is, it's neither of them who are super keen on getting the orb. They just want to deny it from EDG.
You can almost feel the fear right there. One flash causes the Brimstone Molly to come out. That doesn't normally happen when you watch Loud, Doug. They normally sit on that Brim Molly. That's a super important stall piece of utility, but they don't know what EDG is going to go for. They believe EDG to be a very, very aggressive team. And they're right.
Yeah, the flash from Kawanzin down long is going to get some info. Got to do something to fill the void here, the lack of information, as the paranoia creeps in.
Launching smoke.
Like, they're about to pounce on the weak side right now. Aspas is rotating. He just used a satchel to get here quick enough.
He's got to be convinced of what's happening on the other side because they ulted as well. Sada canceled it out, goes all the way to the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Chichu just died on the other side. They tried applying pressure from opposite sides of the map, and Loud's been able to hold it all back.
Huge rotate right there from Aspas. You could see the snake bite on the ground over there by Octagon. Absolutely stalled out the hit. And most importantly, Tui's won the fight in showers.
Yeah, that was enormous.
They could no longer take that teleport and feel safe about it.
Nobody in a 1v3. He's got Spike in hand. We've had some outrageous moments. This might take the cake if he manages to pull this off. He's going to have time to plan it, Sean. Oh, it was just a fake. Oh, Aspas satchels forward, calls him on his bluff, and drops nobody. There was a window there where after he got that first kill, I thought, get the Spike down, you've got a 1v2, and maybe you got a shot at it, but Aspas becomes aggressive and cleans him up.
Caution here.
And now you're looking at, we're past the portion of the game where the game plans are run, right? These are where the teams are trying to feel each other out, really adapting to what one another are doing. Sadak now playing top truck, and again, Loud going with his showers control. Tui's again going to be fighting for this early on, making sure nobody's flash, if it does come through there, gets info. Because if it gets nothing, EDG gets showers for free.
Yeah.
But this is definitely looking like a short A pop.
Kong is nothing but a sheriff here.
Orbital Strike is so crazy with the Leers right now. But no Leers on Kong actually.
Yeah. He's right really close to ult, and he just got destroyed. I mean, he's at 1 HP. He just took a lot of damage. You're starting to see the spam through the smoke. They've crept up just a little bit, but they still don't have enough site control to really commit to this. The Seeker's used by Kawanzin as well.
They might push as these smokes go down, dog.
Is that the cue? Is that what they're waiting for? Tui's just already cleaned up Chichu. Kong getting healed up. Back to 100, and it's just a tab. But the longer they delay on this, Sean, I think this is going to become a problem. Les is on the flank. There's nothing to cover it or to clear it right now.
Les is sneaking around right now on market, and he is potentially about to end this round.
Yeah, he very well may do it on his own. There it is. There's the flank. Haodong done, dealt with, obliterated as Les gets a second to swing on the third, and it connects. A prime gaming flawless for Loud.
So patient. The taps from Les. He's so mechanically gifted when you watch him. So calm with the Vandal. And we get our first time out now out of Edward Gaming.
Dude, Les is having a career tournament right now, which is just insane to say. He's so young. He's just so good.
The words on the streets coming into this, Doug, were that Les and Aspas were just dropping bombs on people in scrims.
And I think the fascinating thing is it's translating.
Yes.
It's not, they're not just scrim demons. We're seeing it in the server. I think I was looking at the stats for the entire tournament. Both of them are in what, top 5?
They are popping off.
It's just been mad.
Very absent event in Tokyo from both of them, if I'm being honest.
Well, all of them, really.
Yeah, all of them. That was an abysmal event, given the standards that I think we have set from Loud. Previous champions winners. America's winners.
It just seems like such a distant memory right now.
Yeah, that version of Loud is long gone. This new version looks reinvigorated, and I didn't know if they would be able to do it outside of Harbor Viper. They found some new solutions here. Triple controller on Bind. We've only even seen Harbor Viper on one map.
Yeah,
that's
just
Haven, which we could end up getting here.
Yeah. The decider, if we go the distance, and given how things have gone so far, it's a very high possibility. Really neither team willing to fold or give but an inch. You see that wall coming out? Oftentimes you'll see that go through teleporter as NRG pioneered, but the fact that it's not going through teleporter tells me, Sean, that they want to continue to fight for the shower's control and have that line.
I mean, there's really no need, though, when you have 3 controllers, right? Got smokes for days. What's the point? But again, the Omen one-way comes in showers. The Brim smoke comes deep short. And Les is over here just stalling out long B. If you're going to play Loud, you better move at a slow pace.
Which is just so different. Dude, if Kong... Oh, he was given away by the shoulder. What was that? That was so close. And they're going to continue to aggress. They're going to try to take Octagon control. That nade in the lap is they have to reposition, but Smoggy finding one with the Marshall.
He just went right through the snake bite. It's a 3-on-3. This is so winnable for EDG right now. The rotate coming heavy through spawn.
And 2 weapons upgraded.
And Chichu.
The timing that he's going to get.
What is his play?
Can they buy enough time for Chichu's timing to matter?
Does he go spawn here? I don't know if he has time for this.
Yeah, if they don't hold the site, it's not going to matter. They've got to be able to hold the site, and Smoggy's already fallen. It's going to go on to Nobody, who's already weak. He's got the orbital strike in his lap. He drops.
This is a very difficult read, though, Doug. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if Loud reads this.
But even if they don't, I mean, it's a 1v3 with the Sheriff, right?
Oh, this
right?
Really
right?
This.
Okay. Oh. The fact that he got 2-3 extra shots off on that last player made me very uncomfortable.
For a second there, I forgot we were dealing with 3 controllers, and I forgot we were dealing with smart players. They like to throw their smokes on top of the spike, which is indeed the play. Keeps the lines open for everyone to protect.
Yeah.
Whew.
I mean, take a look at this again. What was it? Oh, it's just the shoulder, man. It's just a pixel. What did he see? And the way that they're set up, I think we're starting to see some of their approaches, Sean. Kong takes U-Haul, they continue to push down long, and then they can crunch Octagon with the Leer through the wall.
Yeah.
And if they can't get that space with Kong, they're going to have a hard time doing that.
And Kong, he's busted out the off again. I don't know if this is going to work out well for him, though, because, again, we're seeing the double smokes on A. Brim smoke deep short, one-way Omen smoke showers, and Les will stall out long B with these snake bites for days. Chichu playing pitch and catch with the poison orb.
And also, I think, countering that flash from Kawanzin. The flash wasn't deep enough. It got caught in the orb, and it didn't get any info.
A lot of pressure put on this B site right there, but it's all a fake. They're trying to pull the 3rd player to B, and they've done it. Sadak has rotated, and now we're looking at a potential 2-on-5 in this A site, Doug.
Kawanzin just flashed again. It was so shallow. They also just trailblazered into sand. Oh, I can't tell if they got much info. Oh, it seems to have been enough. We see Les is starting to consider the rotate already.
Oh, dear.
There it is. Opshot landing on a Sadak.
He doesn't miss those.
No. 1 controller down, 2 to go. Kong still the op, and 2. He just destroys Kong. They're going to have to fight for Shower's control, though. Oh, gosh. Smoggy got caught asleep.
Haodong's ult and Brim Molly could be the biggest player in this round right now. Nobody needs this.
Uh-oh.
And he doesn't.
Where was he going? He was just so aggressive, pushing into the smoke. I don't understand. There's an orbital strike. It's going to buy a little bit more time. But was it used too early?
The Brim Molly is already out.
There
just and it's missed.
Just a bit.
It's missed.
Do they know, though?
I don't think they've realized yet.
No, I don't think they did. Chichu pushing forward into the face of 2. Haodong trying to swing, and he can't do anything about it. Aspas gets 3. The fuse comes through. Loud with the 2-round lead now.
Oh, EDG with such a good start into this game. You can feel it just slipping out of their reach right now. This is really taking a turn.
4 rounds in a row. What was it on the other side of the timeout? I think it's kind of just gone sideways.
Yeah, we were looking at a 4-2, 4-2 scoreline. And the timeout came in from Fraud, and things really turned around at that point. Insane stuff. Another force buy, though, coming out of EDG. I think they need this. to build something for the rest of this half. Potentially get a 6-6 end.
Oh, fake teleport? Out from Sadak?
Yeah, a little shrouded step
Yeah,
as
we
you jump in.
We haven't seen that tech in a while.
I like it. Tui's, though, again, keeping Showers control, deep smoke on short, and that allows Aspas to feel super comfortable about rotating. Loud reading this round well.
Hey, everyone from EDG is here. Yeah, it's a split. Kong has the ult. Does he commit? And it is good to deny the exit out, but yeah, he does commit to the ult. Smoggy dashing forward, and Aspas drops him. The showstopper not going to connect, but it does deal a little bit of damage now. Aspas still playing in the tin, dropping another as nobody falls. The nade refresh, the kill comes through. Aspas with 3. Finally falls. Kong still in play. He's still got the ult too. Can he 1v2? No, he cannot. It's Kong and Chichu that snatched the round back for EDG.
And that's what we were needing out of Kong. A huge round coming out of him on this arena. 2 pivotal kills to keep them in this game. 6-5 is the scoreline. With the Viper's Pit in play, this is going to be really difficult for Loud because they've given up the site a couple times now. You know, I think it's possible that EDG does enter these sites, get the spike down, and with the pit available and the Brim Molly, the Viper snake bites, this is something that can be stalled out for a very long time. Only 1 flash though on nobody right now.
Yeah, just didn't have enough really to go for more. There's that 1 flash. Oh, and it was a fake. It's just delayed. It buys a little bit of time. Nomi reads that so well.
Oh. But he does have the Sky Heal. Heals Kong back up to 100 right here. And Smoggy 1 off of ult. Dude, they could give him this Showers orb. They could prioritize getting him an orb right now. But look at the setup from Loud.
Yeah,
I don't think they've played this aggressive on long thus far.
Yeah, you're right. They haven't. Meanwhile, EDG have tested those waters so many times.
They're making the right play here, though, Doug. Pivoting back to this A site. They know they have Showers control. They're aware of a potential TP play or a re-clear of Showers, so they've backed out, kind of enticing a bait play to happen.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
He manages to get 1. So much more was on the plate. But it just ends up being an appetizer, just a taste. Meanwhile, EDG with numbers advantage, off in the hands of Aspas. And he's rotating through. It's going to be late. I mean, both of them are still sitting on the other side of the map just now. They're going to invest a pit out from Chichu as well. And that pit is going to become so much less effective. Kong 39 HP. He drops less, heals up a little bit. Aspas with the op. Upgraded a weapon. And this would be a vintage Aspas round, Sean. If he can pull this off, satcheling forward, still has to deal with the pit. Nobody spotted on the other side, trying to deal with the target, trying to find which one is right, and he cannot. Nobody with 3, and we're tied at 6.
Unbelievable end to this half, and I wouldn't have it any other way. 6-6, we are dead even. Wow.
We'll take a look at that round one more time, and the fact that Loud put together an unreal streak to get us to that point. Remember, it was EDG who was in control.
Yeah, they were in control in the early part of this game. Loud rallies back into it. EDG, they'll close out the half with 2 huge gun rounds when Loud had a serious economy built.
Such an important round for them to get in the books. We're going to throw it over to the desk to break down that first half. Yinsu, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, this cannot be any closer, 6-6 at the half. But let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment here. A whole round, in fact, that ended up Mimi with a massive Chichu clutch.
So I think this is really indicative of this game, where I feel like Loud had great control. It starts off by them using these smokes to hold on to short control and pull out a lot of this Sky Initiator utility that their comp is really good for. You also see here, there's that Brim smoke in the late round to help them flood into B. They have a lot of great ideas with this double controller comp that set them up to win this round. But with 10 seconds left, Chichu comes in, he wins this 1v2 and gets EDG back in control. And I feel like this is indicative of so much of this half, Brett.
Yeah, I mean, insane spray control from Chichu, but you're completely correct. It is essentially a mirror of what happened, I think, because Loud, again, came into this with solid ideas of how they wanted to play with the triple controller, but it came down to clutch, big individual moments, players popping off, and that's what EDG have done to tie up, essentially, and make it as close as it's been at this half, 6-6, despite the fact that I think Loud do have a slightly better game plan.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there. In the second half, though, I think things get interesting, because this is where I feel like it's a little bit harder to get use out of this triple controller. You can throw down Omen one-ways for extremity control, you can stall out against retakes quite a lot, but I actually think this EDG comp, as it was in the first half, is really good for pushing deep in these late round situations and actually fighting through those smokes to flood retake.
Yeah, of course, the Reyna on the defense as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what EDG and Kong have cooked up for us. Without further ado, let's get back into game and the second half with your casters. Back to you, Doug and Sean.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Just a few moments away from kicking off the second half, tied at 6 apiece here on Bind. Loud put together an unreal streak there just to keep it competitive, Sean, because otherwise it felt like EDG was in full control.
It really did. And you know what? I don't think we have much time to talk about it right now, Doug, because I think we're about to see an absolute brawl at this A site. 3 defenders here from EDG, 5 ready to lurk up short A right now, potentially with his Viper wall. Trailblazer goes out. An immediate counter util comes from EDG and lurk in the smoke!
How does he get away with that? He's got the chance for more, not able to connect though. Kong has shown up. He was at Showers early on. The spike is still down. Smoggy re-aggressing, taking the space that was left vacant. And EDG in firm control. Loud just crumble. I mean, you see it. Their bodies are littered at the exit to A short. No traction found. No space gained. And Tui's just left to sit and wonder about what went wrong.
Look at the setup too. On contact, paint shells into Showers. EDG really trying to secure this round, but Tui's!
Gosh, Tui's, you gonna pull this off? Woo. That was danger. Danger for just a moment. But when you're down so big in numbers, Sean, it's just so difficult to, you put yourself in a 1v4 like that. It's difficult to execute on.
Really is, and that is so big for a team like EDG to start halves well. It is massive. Getting the operator in Kong's hands, especially on this defensive half, has to be at the top of your priority list. He's already got the Marshall. I mean, he's going towards Shower, and Doug, I think we're about to see a clip.
Well, remember, there was a flash at the beginning of the previous round for this exact spot.
One way at the corner.
Oh my God.
Oh, he
just disrespects it, bro.
Do it again. You know he wants
I mean, he might.
Unreal. Smoggy taking out the solo short A lurker. That leaves only 3 players left, all 3 right here in front of Kong.
The tough angle. One way subsides. It's a no-scope. There are 2 of them. What? Kong teeing off on Loud. Slaughtering goats like this is an old ritual.
Jesus. Downsy next in line.
And of course, it's Kong. Who else? The 4K for him. EDG with the 2-round lead and an excellent start to the second half.
Gun here.
I really don't know the value of it, but I have seen something pop off with this Empress in this tournament. I think he's one of the only players I've seen pop off with the Empress. But it's pretty wild that Kong has this going into the bonus round right now.
I mean, we talked about in the first half how they were so close to having an orbital strike, but yeah, the Empress takes a little bit less. What a performance out from Kong.
Huge disadvantage, though, on the guns here of this bonus. Despite having such a good eco round right there.
Be difficult to convert for sure.
Yeah, will definitely be a difficult round here for EDG. Deep brim smoke, and you can afford to do that with this triple controller comp. They can afford to waste these smokes for map control. They're trying to get a reaction right now out of EDG. Sniff out this setup, really figure out where they are. The Showers re-aggress comes in, and Aspas is here with Sadak.
Does he have a Lear? He does, he has 2.
Cover going out.
Sadak has smoked the end of Shower, just like how we saw at Octagon.
Dude, Smoggy has an 8 as well. I mean, as soon as they sniff out, they've got to be careful. Yeah, Aspas, I guess maybe not liking what's happening, not convinced that it's safe. Takes a step back. They're going to rotate back B.
The flash comes through the teleport. I don't even believe it popped, but you could see the idea right there. They were trying to get info outside of that teleporter, and they back off out of Showers. The rotate is coming into B, but I don't know if it'll be here quick enough. Howdon on the rotate right now. Has a molly to stall this out. Oh, this could be bad for Loud, Dog.
It's the first molly already used. Chichu holding on to the second, and there it is in the face of the paranoia and the nade. They have to take a step back. The delay on this has been so good. They can't easily make their way out. This bonus very well may work off because there's still so much utility for them to play around. 13 seconds left. Oh, the spike's still not out, and it's finally starting to gain some traction. You have the rifle advantage, but can you convert? Chichu with the sidestep, the classic, not connecting. Bonus EDG.
And with that buy, the stall on the B site coming in. Chichu's snake bites were incredible right there.
And honestly, I remember watching Kawanzin with the early flash just to clear Octagon, and I went, that's an audio cue.
Yes.
I mean, you have so much utility that you can use to delay this. I mean, you read that so well.
Yes. And I think, everyone has been a little bit critical of Nobody and his util usage on this solo initiator role.
Yeah.
But right there, I think his guiding light made the play, right?
Yep.
It might not have even popped, but it really didn't matter. They still ended up rotating towards B. The idea was there.
Right back into the action, Loud with 5 sheriffs, just one player without armor, and that's Sadak. He's had some massive plays on this very map in this tournament. EDG are just playing in a different form right now.
Interesting idea by Nobody right there, not wanting to use any of his util early. I think he's waiting for this Brim Smoke to go down, get some information in the mid-round. You can see the flash right there outside of Hookah, get some info, and that's going to make Kong cheat a little bit over towards this B site. Showers control maintained firmly right now by EDG. You see Smoggy holding a super deep line.
Where do they go from here? Flash getting a little bit of info into Showers.
This definitely feels like it's heading towards this A site. And Kong again is making the right decision. Third player at this A site. Let's got that!
That's unreal. Smoggy with a really nice trade that we're gonna have to see that on the replay. He repositions. That paranoia is gonna cause some problems. He's gotta push into the smoke, expecting Sadak there, the satchel. Oh my gosh, they walked right by each other! Smoggy had no idea, dealt with the assassination style. They've lost control of the site, they've lost control of this round.
And this is a gorgeous post-plant setup. They have the crossfire from bench to default, the swing coming out of Showers.
I don't know how they get back into this. It just went from bad to worse.
I don't think they do, Doug. I think this is over.
Chichu 1v4, 2 rifles on the other side. Sure, Aspas is weak, but when you have no idea of where he is, what are you gonna do with it? A MasterCard Thrifty for Loud as they punch back.
Okay.
Wow. Just when I thought Loud is potentially out of this game, they come in and get the MasterCard Thrifty. Aspas now having the showstopper in this full gun round. This is going to be a wild round. Buckle up, because we have the Orbital Strike on Haldong, we have the Empress and Op on Kong, and I think we're going to see a double satchel ult coming out of Aspas right now. Super heavy play towards long B, potential stim peek on long, catch someone off guard, and that's where the Op is.
They're ready for it. That flash, Kong takes the line, but a second flash, but he's quiet with it.
So smart. Doesn't want to give away that the Op is in play. And the jump spot coming out of Chichu, it's a bait. The way they set him up for these shots, Tui's is in big trouble here.
Can he connect? Yes, he can. Tui's again betrayed by just a pixel. How do they stabilize from here? You see Sadak is taking some space towards Showers, but what else can you find? The spike just now scooped up. Les creeping forward. You've got a couple members here. He's knifed out. He's knifed out.
I think he even knifed Smoggy once, but it just wasn't enough.
Oh, for Loud, I mean, this round just feels so labored.
I think it really hurt them losing Tui's like that. He had a really strong off angle, but that's the kind of stuff Kong has been known to punish. So quick on the trigger.
30 seconds left.
This round's looking all but hopeless here for Loud. They're looking for a pick, but I don't know if EDG is going to even give it to them.
Oh, dire straight here as Kawanzin drops.
Oh no!
Haldong. What have you done, Sean? Kawanzin with 2 massive kills. Nobody plucking Aspas out of the sky.
The Seeker? He's following it.
I mean, he's got to be careful here. He's here by himself and he falls. The rotations are coming through. Kawanzin, 15 HP.
7, 6. The Op is rotating.
Oh, just barely missing. Spike planted. Sunk into the soil of the site. Kawanzin with 4. Chichu's gonna have to 1v2 this if he wants to pull this off. Kawanzin 15 HP, the flash to take the line. Can Kawanzin pull it off? Yes, he can. The ace for Loud.
It looks so improbable.
He had 15 HP on that last fight.
From the 3-on-5, Kawanzin busts up short A, gets 2 picks, pops the Seekers, follows them for the 3rd, takes out the 4th. That is an insane round from the young talent on Loud.
I mean, he was dropping on that first. I don't know how he destroyed nobody there the way that he did, but this right here, I mean, the freaking fadeaway. What a shot. What a play out of Loud.
And right after witnessing that ace come in, has to take the 2nd time out for EDG. That is one that will definitely be a blow right to the gut. EDG, how do they bounce back after that? They're going to be really scraping at the bottom of the barrel if they buy here.
It's mad, dude. Loud, and you know, we've talked about this a little bit. I'm convinced that there's a little extra grit that ends up on a team when you make your way through Group D. Because Loud have had 2 instances now, just in this map, where we go, oh, Loud are done, right? They're not going to be able to regain their footing. They're not going to be able to reestablish control. And they constantly just refuse to go away.
There's a reason, Doug, why heart of a champion is a saying. And Loud,
yeah, true.
It doesn't matter that they have 2 new players. It does not matter. They have 0 quit in them. And when I watch them play, they almost never falter in these late game heroics. And the one exception was the lock-in finals. That was the only time that I have ever seen this team crumble in a big moment.
What a disaster that was. Historic. But Loud somehow still looking to fight to stay alive, to defend their title.
Get a drop?
Previous champions winners.
We're going to get a fight here in showers. I think Kongkong's going to try to just immediately get a pick.
Smoggy with the Marshall, but that one-way causing problems, and you can't do the same thing Reyna can do in a situation like that. You can't dismiss out. Aspas is going aggressive. He's got the ult. He's paranoid. The ult lands onto Smoggy.
But Kongkong's still up in showers.
How is he still alive? Finally dealt with by Aspas. And EDG, now it's on them to crumble unless Chichu can pull off a 1v4 and get the spike defuse. 2 mollies, orb in hand. Kawanzin a little aggressive here on the pop and the swing, and now you see the stack. 3 members here.
Chichu's thinking about it. Does he want to save this rifle into the next round? Kongkong's only on 500 credits, Doug. This would be a huge rifle to save, and no.
Not interested at all.
I think they bought down in such a way to buy actually into this 19th round.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay.
And I want to say Smoggy might have had enough to... Yeah, he did. Okay, smart play by Smoggy right there. The reason why we saw the Marshall that last round, he saved money in the bank to get that operator onto Kongkong. That's definitely going to be a winning factor here. We saw him open up that previous 3-on-5 at Long B. It's just they couldn't convert it. Where is he going to go for this opening fight now? He wants to go fight out of hookah. Historically, this is a very difficult fight to take in a pro match, but no one, I believe, is going to be there to take. Oh,
he went a little late.
Oh, Sadak
puts it right between his eyes.
Does the reaction come out loud? Les wants to go through this right now so bad.
Dude, they just invested Seekers too, and every inch that Seekers takes away is just space that EDG's going to fill behind it. They've got him controlled. They've got him corralled. They have him in showers right now. They can't flip the map.
All of the info is in EDG's hands, and Chichu, I think it's on Chichu to not overextend right here, but Smoggy goes through short.
Passes less, gets the kill. And again, you still have to deal with the flank that Chichu's been on for what feels like an eternity. Timing is everything. Aspas falls, all attention turned towards short, and that's when Chichu strikes. You see him creeping forward. He's going to have the spike too. This is going to be the round, Sean.
I don't think Kawanzin has the eyes in the back of his head. He had a crazy 3.
Oh, no! What a play! What? Disaster! As everything fumbles. Kongkong left alone in a 1v2, and all of a sudden, a breath of life for Loud.
30 seconds left.
How does Kongkong pull this off? He's got to be quiet with it. He's got to be careful. He's got the element of surprise, but Tui's wise to it. He knows he's there. He's ready. He's got to catch a swing.
Oh, the heal on the Reyna.
Seekers invested too, and look at the reposition from Kawanzin.
No Lear's here.
Kawanzin creeping forward. Again, quiet on the approach. Not a single sound made, and Kangkang's gonna stick at the hole! Oh my gosh! How was that not through?
He got that!
How was that not through?
That's insane!
Show me the bar!
That is an insane round again from Cowan, Doug. I cannot believe it. He might have 15 frags, but dear God, these are some of the biggest rounds of this map right now. I cannot believe Loud just stole that round. That guiding light on short. And then this.
Oh my gosh!
What?
Where's the gap? I don't see it. There's no gap there.
You said it yesterday to me. It's better to be lucky than good. I think Cowan has proved these both right now. That is insane.
I mean, for such a pivotal round to go their way. Mere milliseconds, the decider. And now Loud with control. EDG on a weird buy. 2 stingers, 2 pistols, and a guardian for Chichu. Oh, what a turn of events. No real time to dwell for it either if you're EDG, because Loud were already knocking on P's door. The crunch is nice through teleporter.
This is a very weird round right now.
They're gonna flip the map too. I mean, look at Loud.
No way, do they know Aspas is...
I mean, they know now. Chichu with nothing but a sliver of health, 1 HP, and Aspas still being a nuisance, being a problem. Eventually meets his demise, but through all of that, Loud have taken the spike, and they're going back towards A.
Well, hold up, Doug. I think I've seen this before.
I mean, they've upgraded weapons too, Sean. Kangkang has a Vandal. Not like this.
The Brim Molly, the Omen Blind. These are crazy pieces of util that could catch people out in the middle of the open, stall the plan. I see how it would be possible.
Discipline is paramount here if you're EDG. The rounds that feel the safest, the rounds that feel the most secure are often the most dangerous.
Cover going out.
Sadak with the paranoia, snapping onto nobody. He's gonna get so much more of a challenge, and Kangkang and Smoggy avoid disaster. Tie us at 10, and remember, this was 2 stingers, a guardian, and sheriffs.
That's insane. That's actually insane that this is the round EDG wins. But, I mean, there has been so many rounds where I feel like EDG has these incredible advantages, and I cannot believe they can't close them out. But then a round like this happens, and you're quickly reminded what keeps this team in the game. It's not the 3-on-5 plays. It's not all the crossfires. It's just incredible little micro plays. The skill across this EDG roster it might be unmatched.
They've gone toe-to-toe with Loud up until this point. We're tied at 10 once more.
The Omen one-way showers again, putting a huge thorn in the side right now of EDG, and the short pop is happening. Omen ult into U-Haul, and the paint shell frag onto Less.
They're gonna fully crunch though. This is gonna be really difficult for Loud. If you don't reestablish Shower's control, I think this is gonna be tough to hold.
I don't know about this Viper's pit right here, Doug. They pit out of Showers. That's an interesting call by Chichu.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But they've got to funnel him out because, again, they don't have Shower's control. Now the pit's going to have to be dealt with. Kamonzine is dropped, so they've got the flank. I mean, they're stuck in U-Haul.
The movement!
They're stuck in U-Haul, but Tui's and Aspas punch back. A 2v2 pit still in play as Aspas drops it with the judge. Smoggy left alone. The Satchel to buy some time to reposition and take a different angle, try to isolate the gunfights. Tui's so weak. Smoggy orbital strike in his lap, has to take a step back, and there's nowhere to run. Loud take the lead once more.
Oh man, EDG from the 5-on-4. Again, these advantageous scenarios, they cannot close them out. They can't do it.
This is mad. Aspas found so much value with the judge. That snap onto Chichu, I mean, secures the round.
I have to question that Viper's pit. I'm not a fan. Just gives free shots, just taking free shots all over. No punish in sight right there coming from EDG. And now Loud look to get on map point here.
And they have 2 ults to do with it, and there's one of them. Aspas pushing forward with the showstopper.
So there's no good.
No. Nothing found beneath them.
They've been stuck though.
Oh, that might be exactly what they're doing, Sean. You're absolutely right. Nobody's holding the line. Kamonzine can't find a way out. Octagon's not safe to go through either. That's a fake once more. And look at the rotations. Haodong's already heading back to A.
This is the dream scenario for EDG. They've found the solo initiator, the player that gets the information for this composition. And right now, Loud, they're going to have to take an absolute stab at this. They have no idea what's going on across the map.
Yeah, but you can tell Loud have a plan here.
They left the spike, though. Look where the spike is.
Exactly. Sadak just put the spike down. So remember, they faked the teleport to suggest that they're going back A. They've cut noise. And now Sadak is going to make some presence A.
Oh.
Given that they're down in numbers, given that they don't have an initiator, they have to try to manipulate this and try to marionette their way through the round. But can they do it?
Left.
Lesh just creeps his way forward, drops
It's on Smoggy. Smoggy.
Oh, he's got too many targets to deal with. He can't.
The player showers, Sadak finds it, and now we're in a 2-on-2. This is anyone's game right now, Doug.
Tui's just so weak. Sadak may be caught with utility out. You gotta be careful. The timing's not on your side. Nobody drops him. 10 seconds left. Tui's left in a 1v2 with nothing but a sliver of HP. 11, and that's not gonna be enough. Nobody gets 4, and of course, we're tied once more.
Whew. Up by 2 and you win type B, and they're not down. This is just going back and forth at this point. This is insane. The fights happening across the map.
Dude, you called that stuff out of Hookah too, and it was perfect. They couldn't find any space out of Hookah. They couldn't find any space out of Octagon. And that forced Loud into this disastrous situation where they were discombobulated and they were indecisive on it.
Our final timeout of regulation coming in here. Fraud taking one for Loud. We saw what he was capable of in that first half. The adjustment coming in so quick. I am so excited to see what he's calling out of this timeout. I think the B site is shut down for business. If I'm being honest here, Doug, but here's the thing. If I'm after on EDG, I know that as well. And there could be a little bit of reverse psychology. There could be some mind games going on. I think what could happen right now is a potential A fake into a B pop, just because EDG will believe this is going to be an A round, and they will rotate as if it were an A round. So something like that is definitely in the cards, and it would certainly work really well right now for Loud coming out of this timeout. Les's pit. I mentioned it before. This pit on bind is very difficult to deal with.
We got to take a look at the money situation too, as we're so near the end of this map. Les, we talked about his pit, and fortunately he has the pit, so he can be a little bit safer, but all he has is a stinger.
Some early hookah pressure going to come in right now from Kawanzin and Aspas. I think Tui's single goal right now is if someone pushes long or a guiding light comes down, get hit by it, make a presence. Nothing does, so he's immediately heading back to this A site. Light hookah pressure. I don't think they have any intentions of going B this round, Doug.
Fortunately for EDG, they have 3 members A. That's where all of Loud seems to be headed.
I think at this point also, EDG has realized Sadak is a solo showers lurker. I think they're going to take the fight to him right now in this mid-round.
Dude, Smoggy hasn't been cleared either. Sadak gets the first of Paranoia. He somehow eventually dies. Nobody on the re-aggress. Loud just crumble. Wow. They get obliterated as EDG find themselves on map point.
And just like that, they take the lead right at the finish line. But Loud, they played that smart. They left enough in the tank for a bye here on this last round.
Sure.
They purposely half-bought down right there. Kawanzin only with a Guardian. Sadak here missing a Paranoia, which, I'm going to be honest, I think that's a really big piece, as well as a Boombot, a Sting for a lack of a quick long peek. There's a lot of stuff actually missing.
Yeah, you're right.
At Loud's purchases right now. Triple push short. The first sign of aggression comes in the last round.
Kong has an op. You hear it rattled off, sending a shiver down their spine. There's the swing out. Smoggy getting the best of Les. And they take a step back. EDG looking to go for the jugular, but it's countered back.
I think that's a light win for Loud. The 4-on-4. That's going to spread EDG out, and they found the Brimstone. That's the stall in this comp. They don't have 3 controllers.
Sadak has to stay alive here. Sadak has to stay alive. Just narrowly going wide.
And More importantly, though, that keeps Smoggy at this A site. So what is the play from Loud right now? You can see they are just at a snail's pace right now on this minimap. They are slowly moving towards A.
Meanwhile,
getting so much space in showers.
Well, he's got to be careful, though. He's by himself. You were mentioning Smoggy a moment ago. He rotated back A.
Oh, the Seekers come out. They're going to know only one player is at this A side. They are going to pounce so fast.
But can he do it again? Op in hand. No! Doesn't even get a shot. Aspas drops him, and now he scoops it up. Loud in a position to take us to OT.
Smoggy showstopper.
And that's really not a surprise. You're right. The nade first. Aspas repositioning. A 3v3. It's just the showstopper. Tui's 1 point away from the orbital strike.
Could be waiting for the guiding light coming in from nobody.
There's the ult. The first clear. Oh, the flash! Aspas with the clean movement, getting away, staying alive, potentially preserving the round as nobody's on the flank. Tui's dropped, and they've got Aspas and Kawanzin corralled. There's nowhere for them to go. Smoggy with 4 and EDG take bind.
Oh my goodness, what a map from EDG. I can't believe it. After losing all of those advantageous scenarios, wasting ults, it doesn't matter. You get shot in the face, you die. You die, Doug. That's how this works. This is an FPS game.
Freaking A, Bren was right.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Map 1 going in favor of EDG. Ascent on the other side. We'll be right back.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With AimLabs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With AimLabs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading the AimLabs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Thank you very much. Paper Thin here with EDG's coach after taking map number 1. Now after, I just want to ask you real quick, you guys are on the precipice of getting to your best finish ever at an international event. What's it going to take to finish the job here today?
现在 EDG 距离自己的国际赛事最好成绩又进了一步了。你觉得为了达成这样的一个目标，还需要做什么呢？
我觉得我们其实在第一张图还是葬送了很多优势局，其实只要把这件事情做好，我们就可以拿下胜利。
I think on map 1 we definitely lose some rounds that we had advantages. So definitely if we can fix this, I think we can pick up the win.
All right, great. Well, congratulations and good luck on the next map. EDG looking to close it out 2-0. Back to you guys.
They're looking to repeat history here at Champions. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm here with Mimi and Brent. Honestly, for a while there, I thought Loud are going to take this. They looked really good as the half switch. But Mimi, talk me through, how did EDG win that in the end? What happened?
Fantastic question. I've been wondering myself what the answer to that one is. It was a ridiculous game all across the board that I think was defined by both teams for little mistakes or little step-ups in the late rounds. They were pushing people over the line. Sidhawk pulling out a smoke backside. Nobody pushing through a smoke dry and winning rounds. It was a game that I think in the first half was a lot about the strategy and the comps. But this second half, I think a lot of it came down to these crazy clutch situations. And that's just where EDG is excellent.
Where they thrive. It really is where they thrive. And those little missteps that just got them over the line on top of it. But also, I think Loud kind of ran out of ideas and gas a little bit as well on their attack side towards the later end of things. The composition for Triple Controller, it encourages you to slowly take that map control, over time. You don't really have those big pieces of util to try and, rapidly try and accelerate over towards short or whatever. I mean, maybe you got the paranoia, but really you're missing some other pieces if your initiator's not on point with it. And they really did struggle, I think, as well. They were getting bogged down consistently. Chichu just saving. He had double snake bites in multiple instances where he was just bogging them out, got an absolute chokehold and just buying time for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and also, of course, the debut of Kongkong's Reina. What did you guys make of it?
I thought it was really good. I mean, it's just a role that makes sense for this guy. He's dropping 300 ACS. This guy's ridiculous. You set up that he's probably going to op a lot, and he did. And I thought they used it really well on defense, using their Viper utility to get him forward on angles, to get a lot of critical opening picks. And on the attack side too, playing with when he's opping, when he's not, and really forcing Loud to kind of play with expectations. And I was really impressed by that. I thought it was very well called by Haodong into when they were using the op, when they weren't, and where they were positioning it.
That was my big point, is actually using that, because so many teams are just counter-striking now, checking the money, holding tab, looking at how much they've got in the bank, and expecting an operator every single round that Kankan can afford it. And when they were mixing in the rifle rounds and still playing slowly, it conditioned your opponents to think, guys, they're contacting with Kankan with an operator in this round. There were those early instances where they had the rifles in hands, and they were still making the plays, and they were getting away with murder. Didn't have to use any util to scale up effectively into certain areas. Really good map overall by EDG, really nice clutch moments, and I do wonder which direction the series is now going to go into, because I do think, again, still, this map pool does favor Loud as we get deeper and deeper into it, especially looking at Ascent and into Haven.
Yeah, and speaking of Kongkong, here he is in the AIM Lab shoot-around. Of course, going on to the second map, we're probably going to get the Aspas versus Kongkong Jet v Jet battle.
Yeah, I think we should expect it. And it's going to be great, because already the battle between the two was excellent. People have been critiquing Aspas about his play on other agents besides the Jet, in particular at Tokyo. But I thought he's been great on pretty much every agent thus far here, and it was no different on the race. But still, that Jet is always going to be his starring role. This is, though, where Loud should feel comfortable. They've always been great on Ascent. It's always the map that they can go to in these late games to close out series. But for EDG, I actually have liked some of the things they're showing on their Ascent thus far. I think Haodong as a caller, again, has gotten a lot better at mid-rounding on the attack side as of late.
They're really proactive, actually, I think, as well, in terms of how they play the map and trying to take space actively to try and get that mid-round information to play off of. So I do wonder, when Frog was talking about the amount of preparation they've done ahead of this match and the amount of VODs they watch their opponents, I wonder how much of that does come down to Ascent, because if they can catch that out, if EDG end up trying to, re-clear for space in the mid-round portions on the defense side a lot more, they might have something in terms of just a read to be able to shut that down pretty heavily.
Yeah, and speaking of Fraud, he is standing by right now with Paper Thin. Let's see what he has to say ahead of map 2.
Paper Thin back again here now with Coach Fraud from Loud. Tough loss there on map number 1. What's the message to the team going into Ascent to help get them to slow down and maybe take down EDG coming into the next map?
Just stick to our guns. I mean, we have a good understanding of how they like to play. We practice a lot against them as well. So for us, it's really just focusing on some of the things that we spoke about and just playing with a little bit more, I want to say discipline, but just being a little bit more communicative and smarter towards the end of the rounds because they tend to slow things down. So we just got to, come out shooting and hopefully we take this win.
All right, Grell, good luck on the next map, brother. We'll see you later. Take care. All right, well, that is Loud's coach, Fraud. We're going to throw it back over to you.
Thank you very much. They do have a great chance on Ascent, but Mimi, what did you make of what Fraud had to say there?
I think the biggest issue there, he's spot on. It's the late rounds, and it's Loud making, I think, some individual mistakes, some mistaken coordination. We started the day by really bigging up how good Loud has been in those moments with the coordination, but I felt like players were going off, trying to make an individual play, and at times it was working out for players like Cow and Zine. There's also a lot of rounds where someone's dying for no reason, things are slipping away, but like the casters were talking about, if there was a team to bring things back, it'd be Loud. They're great in these elimination moments, and the Prime Gaming Agent Select, no surprises.
No surprises. I oohed because I was like, ooh, normal. It's normal comps. No switch-ups.
I mean, it's Ascent, right? We do get a lot of these normal comps.
Yeah, and I think it's going to come down to, again, just the reading the tendencies that Loud have on EDG. Like I said, they get proactive on their defense side with a lot of the clearing, but one of the biggest highlights of this has to be, again, that Kang Aspas Jet head-to-head, that battle that's taking place. This is an elimination game. It's for top 4. It's for really going a distance that EDG have never gone before. A finish in this tournament, or at least a minimum finish, that really they've just been setting their sights on from the get-go.
In Tokyo, beating Loud was the catalyst for EDG to start the run at a global event where people really believed that they could do it, that they could compete for trophies. If they could do it again here, against a Loud who is in much better form, against a Loud who a lot of people predicted to be a top 3, top 4 team in this event, I think that's the moment where EDG goes from a breakout contender to someone who you can actually start to consider for a trophy.
I mean, it's the same thing for Loud. When this roster formed, everybody had really high hopes of them. They won Americas. They are the defending champions here in this tournament. They have to win this map if they don't want to be eliminated right here, right now. Doug and Sean, let's see if we can indeed go the distance.
They say, Sean, that history has the tendency to repeat itself, and EDG find themselves in a position once more to do something outrageous to Loud, and that's eliminate them from a global tournament when nobody expected it.
Thank God they got off that breach comp, because I couldn't imagine seeing Sadak breach all of EDG and nobody get a 3K, because that's what happened in Tokyo, and it made me vomit in my mouth. But here we go. Loud, they are really poised to fight in the middle of the map right now. This is going to be a very, very aggressive pistol round. Turret holding B contact by less. And you can see right now Sadak leaning a little bit towards A with an early knife, and that's going to allow 4 players to fight in mid. Does Aspas actually go up the catwalk here though, Doug? This is...
I wouldn't think so. But we'll see. EDG on the attacking side. See the bides. 3 ghosts for the aforementioned. Well, Loud have 3 ghosts of their own.
Oh, that turret doesn't spot.
Dude, that's no way. How? That's so close. Chichu's waiting just on the other side of it. Aspas with the crosshair train. Trigger aches for the touch, and it's not connecting.
Aspas.
That paranoia is so good, but the dart is better. You're absolutely right. And they're going to continue to brawl through tree. The dash forward up from Kong, and he decapitates Sadak.
What an amazing tactic to bust open the quad mid-stack.
Last player standing.
I mean, this has all the makings of another flawless round, and that's exactly what it is, Sean. A prime gaming flawless for EDG as they open up Ascent with a bang.
I don't know how that turret wasn't spotting the cat. It looked like a disaster in the making.
Well, what's mad too is that they didn't even really capitalize on it at first. You saw the first shots were a little wide and they don't connect, but then the pounce is just so good.
Turret 5'11", definitely not 6 feet.
Definitely not. You see the buyout from Edward Gaming. Bulldogs, a Marshall. Well, there was a Marshall. And then a Guardian in the hands of nobody.
And this is the base setup you're going to see a lot here on Ascent. The Omen and KO both starting towards this A side. Omen can stall this out very good with the one-ways at A main. The shift actually coming in from Loud. They're reading a B hit, and boy, are they right.
Where's Chichu's turret? Ah.
It's a very interesting turret.
Yeah,
They were
it is.
playing it off of it for the push. Here comes the B hit, and they're going into all 5, Doug.
And 2 of them still haven't joined on the side. If they can find a timing to pop out from the smokes, this could be everything. They've got a flash that they can swing out with. Kawanzin able to hold the first with Thor falling, and then you see the kills just trading back and forth. Kong pushing forward, 3K on the round for him, but unaware of where Les is. And of course it would be a Les round if he can pull this off. 1 bullet, 1 target. Can it deliver? Les on the snap, and no. Smoggy drops him. EDG get a second.
Woo. 1 bullet. Smoggy at 19 HP, and he just hits him with the swing. Ooh, dodges that shot. Felt like I was watching Nia right there for a second. That was so dicey for EDG. Now their bonus, dude, not looking very powerful.
No, but again, that swing, bro. That's so bold.
That's very, very bold given his HP right there. Kawanzin with this Odin on B. We see it all the time, playing off of the turret. So turret makes contact, he Odin spams everyone to death. Also has this dart, and Aspas with the super advanced positioning. So turret first contact, Aspas second contact, Odin spamming also. That's a pretty ridiculous setup on B.
And EDG seem to at least suspect what might be waiting for them on the other side. They also just invested the dart towards B. They're not going to take the space, but
Doug, this is,
off of that, they can
is all
flip.
it's Sadak. The molly to stall out the hit, but Kong's way past that.
He's through. He's paranoid. How did they not see each other in that situation? Kong is taking so much damage. 4 members of Loud are here. Remember the gun advantage that they have. It's just 2 rifles in the hand of EDG. Kong lit up. Kawanzin pushing forward with the Odin, and they're able to keep them back. What? Cool. Chichu nicely done to get 1, but that's all it's going to be. Loud flood out towards A.
Such
punch back.
a well-played round by those 2 players on A. It looked very scary. When Kong got past the KO molly, the fragment grenade, it looked like it was a coin flip at that moment, but the stall smoke on site, the spray to stall them out also at the door, allowed the rotate to come in heaven. Really, really well played by those 2. Again, Kong still 1 off of Blade Storm, so this is a pretty good buy for EDG with another punchy round at very least after, even if they were to lose this round. Dart to clear out mid, smoke on Cat, and Kong has a lot of pace going up mid right now.
Les has to be careful here. The knife tags him, the alarm bot is cleared.
That's a lot of info. They know that the KJ is inside right there of Market. Kong breaks the alarm bot, and you can see what it does to the rotations. It forces Sadak to rotate over towards spawn, makes the A site weak, and that's what gets the one-way on Cat out of 2 easy.
There's a lot of info that Aspas' position is getting right now. He was able to take the deep line into Wine.
Ooh.
Hold A main, but they want to end back B.
Yeah, look at Outong's smoke at the door of A. Pull Sadak back to A, and now we're in a mid-B split. They are hitting a very weak B site.
Remember Loud and how fast they were on their flood in the previous round, and yeah, that was with a gun advantage, but this time it's going to be a little bit more delayed. They haven't rotated quickly enough. Kawanzin trying to delay the push, and if it's not going to be by utility, it's going to be by the Odin. Kong already dropped, looking for the swing on the second. He's flashed. He's dead. Smoggy with nothing to do there. A great flash out from Sadak. And Kawanzin's already gotten a third. This spam is just so oppressive, Sean.
They had the right site. They did all of the right things. But they could not account for Kawanzin in this Odin. Spots the 2 coming up. Lane.
He's got a little help here. 63 HP, he was able to reload, and really the onus is on EDG with just 10 seconds left. They've got to clear what's happening back site. The dart swings out, Haodong's already dropped, nobody with nothing but 12 HP. Clock is going to expire, see if he can take any kills with him. No, he cannot. We're tied at 2.
Loud played that masterfully.
I mean, Kawanzin was a legend.
Yeah.
His hold back on site was everything.
The rotate was able to come in. They lived backside for so long. A stall smoke as well coming in from Tui's. And you couldn't draw up a better B hold than that, given the fact that their rotations were absolutely shredded by EDG. Like I said, even though EDG lost that round, this is still a very winnable Thrifty right here for them. Kong's gonna pop this Blade Storm really early.
They've got 4 sheriffs. I mean, I feel like you're selling me a little copium here, but I mean, I'll take the bait a little bit. We'll see if what he can do with the blades.
He's taking the fight to Sadak right here. I think this fragment grenade will not slow him down in the slightest.
I mean, we saw it a couple of rounds ago, right? He just dashed forward, but he's already taken so much damage. Remember, that's such a key to their success in this situation, too. It's just blades, the sheriffs. It's all about catching somebody slipping, right? Trying to catch a timing. You see nobody there trying to catch some space off of the drone.
No one's rotating right now into defender spawn, and that leaves everything wide open right now for Kong Kong. He is on a mission right now.
That's a gun.
That's an up.
Yeah. Is that really what you want in this situation, though? It is Kong Kong, though, so we'll see. Les has already dropped 2, and he may just make that a non-factor.
Last player standing.
Right, a 1v4 with the op. Not happening. Not happening this time. Kawanzine is, I feel like he's tallied up close to what, 10 kills in the last 2 rounds? Maybe not quite 10, but pretty close to it with the Odin by itself.
Yeah, getting the Hunter's Fury online as well. He beat the lockdown coming out of Chichu. And nobody does have the Hunter's Fury to counter out Les's. But do they opt to do that? Sometimes we have seen teams try to use the Hunter's Fury to enter the sites.
Right.
And then they have plans in the mid-round to maybe push the standard lockdowns, right? Push into tree if you take A, push into A heaven, create a lot of chaos. We could see something like that coming out of this timeout.
So we'll see what the play is. Again, EDG calling their first timeout of the game. Kawanzine has been a pest. So difficult to deal with in these last couple of rounds with the Odin. And mind you, their buy, they didn't have a buy in the previous round. So we'll see how things look now. You mentioned the Hunter's Fury that has to be discussed from nobody. They've also got a couple of players on EDG, Sean, that are close to having their ults online. Chichu's very close to his. Smoggy's just 2 points off of having his null command. So they have some tools here. We'll see what they do on the other side of the timeout.
Now this is a pretty pivotal timeout. I think EDG's attack side looked pretty good earlier on in this tournament when I watched them on Ascent. But it was a lot of hero plays. Nobody coming out big in some of the really key rounds of the half, like the bonus, the pistol, having ult value. So this is a round I'm looking for him to come online. Standard spread across the map right now for EDG. That's a knife that's going to go above market. It could catch Ospas.
Yeah, he has the op. Is there a challenge? Maybe Kong Kong peeks?
He should be holding for this jump spot. He's not going to get it.
Dart not tagging him. There's the knife. There it is. No dash found. Is there going to be a challenge? No.
But very aware of where this operator is, right? It's in the middle of the map. They know to put pressure there. They now know the KO is also on B, so the A setup.
Oh, that was so close. Nobody's got to be careful here. I mean, he took the bait. It was a tantalizing temptation to have Aspas out there to be taken. He just wasn't able to convert on it.
The timings are brutal right now for the players on this round.
These are mad. They're going to push into spawn. Sadak is here. He's ready. He's waiting. Oh, maybe he wasn't ready. First found, the second falls.
How does he get 2?
That's criminal.
And with that, you could see Loud now retreating very, very passively. Tui's up in heaven, along with Kawanzine. Hadong looking for anything. Trying to create presence, trying to put pressure on this A site. If you look, Smoggy has the spike.
30 seconds
he's
left.
just praying someone just slips.
Yeah, give him a free one.
Yeah.
Cover going out.
Loud refuses.
Oh, they're just so disciplined. They're going to rotate back towards A, and yeah, the spike is likely going to go down. But you can't imagine it holds on for long. Hadong has to go massive here in this smoke, and he can do nothing. Smoggy left by himself. He was able to drop the first. A little bit of a bold approach. The second is there. He's got a shot at this. Oh my gosh.
I think he tanked Tui's.
45 HP. Oh, that was uncomfortably close.
I don't even know how that got so close.
Oh. Loud avoid disaster and take the round. I also think, Sean, that was a very important round for Loud because that's now 2 times where we've seen mid presence via the alarm bot being cleared out or by space taken, and Sadak rotates back into spawn.
Yes.
Right, so now he has seen, not only is that the correct way to be playing this, but he knows that EDG is going to try to push and take that space.
Yeah, I think EDG's game plan right now might be to take fights into Sadak, actually. Looking at how they're approaching this, it's a lot of mid plays into spawn, mid plays into, you know, cat hits, mid plays into B. And typically they're taking fights to the rotators in those scenarios.
What is this gamble stack from Loud? 3 were towards B, and Sadak was, I mean, essentially there as well.
Early drone into mid.
And look at how they're poised right now. Dude, you've got Les, who was just playing back in
spawn. Look at Sadak's flash. Les will be swinging with this. This is an insane trap play. Chichu is in big trouble.
There's the flash. Uh-oh. There was the swing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What a setup. Dude, they've got the read on what EDG are trying to do right now.
They do, but this is an A-plow, and Tui's all alone. This is looking like a lockdown retake.
He wasn't alone for long.
Oh, no.
Sadak and Les are already here. And Tui's is able to drop the first on his own.
Yeah, plucked right through the smoke. Another first death going nobody's way. And this lockdown is going to be very, very difficult for EDG to contest.
Oh, borderline impossible. There it is. The lockdown used, Chichu. Everything exploding in front of him. The flash as he tried to get a gift of a kill. Not able to connect. Yeah, but I mean, there's still so many things they're gonna have to deal with. And there's just no way. Kongkong's gonna have to 1v4 to pull this off. They've gotten close to it, and there's just no way to pull that off, though.
The rounds early on for EDG, I can see what they're going for, and their game plans, it's honestly very good. I think what they're doing to Loud's rotations and the sites they're hitting, they're doing it all correctly. But the first deaths going their way, particularly onto nobody, this Sova roll, are back-breaking on the attack half of Ascent.
The side that's already just so difficult to manage as it is, and you're right, when you lose Sova in situations like that, it's just like playing the half on hard mode. But with all that said, EDG still with 2 and the potential to maybe get to 5 and keep this competitive. They've got to be careful. Flash dart setup, there's the spam. Not going to connect onto anyone. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon.
That was at B, so it filters the player out of tiles into the second Odin spamming at B.
That's insane,
and then Aspas takes the line in mid, but Kongkong's pace right now.
You got to be careful, though, in situations like this. The pressure, the feeling the need to make a hero play, and it doesn't pan out. There's an op there. He knows it now. Somehow gets by, upgrades the weapon, but these numbers... It's just so difficult to manage a disadvantage when you're in situations like this.
Yeah, that was an incredible opening right there by Loud. The double Odin spam on the B side of the map. You're obviously going to jump away from tiles. You're going to go right into B main, into the second Odin. And then the op in mid is going to take the line. Tui's closing it out. Great support as well, rotating into the site to protect Sadak.
Hey, that's a telestrator round if I've ever seen one.
That was gorgeous.
That's also 6 rounds in a row for Loud. We'll see if we get a replay of it one more time because it was that pretty.
And they're doing it in ways right now that in their prior Ascent games they didn't have, right?
Yeah.
Aspas, not a key factor right now. 3 and 4, has the operator, and he commands a lot of util when they find out where he is. And that's the one thing right now Loud has going for him, just the fact that it's the name. That's a molly to potentially break any turret on this B site, but nothing is there.
Note here too, there's no turret to get contact for Aspas here. He's just up by himself, and yeah, he's got a couple of shocks, but the space given away.
Oh, the Hunter's free to push him out of main.
And they're going to try to crunch in through mid at the exact same time. 3 members here. You've got Smoggy who's controlling mid as well. And there's the counter. That should clear things out. Meanwhile, Aspas getting one with the op. There you go. Lockdown clear. Chichu aggressive onto Sadak.
Big fight here for nobody.
But Smoggy was behind him. The mid space that they had spent so much time and so much investment in trying to control.
They're rolling to A now. The spike is going through defender spawn.
And they've gotten the kill onto Tui's. That opens the site so much. You've also got Chichu, who's able to control the rotates. Aspas can't find a way out. Kawanzin's left by himself, trying to spam with the Odin. There's the dart. That may have hit him. That may have hit him in the face. Upgrading a weapon, but Smoggy's there to greet. What a round from EDG.
Anything you can do, I can do better. That was incredible. I mean, I truly do think EDG has put together a great attack half. Here you can see, you know, they drop that lockdown and they know the Hunter's Fury will come to cancel it out. So they have a lurk coming through market. Simultaneously, they're also lurking into defender spawn. And they're aggressively fighting B as this Hunter's Fury is cast. That was insane, the mid-rounding.
And I think we really have to keep an eye on mid-map even more. We saw, again, how much Loud were insistent on protecting that area of the map. You see why. The one moment there's a slip up there, they punish. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be a factor in this round. EDG, a heavy lean towards A. 3 members of Loud here.
Doug, Kong will pick into this site. Is there a jump spot behind default? Yep. Very hard shot to hit.
That's so difficult.
Whoa.
That paranoia, though, is going to connect. And he dashes into the cloud burst. So I thought the timing on it was going to be good, but Sadak was there to drop him. Drone cleared out. And now the counter to try to find some space. EDG have not been able to get their way out from main.
I don't know how they get out from this point on. No flashes on Smoggy. They're going to have to shoot their way out.
The tip of the spear has been blunted. But can they find another? Sadak with nuts, but 30 bullets in that weapon. Very nice sidestep to drop and dodge the damage. A couple of members of EDG here threatening. There's no plan B. They haven't taken space elsewhere. This is a full commitment towards A. And Haodong tried catching him, but Tui's was wise to it. Knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah, that was the only option right there, is to create the space with the Omen. And Tui's, he read that like a book.
Yeah.
What a hold on this A site.
Chichu, what are you up to, man?
10 seconds
What is
left.
this?
Player standing.
With only a few seconds left, really, in this round, the spike isn't going to make its way out onto the site. There's got a shot. Oh, nobody's aware. Oh, never mind. No, he's not. No, he's not. For a moment, looked back to where Aspas was headed, but just as quickly, he turns away, and a second timeout called from EDG in the first half.
I can respect it. I'm going to be real with you here, Doug. I think they need a couple more rounds on the board here. I don't know if their defensive half is solidified enough to run back. I mean, from here, it could be a 9-3, so they would need 9 or 10 to stay in this game. That's a lot to ask for a team that, you know, doesn't typically enjoy playing Ascent.
Yeah. That's a very good point. That's just such a risky call to go effectively blind without after for the rest of the map. It's a gamble. We'll see if it pays off. Loud's defense has been stalwart. They've only lost one round after dropping the pistol and then the subsequent. It's been all Loud, man.
It truly has. And Smoggy, I feel like right now after has to be looking for a play to get Smoggy an orb and plow a site, right? Take all of this util out of Loud's hands. They are stalling them to death when they enter these sites. I mean, we're seeing it every round at A. The KO, the Omen are locking down the site. At B, Kawanzin retreats all the way to the back with less. It is so difficult right now for EDG to hit the second layer of these hits.
Can Loud deny once more on the other side of this timeout? You see the buy for EDG. It's not great. Haodong just has a frenzy.
We might get an Aspas round right here, Doug.
Wait, what is this buy? They're not going to have anything to buy in the next. Aspas, you're right. Another opener with the op. And they still have the alarm bot, so they can fall back and still control this area.
So well done. He falls off of mid, uses the drone to get set up on the B line. The dart comes in. They clear out B main. Less rotating. Knows people are in market. But the frag goes Haodong's way, and he's about to get a 1 again against Sadak, and this could really even things up.
We'll see what they can do. Sadak with the molly and the flash. And then you've got Kawanzin who's controlling the other side. And remember, it is an Odin. Maybe they reaggress
all of this
towards B,
space.
yeah, dude, they have EDG completely surrounded.
And it's still winnable, though. The 1-for-1 on the Omen, that typically is that lockdown player on the A site.
Aspas taking an aggressive line. He's got the op, and that's exactly where they're headed. Crosshair, steady, right onto Haodong, and he's gonna get away. I mean, this is death by 1,000 cuts.
30
They have
seconds left.
slowly and meticulously picked EDG apart.
Another off angle.
It's just Smoggy by himself now. And given the financial situation, he's not going to be able to carry the rifle into the next round. Loud get to 8. EDG are in serious trouble here.
That's just gorgeous movement right there coming out of Aspas. Taking the off angle on a deep line in B main at the end of that round. And I want to draw attention also to the shot that he missed. He's directly below market. That's the crosshair placement of someone peeking that angle, Doug, is high.
Yeah.
So everything he did here, using updrafts almost like a dash. This is the Aspas we know and love in Americas.
And you see the buyout from EDG, the repercussions of the previous round. It's just one rifle for Haodong. Couple of Stingers, Inspectors.
They didn't break the darts. They didn't break the darts.
And that very well could be their demise. Aspas is here as well. Kong falls as Aspas somehow hits the second. He's going for the third. The shorty connects, but Haodong punches back. 3v2, and again, it's just Haodong with a rifle. Smoggy's brought back up. All he's got is a Spectre, though.
Yeah, they really didn't retrieve very much, even though they grabbed those 2 frags. The op remains down. This is going to be a super difficult round here for EDG. This alarm bot is still up in mid. They haven't dealt with that.
And remember, this is very similar to the previous round where you mentioned there's no entry.
Yeah.
So it all goes out onto Haodong to create the space.
Very well played. Loaning Omen smokes over to this B site. The KO knife clears out B main. The alarm bot's holding mid. So they are feeling super comfy, stacking the A site with 2 right now.
See the lockdown investment.
30 seconds left.
Sadak opting to get the Odin instead of the Operator, now rotating through.
Double Omen smokes heaven gives them a lot of space. Chichu debates going into door.
Spike planted.
Second thoughts.
Yeah, timing's ahead of this. I mean, they get the spike down and they're happy to give up the space.
Oh, for sure. They can defend this from main. This is a winnable round here for EDG.
Haodong with no more smokes, but he does have ult. Keep an eye on that. Does he make an aggressive play? Does he try to get behind them? See the spam not connecting. Tui's on the tap, and now the paranoia to push forward.
Still not halved.
No real intentions of going elsewhere. Sadak dropped. Tui's though on the counter. It's very nice. EDG are making a run at this.
They're going to double swing, Doug.
Less. 1v2. Oh, and they didn't double swing. They didn't double swing at all, but it's okay. Oh, Haodong with 3 and EDG with 4. Oh my goodness. Another nail biter of a situation.
That was robbery by EDG to win that 4th round. Much needed going into their defensive half.
You take a look at it one more.
It's just the spam.
Dude, you said it earlier, Sean. Sometimes you really are better lucky than good. And when things are connecting that way, to stay in this fight, again, the defensive side of Ascent should be favored. Loud amass a good lead, but EDG are sticking in this. We had the opportunity to talk with Tui's a little bit earlier, and let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Acho que a gente tá se sentindo bem, tipo, um pouco triste pós-jogo, né, normal. Mas acho que a gente jogou bem, teve muitos rounds cruciais que a gente perdeu. Acho que a gente tava acertando bastante coisa também. Mas tem muito mérito também da DRX, jogo grande assim, no detalhe. Acho que talvez eles surpreenderam talvez só ir mostrando a comp diferente na Lotus, sabe? Mas isso não foi o key point, sabe? Eu acho que a composição de Fênix a gente já esperava, era mais a Lotus mesmo, que a gente não tinha informação sobre eles. Mas também o Fênix na mão do Jing, ele é um jogador que joga muito bem com o boneco e trouxe alguns rounds pro time. Eu acho que foi mais, não é mais sobre o agente, era mais sobre o mapa ter feito algo diferente, sabe? O clutchzinho que os caras ganharam, que fez toda a diferença, sabe? Mas foi um bom jogo.
Just absolutely beeline it into the B sides. Less here with the sheriff, and that is beautiful.
A Acho que vai ser um jogo bem legal. Eles têm um estilo de jogo diferente também. Eles também estão crescendo bastante no campeonato, são um time muito forte. Acho que o principal ponto forte deles, acho que é a individualidade deles. Acho que eles têm 5 caras que são muito bons individualmente e trazem muito round aleatório. Também eles têm um estilo de jogo agressivo também. Gostam de fazer plays. E esse é um jogo que você tem que ficar ligado. Temos mais uma chance e vamos mostrar o que a gente vê. Porque a gente tá aqui, sabe, fazer o nosso. Se divertir. Queria dizer também que a gente tá muito preparado para representar o Brasil nesse campeonato e eu quero a torcida de todo mundo. É difícil representar aqui com apoio contra, mas eu quero que vocês continuem torcendo por nós.
Loud left their stamp on that first half. They're up 8-4, leading into the second half of Ascent, but now they're on the attacking side, Sean, and that's a different beast, man.
It is. We've seen Loud struggle here, and they have struggled here very, very recently. This is a half for the star players of EDG to really come online. The defensive half of Ascent, very, very easy half to play. Oh, the Dart gets a ping. They know this is a B hit, and they have the stack, Doug.
Oh, it's actually Aspas who goes aggressive.
No way.
There's no way. You're absolutely right. Nobody wasn't even looking. Kawanzin and Aspas, the tandem duo to drop a couple in twoies, flies across the screen to get another. Howdong and Smoggy, the only 2 remaining, and it's all on to Howdong there. Not gonna connect. The attack side pistol is beautiful for Loud.
Nobody. There's wall riding right there like it was Tony Hawk Pro Skater. He's so blind. So blind. The Yuto coming in from Loud was perfect right there. I actually can't wait to see this on the replay. It's just, he was dead. I'm not going to get it, but good God, that Yuto had to be so insane. They cut open B site so easily.
It was a decisive...
After can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe it either. It was a decisive round from Loud. And that nets them the ever-important pistol.
Yeah, the mid-stack for EDG. This is a very desperate play. And Tui's immediately sees it. That's going to cause a speed up here towards A, potentially. No, they think better of it. The knife comes in. Doesn't really get anything.
Well, you got to be careful here because Chichu is left mid.
Yeah, look where
all he has is a ghost.
Got to. He might end up falling here, though.
It's a little messy at the beginning, but Les finally connects. And there's Chichu at the timing. Remember, all he has is a ghost.
But he has all of the info, and you can see EDG it's a foot race to this B site. They'll have the stack here. I don't know if Loud will be aware of that.
I mean, maybe a foot race, but you really don't have the weaponry to punch back.
No, but he is so close right now, Doug.
Aspas taking space and taking Smoggy down too. He's gonna catch both of them. This is just so free.
Yeah, and with the turret holding the flank right now, Loud, super aware of Chichu's positioning.
Yeah, they know. I mean, Tui's just expecting it. He's ready. He was waiting. A prime game and flawless comes through for Loud as they balloon their lead. Now 6 rounds.
We are officially in must-win territory. This is the game. If EDG were to lose this bonus, it's over.
Yeah. This is about as close to a must-win round as you could possibly get. Again, it's facing a 6-round deficit. They've got Gunzo and they have armor this time.
Looking to take this initial fight into Cat.
This is messy. You got to be careful. Loud Spy is actually really strong here. It's just
strong.
one Spectre.
Late Omen one-way coming in. Howdong teeping into line. And they have a 3-stack on the A site with a deep alarm bot into mid. The double push coming out of B main.
Chichu once again taking a lot of space, but Kankam feeling some of the pressure.
Chichu might be able to punish less here.
I thought for just a moment there would have been a window for him to be able to play around, but no, Sonic pushes forward. Kankam has to give the space back.
Like Les is so aware.
But can he deal with him? The first drop, the second spotted. Nobody bests him. And meanwhile, all of that was going on. Howdong had gotten into a cheeky little spot in Wine. That could have been the difference maker, but he was dealt with too. Sean, it feels like Haven is inevitable at this point.
It does indeed. This would require some real heroics for EDG to bring back this game. I actually don't even know if the play for nobody could be to go for this, actually, just because it might be a better chance of him winning that 1-on-4 than this comeback.
Yeah. The buy's not going to be great.
The ults are building super quick across the board for Loud, and when those ults come online, it's almost a free round.
Yeah, I mean, the snowball is very quickly becoming an avalanche. 3 rounds in a row for Loud. You mentioned the ultimate situation. They've got money to work with for days.
Yes. And you can see EDG very aware of this. They're buying into this round. They know they cannot give up 12. The comeback would be near impossible from that moment on.
And we've been teetering on the edge of that for so long already. Concon playing in that smoke mid, and he's got a little bit of help behind him. All there is a turret on B.
This B side, it is on the verge of being lost.
I mean, it is ripe for the taking. Smoggy trying to find the timing. Not able to do so as Aspas aggresses. My goodness. That was just beautiful.
He's taking the perfect space. No one in defender spawn right now. Concon rotating from mid. They deal with Concon in market.
Tried dashing back and just dashed his way into the next round. Meanwhile, they're trying to fight for B main space. Chichu's dealt with, but just how long and nobody there remain. They both have rifles, and there are a lot of members weak on the side of Loud, but the crossfire setup that they have is just so devastating. Even if you drop a couple, there are layers to Loud setup. Loud get to map point.
12-4. No timeouts. We got to remember, after took both of those timeouts in the first half, when things were looking dire, and honestly, it didn't help. In the grand scheme of things, we're sitting now at 12-4. Easy round by Loud, shown right there. They're laughing about it.
When you've got a Loud who's this confident, who's this in control, laughing with elimination, hovering over, it's a scary sight. But they're just up so big right now. Yeah, EDG's able to amass another buy.
Gets a little bit of info there for nobody. So that's going to trigger the drone to clear back up B main. They see the Killjoy turret here. They recognize now it is a Killjoy Sova setup here. I don't know if they're going to read that. Smoggy is a third player in this site. He's ready to break this lockdown.
Between the nano, yeah, that's very nicely done.
I like to see that out of EG. That shows me right there, their heads are still in this game. Yeah. They are really thinking through what Loud is capable of, what their ult plays could be. That was a very good counter, given where we are in this game.
It's going to take a whole lot more than that, though.
Oh, yeah. I do think, though, the alarm bot location, very spicy. That could latch onto Aspas, and they could follow that for a kill, but he goes up and over into the site.
And right into Smoggy's lap, right into his crosshair, too. Sonic with the counter, though. They still have mid-control. Nobody trying to peek out, and Kawanzine is just so much better in that situation.
Player standing.
And again, as things go back and forth like that, when you're down in numbers, yeah, it's up to 0. Concon almost gets both. Less with 2 HP. Concon keeps it alive. The Red Bull clutch for EDG.
That's the moment we've been looking for EDG. Concon with the star player moment when they need him most, keeping them in this game right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remind, this is the defense side of Ascent. I know that's a lot of cope. There's a lot of cope in me saying that, but I have seen crazy things happen on this map.
Enemy remain.
Once the star players from EDG get activated, once they start feeling out the pace of the rounds that Loud is trying to accomplish, I think they could flip this on its head.
Get out of my way.
First, they need to really get through these ults. Look at the ults on Loud right now.
Just one step taken and a marathon left to run for EDG. And you're right, those ults can be devastating.
This is certainly looking like an A pop here. The flash is coming in from Sadak to clear out main, but ooh, L-times counter knife. The flash catches Haldong. They found it. 3 on 5. We're about to probably get the null command.
Nobody with the ult. Concon with the first. Chichu can get that kill. Maybe there's a shot at this, but again, a 2vx.
One enemy remaining.
That just goes from bad to worse.
Chewies with the perfect Omen, but he cancels. They just want to close it out on this A side.
And that seems inevitable once more. I mean, nobody is just getting peppered from every single side possible. Loud dominate EDG on their map pick and take us to Haven. And what a performance that was, Sean.
Look how bounce back. That is some champion pedigree right there coming out of Loud after how brutally close the first map was to come back and dominate EDG on their map pick and bring it to Haven where they run the Harbor Viper.
13-5, and folks, we've got Haven on the cards. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Fingers on my phone. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? I don't wanna be alone with my fingers on my phone. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Fingers on my phone. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
Oh, what a time for Loud to show up and secure a dominant victory on Ascent against EDG. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Bren. I asked you this question after map 1. How did EDG manage to win Bind? I'm going to throw you the same question here, Mimi. How did Loud manage to roll EDG that hard?
I think 2 factors. First of all, I think EDG looked really unprepared to play against this comp on their attacking side. They had a lot of rounds where they're trying to just do one-stage executes, throwing Kung Kung in really fast into these hits, and Loud is just a team team who's so excellent at supporting those anchors, punishing those dive players, and they did that consistently. And I just felt like EDG were running out of ideas. In the mid-round, I didn't feel like they were that proactive at re-clearing space. Instead, it was just kind of sit outside of sight, wait for our util to recharge, and then go into these side execs that were constantly being shut down.
Yeah, they were dominating. I mean, Loud of the side execs over towards B, they were just hammering at home every day of the week. But, you know, like we were mentioning over and over again, Loud's biggest strength so far in this tournament has been a lot of their pistol rounds and bonus round conversion. It's been giving them a huge lead. And this pistol round, there was nothing real, I mean, clever being used, but it does highlight the example that, you know, Loud were just finding that weakness in the defensive setups of EDG and hammering it home over and over and over again. Consistently after this round, they just found that weakness because the anchoring players could not hold on. The flooding was coming in a little bit too late by EDG. If you're going to play this play style with the anchoring players, you've got to be on point of it with the util, like in terms of just KO flashes over the top to support those players, smokes to supplement and then partition it up, and then the bonus round conversion just sealed it all.
Yeah, it absolutely did. One thing that does worry me for EDG into the final map now, Haven, of this series, is that I feel like they were trying to go for quite a few flood retakes on their defensive side of this map that looked really uncoordinated and seemed more like it was just players trying to make plays and taking risks that didn't really work out for them. And in that way, this second map reminds me a lot of the EDG versus EG series we've already seen, where they have a super close map one, they pull it off, and then they go into the next map and things start to kind of snowball out of their control.
Yeah, I really need to see a bit of a bounce back, I think, from EDG as a team. Because I do worry. I said it right at the beginning when we were looking at the map veto. Just, it feels like it favors Loud pretty heavily. Like Ascent, we knew they were going to be favored. That's why it was so dominant, I think, partially as well, because EDG just couldn't come up with the answers to stop the repeated hits as well on top of it that Loud were spotting out. But then onto Haven as well as a different ballgame entirely.
Yeah, let's talk about Tui's and Kawazini real quick, because they're the players that don't have this trophy. Bren, their teammates, they won it last year, but these two, they are hunting for their first.
They're playing like they want that trophy. They really are hunting for that first one, and we're seeing significant step-ups in form as well. There's been one or two, slip-ups per map as well. You give them one map per tournament, I feel like, where they don't have a good show of things. But it has just been pure consistency, pure class from Kawazini in 2 years.
And you talk about the championship pedigree of this team, of winning last year, of always being a top squad internationally, and it really does feel like it's just been instilled into these two young guys by their teammates, just like the rest of their team. On Ascent, map 2, after having some rough moments, bounce back. Kawazini, crazy great supportive utility for his anchors, tons of these late round step-ups. He was clutching up on Bind, he was clutching up on this map as well, and it's the same to be said about Tui's. I feel like he always really goes under the radar, but he's just a consistently solid controller player that every tournament, he has at least a few of those moments where he's closing out big rounds, big games for Loud.
Yeah, you can see how comfortable they were on Ascent as well. And speaking of comfort, the Harbor Viper, we got to talk about it as we move on to Haven. They're not going to be more comfortable or anything else except for that. I know you both have a little bit of concerns as to how EDG should deal with
Yes, they need to adapt their playbook in terms of if they're going up against this Viper Harbor. If we end up seeing that for Haven as a map, because Loud are so good at this. They have so many different looks, but you do need to adjust it. If you end up playing the Breach and the Sova, you have to actively try and pick and choose timings to flank if you're not going to flood defense on sites. It's hard to do. It's 3 sites on Haven. You can't flood defense everything. That's just the way the map plays out. So you need to be on point when it comes to flanking, picking and choosing the right timings with that. You need to adjust your setups as well. I've seen lots of teams play against this comp, and they weren't adjusting the way their Breach plays on the defense side, and the Breach players constantly getting cut off by Viper walls, and they don't know where to stand. It was infuriating to watch. I need to see evidence that EDG have done their homework, and they know how to go up against this composition.
It's also really difficult because you have to play those set retakes. If you try and flood retake versus Harbor Viper, especially over towards that A site, there's so much stall utility. There's 2 characters with mollies, there's 2 characters with smokes completely stalling you out, that if you try and use that breach stun, the aftershock combo that you're normally doing towards hell, you're just going to run out of utility and lack that second stage. So this is going to be, I think, the biggest test for EDG here. They've shown that they're a competitor, that they can compete at this level, but now they're up against a composition, a style that they don't normally have to play against, and they either have to, I think, change their comp or really change the style in the way that they already play their Breach Sova composition.
Yeah, we don't want to see what happened against EG as well, where, like you said, Mimi, they win map 1 very, very closely and then completely drop the ball map 2 and 3. But looking at the players on stage, they look very, very dialed in, focused. They're ready to go because, Bren, if they don't win this map, they're going to be going home and they're going to be coming top 6, which is a great achievement for them, but they're not going to be able to push past the top 4.
I mean, exactly right, Sue. I think this is a heartbreaker either way that the series ends up landing, because either we, get to see Loud exiting far earlier than we really want, I think, for a team to get that chance, that, back-to-back championships for winning that title, or EDG don't break through their own personal objectives of making top 4 in a tournament, potentially going even deeper.
Well, let's take a look at where we're going to go for the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Of course, we talked about the Viper Harbor a lot. Mimi is going to come out here.
It's going to be the same comp for Edward Gaming. A lot of what we were talking about with this comp was the defensive side. Edward will start on the attack here, and this is where I think you also do run into some issues. Loud's comp is really good for taking extremity control, scaling down long with the cascade, really making you think about where you're pushing in. It's also really good to support anchors and allow you to flood, especially on the C side. Watch Tui's throw up a wall in front of his teammate on the site to get everyone back in together. It's, again, really going to be me looking at these two initiator players, Nobody and Smoggy, and the timing they choose to use their utility against this Loud comp.
Yeah, I mean, Loud are just a masterclass team. I think when I think of them on Haven in particular with this composition, they have so many different looks on it. They're starting on the defense side. It's the attack side that I'm most impressed with when I look at Loud play this one. But I'm just praying from the bottom of my heart that EDG have come to this prepared and ready to play against this comp, because if they aren't, it might be a repeat of the second map that we've already seen, just a one-sided affair.
This is a huge test for Edward Gaming to try and make their deepest run, to make it into the top 4, try and go further here in Champs LA. Louder, of course, though, the reigning champion. They probably feel so little pressure here. This is where they are comfortable, and if they can close out here, they have an opportunity to defend their title deeper into this tournament.
Well, it all comes down to this. This is the map that's going to decide which team will be moving on in the competition. I'm going to send this back over to your casters, Doug and Sean, to take us through.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Yeah, elimination on the line, and of course it would be one map to decide it all. And there are so many conversations we can have already, Sean, right? We've got to talk about Harbor Viper. We've got to talk about EDG's comp that they run on Haven and the question marks that can kind of come up with it. How does Kong find value against this double wall comp? There are so many things to cover, Sean.
There's a lot of things that are going against EDG early.
Yeah.
But we do not see a lot of ciphers going into the Harbor Viper. I think Chichu, when I watch them play Haven, his lurks, and particularly towards Garage, towards B, towards C, the left side of the map actually, are phenomenal. He opens up so many mid rounds for EDG. On the other hand, someone like Nobody with this Sova will probably struggle to find value. Right off the bat, we see a triple challenge here on this A long position and a retake wall cutting across C and Garage.
And as soon as they see that, the Harbor wall goes up. You've got an alarm bot on the other side, but hang on, Kong has gotten behind it. He's gotten past it.
Spam kill.
He's got to be able to find some value, though, because he's left by himself, and he can't convert. Even with the fault line there, nothing is found. Less on the swing. He's already gotten 3 on the round. The 4th. Aspas takes the ace, but it's a flawless round for Loud.
And the Harbor Viper reigns supreme for Loud. This is the team that innovated this comp. They brought it to VCT Americas, and everyone followed suit like sheep. And they dominated everyone week in and week out. And this is how they did it. Constant harassment into the site through the smokes. Great positioning across the map. Good timings on the high tide coming out of Tui's. And again, the triple challenge on A. But now we have the Viper shifting over here. This is different.
Where was that dart headed? Sadak's getting the first there. We see the dart land, but
one enemy remaining.
As soon as the dart falls, EDG's bodies fall with it. Nobody's left by himself. This wasn't a flawless round, but it was as close as you could possibly get.
Right, if you took a couple blinks, a long blink, you missed that round.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones that gets you a check on bingo.
Are we doing that today? I don't think I saw that.
I don't think so. That was pretty banging, though.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
EDG now in a position where they have to punch back. Nobody's the only one who's collected a frag up until this point, but they've got rifles. They have full armor on Nobody and Kong respectively.
Another shift, though, coming out of Loud. We're going to see a Cascade likely coming into lobby, a Sky Guiding Light as well. They've moved Aspas on this C site. Ooh.
They're ahead of this.
They're going to just aggro into this.
What do they have? Konzine has a flash. They could pop and fight on the other side of the smoke.
They think twice.
So do EDG, interestingly enough. What are they looking for?
I think EDG is just poised for a re-aggress on long here. You can see they have a high-low with Kong and Smoggy.
Yeah, the spike is on the opposite side. It just rotated all the way to double doors.
Chichu's just trying to break some Killjoy util, and I think he needed some help from Nobody right there. But this is definitely going to be an A play. Here's that high tide cutting across both bricks, long and short.
Yeah,
such a powerful piece of util.
On long, though, Kong was already ahead of it, so Smoggy can disrespect that wall.
Oh, this fault line's going to catch two. Kong could really tee off on these side players if the timing's right.
You've got Sadok back side, though, who's now flashed, and they still haven't found their way out. That paranoia.
He's
now
vulnerable.
You see the aftershock. Now they continue to funnel their way out, but they've all tucked. This could be disaster. Kong's already taken care of. Tui's with the cove in his face, tries to spam through and deny the plant, but he can't. EDG with a ferocious take of the site.
30 seconds left.
Les and Tui's by themselves. And it's all on to Les. He cannot convert. EDG are on the board.
They played such a delicate round. Masterfully right there. I mean, once all of those stall smokes were going in left side sight, people were funneling in on that wall, coming out of V-Link. That was a very difficult round, and you can see Smoggy swinging, grabbing two as a breach. Oh, must-win bonus round for EDG. But now the op comes out. Aspas back at this A site, and again, this is where the hit's going to be coming. The breach util will come in on long A.
There it is, pushes him off the early angle, even does catch him.
He's coming back.
EDG filling on the space behind it, but is the flash going to be enough? Oh, goodness, again, such a delicate dance.
They got the dash out. The dash out of Aspas is what's likely going to stop him from playing super aggressive on this A site. They break again. It's the Killjoy util. They're messing with the rotations right now. Chichu's so good on this lurk roll. The drone likely going to come in garage right now.
To clear out Les's position. Yeah, there's the cam too. A consideration on the drone.
We're looking at a garage split right now, and I'm worried for this spike. I am very worried for Nobody getting caught in garage.
Sadok is here to help too. They should know now. Yeah, they know now. They know that both are here. Les with an aggressive peek and the spam through onto Chichu. He tries to connect, but look at Kong. Look at the ratty play, but Les was aware.
This is all just a ruse. They're going A, but there's so much noise given to Aspas. Look at the rotate.
Remember, he still has an op. He's going to be the one to control short. He's the only one on site right now.
I think they realize he could be short. They know. But can they do anything about it?
The lockdown's going to be a problem. He's going to have to fight his way out of this. He tries to get some high ground, tries to go up top and conceal himself, and he can't. EDG deal with him.
It's a great plant, though, Doug. Look, it's a plant for long with the lockdown. They can play this.
They fill behind the space. Chichu playing in short, both of them walled off. They got a cascade, they've got a high tide.
The cove.
Oh, and he can't even get it to half. Sadok didn't get half. It's all on the Kaladin, and he can't deliver either.
They've done it. These A site holds by EDG. Oh my gosh, they are so ready for the util, the way they're playing in these mid rounds that are so difficult. Loud is throwing everything at them. The fact that they locked down with Aspas nested in short, I thought it was over.
Yeah.
That was an incredible play by Loud. That's countered again by EDG. And EDG now have Loud on the ropes economically.
That was such a massive round from Chichu there. Dealing with Aspas, getting the second kill from short. And of course, we're right back into it this time. It seemed like Tui's was trying to take an aggressive line down short. Nothing but a sheriff here. Kaladin the only one with the better gun.
We have that cascade coming up long. Loud creeping. What is the response from EDG when this cascade falls? Cypher cam, beautiful by Chichu.
Oh, that's a bad way to die. That's a horrible way to die. In the Trailblazer, aftershock, darted, everything. Aspas playing inside the smoke. He has nothing but a sheriff here. Dodges the paranoia somehow. Do they know he's there? I don't think they know. Oh, they didn't know.
I know exactly.
Let's get
read
some
a
first,
second.
but
No
again.
way, they can't read this.
Oh, oh my gosh.
Caged.
But he runs out of ammo. Dealt serious damage onto Chichu there, and I thought Aspas had a shot at it for just a moment.
What an unreal round. Just the util from Chichu alone entering this A site. Caged Aspas like a rat. How did he know?
Les was able to get, well, I mean, this was just so unfortunate if you're Kawanzin. I mean, they spot you with the cam, you were forced into a Trailblazer, and then you're aftershock, you're darted, everything. That was just miserable. But again, Aspas was in a position there off of Les getting a kill with the Sheriff because he was also gone undetected.
Yeah.
He had also gone undetected, excuse me. Had a shot at it and avoids disaster. Early timeout called here by Fraud.
Very early, but much needed. These 3 rounds all lost at the A site. As an in-game leader, this is the dream for EDG. They've opened up the playbook massively. They've proven they can take this A site at will. So Loud now has to adjust. They have to be ready to hold A. Do they have a flood retake planned with maybe getting a Harbor ult online? You know, Seeker's 1 off now at this point. There's a lot of things they could do. But EDG, the fakes now are opened up massively in their playbook. This is an IGL's dream moment.
I think the question is, do they lean into that? Right? Do they use that to their advantage? Because you're right, it feels like they're running circles around Loud right now. If you know that you have that advantage, yeah, throw a little curveball in there and see what happens. See the different look is out of Loud. 2 members towards A. In Tui's and Kawanzin. And it is an op in the hands of Aspas, and it almost seems like they're expecting to see him.
Yeah, I definitely don't blame Fraud. But they're just going to keep at what's working, and I respect this massively for EDG. This is a hard decision to make as an in-game leader, to keep just doing what's working until they can stop it.
If it ain't broke.
Nobody going to help Chichu now get this garage control, break the alarm bot, make sure this nano's out of the play. There's the smoke right on top of Les's lap. You can see the nano is burned.
That was really nice.
This is so well played right now by EDG. The pressure they are putting on this left side of the map again. That changes everything, but nobody taking Les out. The alarm bot's now down in garage. This 3-player A setup has to break.
You expect them to flip here. That Trailblazer only spotted 1, but there was a flash over the top when that high tide was still up to confirm presence.
Yeah, I think you can see Loud keeping 3 on A now after that Trailblazer. And EDG is aware of it. They're walking away. They've yet to test this C-side. The guiding light comes over long, gets no info, and that should be the cue right now for Loud to hightail it quickly across the map, but they're not doing it. They are not biting.
Aspas is already here. Howdong has the spike.
30 seconds left.
It's a fake TP.
Nice. Well
it's a
done.
fake TP, so put a seed of doubt in Aspas's mind. Did he TP across?
And that's going to keep him there tethered onto that area for just a moment. Meanwhile, the rest of EDG is intent on committing onto the site. You see Konkong dashing forward. Sada cleans him up, 13 seconds left. They still have, they've got to get the spike down. Howdong's trying to do his best, but none of them can see a thing. Kawanzin holds the site, gets a 3K and gets Loud their 3rd.
How does Kawanzin walk away from that alive? The stack from Loud looked so bold. It's so unlikely that that would happen, watching how the round was playing out. But an overcooked call from EDG. They go back into this A site in the mid-round. Honestly, I can't blame them, Doug. The guiding light went over long, got no info. That's just a hard read by Loud.
And a massive play from Kawanzin, who now has Seekers online. You hear the blades used by Konkong at the opening of the round, surrounded by rifles.
And we are not going A this round. There is no chance of an A hit right now.
The alarm bot spotting it. Nobody clear. There's a rolling thunder. And it's just Aspas who's here on the site, but he should be able to get away by the narrowest of margins, gets past the smoke and preserves life. And of course, as Konkong wants to push, is there a flash? Is there something for him to scale with?
Seekers and this retake wall. Do they give it up or do they play in front of it? Tough decision to make right now for EDG, but they play up.
Yeah, it seems like they're digging their heels into the sand.
4 players in front of this wall. Seekers go to waste. The Trailblazer comes in, combined with the dart, and Konkong remains aggressive.
What are Loud waiting for? What are they looking for? What's the cue? There's the flash. Konkong once again dropped off that angle. Kawanzin taking care of nobody at the beginning. And they're gonna have this pinch from the other side. They have to deal with Garage as well. And now you see the flood come through from Loud, surrounding Konkong, dropping him. leaving Chichu by himself. The retake from Loud is masterful.
EDG played with fire right there, and boy, did they get burned. Cowanzine had a full kit of util. The Seekers come out, the Trailblazer comes out, and just when, Kong thinks the flood is about to happen, a guiding light swing, and that breaks the setup completely. Kong falls down, the player at logs is left pants down. At that moment, it was just curtains. It was over for EDG on that side hold.
There's that flash that you were referring to, or the second actually. And when you had that presence and the pressure coming in from Garage, it was just too much to deal with.
Huge round for Loud, and now things have changed so much since that timeout. Look at this. EDG, only a shorty on Outong right now. I mean, what is the play? Is he gonna ult backside B, ult heaven A? What do you do with a shorty?
Turret cleared. Oh, Howdong's in trouble. Yeah, he's in trouble. He had nowhere to go. But he did what he set out to do. He got the spike down. They've invested the Reckoning. They're trying to push him off the site. Meanwhile, Aspas has taken all this space down long. And again, it's a barrage of utility from the defensive side. C's not safe. They're aggressing forward on the site too. They've got him cornered in grass with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Chichu and Smoggy left alone as Sadak holds the defuse by himself. Another decisive round from Loud.
The ult value coming in from Loud right now is just too much for EDG to handle. The round prior, it was the Seekers. There, it's the Reckoning. And even though nobody was able to step in front of it, he was all alone. There was no one to support, no one to trade. And now, Edward Gaming, they have a really, really hard time now because Loud has answered back so strongly. After takes this timeout, we're sitting at 5-3. Loud on this defensive half. I don't think things are going to get easier next half.
No, I agree with you completely. And you imagine after feel some of that presence, some of that pressure, understanding the severity of the moment, and what looms over your shoulder. Again, elimination for the team that loses this map.
Yeah.
The dreams of a year gone to waste, and nothing but questions of what could have been.
And it's moments like this, Doug, where you look at EDG, and it's been silent so far, but we've yet to see the op come out for Kong. And I think we see it over on our side. It's coming. But can he find that shot? He is playing attack against the Harbor Viper right now.
It's just so difficult.
It is very, very difficult to find that first blood. He is an incredible player with this weapon, but he is going to have to really pull something out of the bag here. They're going back to the tried and true A default.
You gotta remember all the success that EDG had on this site and how it's just gone so awfully awry since.
Yes, and here's the cascade coming through the wall from Tui's. Guiding light to get some info at lobby. Simultaneously, less of all. That's not even Aspas. He's pushing down mid as the Killjoy.
It's just mad the value that he's able to find consistently. And look at that harbor wall and how pesky that would be to deal with.
Crazy.
That's actually insane.
It's annoying approaching short A. There could be someone behind it on the box. It's annoying getting into short A because it blocks that line. It also blocks front B. They're baiting you into Aspas right now.
EDG waited out, and it seems like they set their sights back towards A. But there are 3 members of Loud here.
But the Omen blind combined with this fault line. Loud again is going to try to nest on this left wall with the Viper orb up. There it is.
Sadak taking a step back. You see both mollies denying entry, at least initially, or attempted to delay. You see Kong is dashed out. He's got that up, and he lands it right onto Sadak. Can he get much more? Cowanzine dancing around as Les gets 3 again. Les is just so consistent, and he's still on the side. Smoggy, can he deliver? No! Les with 4 and Loud with another.
Oh my gosh, what a round from Les. This event, this is a career event by Les. This is someone that won Champions last year, but sitting at 16-4 right now, 9 rounds in on Killjoy.
I feel like I'm getting tired of saying what a round from Les. He's just been so consistent.
He's so calm, like, it's like...
He's cold.
Yeah. Another op in Kong Kong's hands. And he's already spammed the 17 HP.
So much importance invested. So much power put in the hands of their star. It's a difficult position to play from for the rest of the round. But alas, he is alive. And there's an opportunity here for EDG. It's just a turret towards B right now. But the thing is, you've got Sodak's pit, you've got Les's lockdown too.
I don't think they're going to get anything on this peak at C-Link. You can see, you know, Chichu and nobody have moved their distraction over towards A. The Trailblazer sees both of them, which honestly might keep these 3 people on A, and it does. So the spike will go down here. TP out from Hadong, so clean round right there by him. And here comes the lockdown.
And here comes Kong Kong.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, there it is. Finding value on the attack side with the op, but here's where this becomes a problem. Yeah, you have an op, but when you have all these walls in your face, how do you circumvent that?
Oh no, the cove.
Les is pushing his way forward too, as he's already gotten a kill. He's still healthy, but he was fault line, he had no shot. Aspas now with the op. Kong Kong, can he find more? Tui's is left by himself, a 1v2, and that op's still in play. Tui's, can he deliver? No!
There we go, Doug. That's our star player, Kong Kong, right there, coming up with the operator.
Okay, we know
Who would have thought? The op saves them with 16 HP, finding 3 frags that round.
Into a Harbor Viper comp.
Into a Harbor Viper comp with the lockdown, with the high tide front B. Aspas guarding everyone from top site. That looks so improbable, but this man is so quick. Look at these shots.
And the pop-off from EDG, you see it on your screens there after they had been quiet for a little while. Showing signs of life, showing that there's still fight left in them. A couple of key ultimates to work with here too, including Smoggy's Rolling Thunder.
The value of the Cypher cam is shown right there, right? The dart broken at long, but Chichu knows. No one swung with that line. He's gonna trip his short push. He's gonna put the seed of doubt. You know, someone's peeking long with this cage. They have a breach ult to work with, but first you have to make sure someone like Les isn't walking down B. I think this might be the first time they've tested the C site. I think Hadong might ult back site here. Spot, take Aspas, force him off the line.
Doesn't get the tag.
This could very well.
Wait, Kong Kong's going in with the
pace. Oh no, the breach ult's down!
He's going aggressive. He wants to get Aspas, but somehow stays alive. He's
the
still
dart
looking
from
for
nobody.
him.
The dart from nobody was so good.
Where do they go from here? The neural theft invested. EDG looking to get the spike down and should succeed as Kong Kong gets another.
What?
That's all of them. That's a 4K for the star. And he is alive and he is online.
Last round before the switch.
And heading into this last round, Loud are broke. The script has just been ripped to shreds. EDG rallying. Once this op got in Kong Kong's hands, things really turned around.
What a shot.
Insane. Oh, the breach ult's still in pocket for Smoggy, and that will be worth its weight in gold. A Judge close garage. We've seen the Judge really pop off this event, Doug.
2 ults for Loud. Important ones. I feel like Sadak has had that pit for a while.
Oh, didn't spot Aspas top left box.
Are they going to push him? Nobody's the one who would do it. There's a Rolling Thunder in the face of the pit. And you instantly see the pit goes up, the wall goes up to try to protect what resources they have. They drop the Seekers too. You've got to be careful here. There are only 2 members out on site. Kong Kong just now arriving. And they've taken the site.
It's 4v4, but the pit down short. Just gonna pretend like it's not there.
They throw the brakes on the round. Finally commit to the plant.
Oh, he could potentially lurk out. So you can see Hadong now has to be aware of that.
He's
they ping it.
I mean, they can also use that ult to try to get info on what's happening in the pit.
Not a lot of util though from Loud. How do they enter this site? The timing needs to be immaculate.
Such a tense moment.
Oh, they split it in half.
You see Les up in heaven, seeing what he can find, but he's smoked off for now. And he's just so patient. He's still up there waiting at the smoke.
No.
There it is. It subsides. Smoggy now from in hell, looking for another one to take.
The ball is so good.
Oh, it's going to be perfect. He spots the first, but Sadak goes unchecked. Out on 1v2 in the pit, looking for them, and they're there, but Sadak turns at just the right time.
No time.
But there is no time. You're absolutely right. What a round. What a half.
EDG, come out of the half with 6. I don't know how they did it. I do not know how they did it. But here we are, even game. This is anyone's series right now. The loser goes home.
Dude, what a play.
The hero plays from both of these teams are off the charts.
Howard on getting the kill and the diffuser secured the round.
You could see how much it means to Kong Kong screaming.
Unbelievable. A 6-6 half. One half to decide it all. Yinsu, take it away.
Oh, what a map this is. We were a little bit worried about what EDG are going to do against this Viper Harbor comp, and they pulled it back, Mimi, despite some of the incredible retakes we saw from Loud.
The first part of this half, I thought Loud was just going to run away with this. It was going to be the same story as that EG game for EDG, but that was not the case whatsoever. Still, these retakes were incredible. Loud started off with the read that they were going to play these really fast flood retakes against EDG, and I thought EDG was punishing them quite well. Then they went for these slower, more structured retakes that were working great. The thing is, though, look at the number at the bottom. It ended up with only 2 out of 7 because of these last few rounds for EDG that were utterly ridiculous, Brent.
Yeah, and I think that there was those adaptations, the hero plays by EDG. It is insane that we are here at a 6-6 half. I'm starting to be a bit of a believer. I'm starting to have hope. I really thought that Loud was just going to take control of this one if EDG didn't come in with a prep, but it is 6-6 in an elimination game. I mean, Sean was going on about it for good reasons. There is so much on the line here with these two teams, and I cannot believe they managed to pull it back to this point. It is still anyone's game for that top 4 spot in champs.
But the second half changes a lot. It's again this question of how can EDG contend with this composition? How have they changed their ideas on this half to be able to deal with the Harbor Viper, a style that they're not used to playing against? If they could win this, though, it would be massive. It would be the reigning champions here in 2023 going home in the top 6 so early.
And I'm starting to be a believer for EDG that they can do this because they've already shown evidence that they can adjust. They adjusted in the second half of that first one, and I'm just looking forward to this series, man. I mean, I just want to see more here. This is going to decide our top 4.
Yeah, potentially the most important pistol round in both of these teams' careers here. I can't wait to see what we're going to get, Doug and Sean.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Yeah, just a couple of moments away from kicking off this second half, and I've got to very quickly remind everyone these two teams have danced before with everything on the line, and it was EDG who came out on top.
We haven't been to map 3 before yet, and this is where Loud, the championship pedigree, comes to life. Oswas with a Sheriff on this opening pistol, the wall cutting across to allow Alert come into A. Cascade to deny info long, but nobody's dart triple pings, and that allows this stack C to exist.
Sadak is taking so much space with the fall line and the paranoia. Do they flat out behind it?
That's a one-way. If that goes down, they push Loud off.
Dude, meanwhile, Sadak, all the space that he had down long gets denied too. He's got to take a step back.
This is rolling to A, though, and nobody is all alone.
But he's ahead of it, and he's healthy, and he's got a frenzy. No armor on any of the members on the attacking side.
This is very bold.
Do they dare challenge? Oh, they do. Aspas, though, the Sheriff is better. How much more can they find? The spike is going to flip once more.
Oh, God. This is where the Harbor Viper reigns supreme. Doug, look at this. They've manipulated the rotations everywhere. The only thing EDG have going for them is this cam on B. The high tide comes in, locks EDG out of the sight. Smoggy does have a fault line. The 2 cloudbursts onto Kang will allow potential defuse to come in, but this lurk from Les.
Yeah, the timing on that is mad.
Oh.
There's a shot at it, though. It's just that the 2 of the members of EDG that are still up are so weak. 59 and 20 HP. Aspas spotting the first, and you see that ping pong swing. First, it's Aspas, then Kawanzin on the flip. He's already gotten 3 on the round. The 4th is there. It's up for grabs, and he finds it. Pistol in favor of Loud.
The manipulation of the rotations. Once nobody fell in that A site, it was like Sadak knew exactly what to do to just rip EDG to shreds on this pistol, taking the C site with that high tide, locking them out, the orb onto spawn. The likelihood of this retake at that point just collapses. EDG now. That was a super important pistol, and Fraud definitely knows that.
But still the opportunity at something.
A little bit of a trap play here. Fault line peek for nobody. Here we go.
Sadok's stunned, but there is a little bit of help. You've got Les watching over his shoulder. The Trailblazer towards A.
Do they come in? Hear that? Trailblazers saw 3 to 4 people.
I don't think they want the heat, man.
Oh, they're gonna...
Look at that. They've set the line of scrimmage in short.
This could be a bit stubborn by Loud.
Are they going to be punished? It's tough to say.
Yeah, they are pushing them.
Yeah, they are. They're so weak, too. That flash should have hit everyone. I mean, it should just be open season on members of EDG, and that's exactly what it is. Kong left by himself. Tui's gets the third.
Woo! Look at the HPs remaining, though. 18 and 19 on Tui's and Les, respectively. Jeez, that got really scary for Loud.
So you see the gun difference on full display.
Yeah.
And you just imagine if EDG had a little bit more to work with in that situation, what could have happened?
Would you look at this, Doug? Cowanzine, because of that pistol, he already has Seekers online. And with this double control, with Harbor Viper, manipulating the rotations, using the Sky Util to know if people are in front of him. So you can see right now, we have a triple setup towards mid. The Viper lurking down with this wall on short A. There's a trap play with Smoggy, but it really won't even matter, right? The Harbor wall cuts across Garage as well as left side B. That combines with the Viper wall. So there's a lot of pressure on B right now. And Garage. And Sadak has lurked up short A.
I thought for a second there, Kong was just going to peek on the other side of the Harbor wall, but he waits a little bit, and they actually invested Paranoia for him to take the line.
No, Doug, Seekers are definitely going to be popped right now. And this site, I don't know how EDG can hold it. The Cascade comes into spawn. The Orb is likely going to go into spawn. The Snake Bite also to lock them out.
Oh, and the spam out, Chichu falls.
God.
Are you expecting Smoggy here? He saw his full utility. Saw his fault line, saw his everything. Yeah, they do. I mean, they expect it all. Aspas is so aware. He's so ready for it. Looking for another challenge. They're just cutting their losses, Sean.
Indeed, they are. And I mean, even this is literally dotting your I's, crossing your T's. I mean, Tui's threw a cove down back sight, ready for the potential flood. Just so that way he doesn't get omen blinded, darted, you know, breach aftershock, breach flash. There were so many things that can go wrong on these floods into the A site. And that cove really, really puts a wrench in things. Loud with a massive bonus win here, but keeping 3 guns in it for EDG means they will be able to buy into the next, and that is a light win.
Yeah, they've got a shot at this. It's not much of one, but there is a shot. I mean, Aspas up here, understanding that Chichu is there first and then expecting the second peek.
So taking Cloudburst, that dart, and you can see Kong was not at all ready for the player in the open. Just fell right into that. Timeout taken here by EDG. Coach After understands this is really where they need to put a stop to this run by Loud.
This is their year.
Yeah, 9-6. Tournament lives on the line, year on the line. And Kong, would you look at that, Doug? We are privy to some info.
He's gonna have to find so much value out of it. You can imagine the conversation taking place right now. One of settling, one of calm. They're still in this fight, EDG are. But you can see, actually, perhaps feeling the stress of the moment are the members of EDG.
And there we go. We get it, Doug. The glass cannon up. 9-6 in favor of Loud. They don't even really need to invest. Look at the buy here. This is the 4th round of the half.
They're so bonusing.
Yeah, so they're running it back with another bonus.
What a comfortable situation for them to be in.
There's a trip front B, and there's a quad push A coming in. Alarmbot holding the flank as well as a turret. It's going to be really hard to flank this B site. Cascade to deny the info of B, prevent that early peek. Early dash in.
Dude, they don't even test the possibility of the op on the extremities.
Look at that, though. They orbed and coved the plant. They'll break the cove now. They can play post.
They're droning. The Alarmbot spotted. Les is going to be the first one here. Tuiz is not far off. Les has to be careful. Kawanzin is now showing up. He has no flashes, though. So it's just going to be a dry gunfight. There's the fault line. Les, patient. Les waiting. And he falls. Kawanzin trying to do what his teammate could not, but in the face of the paranoia, can't deliver either. Louder falling apart here, but it's a 2v2. The op in the hands of Kong delivers. Aspas, can you do it by yourself? Dodging the flash, staying alive. The line is held by Kong. Smoggy getting it to half, and there it is. He's found the timing.
Oh no!
Aspas, can he do it? Dashes forward. Oh my gosh! Aspas, the Red Bull clutch! Loud gets to 10, and that very well may be Dagger.
Oh man, the star duelists. Would you believe it if I told you they met in middle? Oh my God. I can't even believe that. The timing of this swing by Aspas right when Kong leaves the angle. Oh, he can't even believe it. He can't even believe it.
I mean, the money's still so good for Loud. EDG is on the ropes as you could possibly fathom.
Kong pushing through, the cascade falls to Tuiz.
I mean, an aggressive attempt at a play.
Oh, no.
Aspas just getting another kill. And this might be the final verse of the EDG song for the year as Aspas continues to hunt for blood. 4 kills now.
Spike planted.
Chichu just has to sit back and watch.
Chichu now in this impossible 1-on-5, and there you go, the Prime Gaming flawless by Loud. And you could just feel now just all of the air just sucked out of this room. That 1-on-2 that Aspas won. No timeouts in the bank here for EDG.
How does that judge work from that distance, by the way?
The judge can do some silly things.
Yeah, it certainly was that.
The veteran in-game leader hyping up his team, yelling across the stage, and this is where EDG absolutely need to win this round. Kong with the op on this B site. It has been the weak point for the team.
That's big out from Kong.
He's going for more.
Oh,
he hit him.
Oh, he did. You're right. Oh, and the second time is the death blow. Turning the flash as Kawanzin punches back.
Chichu now up close in garage. This will be Trailblaze. I'm fairly certain Kawanzin Trailblaze this. He has a lot to do here.
You're right. Oh, but Kong is there to help. He's already gotten 3 on the round. Blades online for the next. This would be such a ridiculous comeback if they can pull it off. But for now, a round at a time, EDG gets 7.
It's a common saying, Doug, round by round. And that's exactly what EDG has to be telling themselves right now. They get no more words from Coach after. This is all on the players now. They're going to need a lot more from their star players. This off round by Kang's exactly what they needed to get back into this game. I don't think we've seen a C-Plow like this before, Doug. This is going to be a banging round. Look at the setup from the Omen. The Reckoning will certainly be used on this take. This is a very difficult hold, but with the breach here, this is very possible.
Well, it's just the fault line, but you're right. The Reckoning invested. Howdom going aggressive. He pushes into the smoke.
No way, no way, no way.
Slipping. Loud, no idea of what just hit him. Unreal!
A Prime Gaming flawless! They get the Reckoning out of Loud! And just like that, they are absolutely storming back into this game.
The money, though, that Loud have, you see it on your screen right now very quickly. I'm sure we're going to see a replay. There's still so much depth. They've created such a nest egg that they can take a couple of these shots from EDG and still be standing. But honestly, what I just saw in their faces shows that they aren't even thinking about that.
No.
They're not worried about what's on the other side. They're not worried about the money that Loud have amassed. All of a sudden, a spark of hope.
Honkai now on this long angle. They're gonna challenge the Cascade yet again. The dart gets a ping and nobody is here.
Aspas has already fallen.
No.
Calentine and Les on the counter.
I've got your trail.
That flash was so good. Now Seeker's used. Does Smoggy invest the Rolling Thunder here?
Does he do it? It's no one is even there.
Oh my gosh.
Dog gets wasted.
Much like the Reckoning in the previous round.
The Cypher setup on B, on C, lets them know what's happening in this area, but the cam will go down right now. Sadak has entered Garage.
Oh, and I love this. I love this pivot back from Loud. With Sadak's presence being found in C, they commit back to A.
In an Omen Breach setup, though, Doug, this is very unlikely to be checked.
You have to clear Smoggy here.
This is very unlikely to be cleared.
No paranoia. Just
He's
the
blind.
flash. Oh my gosh, Smoggy!
Spike down.
Smoggy gets 3! Another disaster for Loud. Sadak has to clutch it back by himself. Can he do so? The leader, the veteran for Loud.
30 seconds left.
Already the recipient of hardware, but he cannot commit this time around.
Smoggy! Can you believe it?
No.
What is that hold? What is that hold? Unreal. Look at this play from the corner. I don't know how he gets the third. Whips into the dark cover. Takes out Tui's. And closes it out with the fourth cover. Man, my teammates are pretty good. Holy. We absolutely have a game here. And the timeout coming from Fraud here. This is the final timeout from these coaches. After does also get the chance to talk with his team right now. Honestly, he has to be congratulating them on keeping this game alive. The Hunter's Fury on nobody is really nothing to be messed with here on this defensive half. It is great at stalling out plants. Loud has not done a very good job of breaking all this Cypher util, and truthfully, one of the few weaknesses they've found is on the B side. And I think at this point, EDG is very aware. I would love to know what Fraud is saying right now in this timeout. We've seen earlier on in this tournament them take the gloves off and take dry fights. And it worked in spades. But can you do that against a team like EDG?
I don't know, especially with Kong having the op.
There.
You mentioned the Hunter's Fury a couple of moments ago. For nobody, that's in play, and this time the op is mid. And it's not just that. I mean, Haodong is here, Chi-Chu's close by.
Doug, nobody is on this site with this Sova ult. It looks like it could be fake pressure, but I will warn you, if this site is lost with this Viper's Pit against the Harbor Viper, the retake, the chances of a win for EDG at that moment plummet. The chances of winning a round with that Viper Pit on this A site, and that's what Loud's aiming to do right now. I think Loud right now are very scared of an aggression across this map. They don't know what to expect right now from EDG. The dart clears long right now, gets no info. It's broken by Aspas after a couple pings. You can see that's kind of confusing Chi-Chu. He's leaning towards this A site. It's looking like we're going into that B pop here, and Kong is here.
End of the op. He's been here the whole time. He was patient at the beginning. The crosshair jiggling, and Calentine destroys him. So dependent on that, and it finds no value. Can the rest of EDG deliver? Tui's gets a spike down. Nobody investing the Hunter's Fury. Tui's falls, but they're gonna have to get through the pit. Is there an additional flank? No. It's all gonna be a flood out onto the site. The paranoia is good to at least get Aspas, but Smoggy falls. Aspas looking to deal with him, and he can't. Nobody on the counter. Les still playing from far back. Sadak still with the pit up. All of the onus on EDG right now as Kalazine has gotten 3. Chichu, the 4th. He's so weak, he's gonna fall. Haodong on the flank, and there's nothing found. Loud stay alive. They get to series point.
And Loud absolutely silence this EDG comeback. Huge round by Cowanzy, taking out the star player. And he, of all people, the young initiator onto this team. Joined after Champions last year, filling the shoes of someone like Saucy. Insane round from Cowanzy right there. Topping the scoreboard when like Les and Aspas are right behind him. Loud now going back into this A default. The dart again, getting a lot of value here for EDG.
That's becoming so troublesome, and we've seen the punish a couple of times, but not this time around.
Doug, I think they're going to take the gloves off and walk up dry here. This is a Loud-esque play. Is Concon going to be aware of this? They are ready to fight. They are ready to brawl.
It's quiet.
4 players in the most ridiculous high-low I have ever seen.
Smoggy has his fault line back. Up in the hands of Concon. Remember, Cowanzy destroyed him in the previous round. Spotted now. Has to dash away. Do they go fast off this? Concon on the reaggress! And this time it's Sadak! The op is down!
The cascade blocks the vision of nobody. Both initiators on this A site have it all to do.
Blinded.
Flash confirming some info. Smoggy, what was that from Smoggy?
He's got the ult!
And that's, I mean, there's nowhere for them to go.
23 seconds, the Omen blind is here.
Look at where the spike is, man! It's out of reach! There's no way for them to scoop it up! What a play from Smoggy!
10 seconds left.
I mean, the 3K effectively secured the round, but the Rolling Thunder was just icing on the cake.
This A site just seems owned by Smoggy right now. The plays coming out of this man deep into this game. Their tournament lives on the line. After their star offer falls like this to Sadak, holding the tightest angle. Look at this.
30 seconds left.
So steady. So cold. Another massive round. 4 of the last 5 going in favor of EDG.
Kong's gonna push short right now, Doug. This fault line's coming in. He's up.
He's past it, but he's so weak. Oh, they don't know! Again, the dart and the flash! EDG's utility combo into A main is so good, and they're finally punishing Loud for it.
Loud is so persistent. They continue at this A site. Can they take it?
Smoggy once more. Sadak falls. Aspas and less. A 2v4 to potentially stifle this comeback from EDG. Smoggy on the restep. Stays alive. There's the paranoia. Aspas falls. That's another 2. Going down. EDG still alive.
Just swapping in the fusion
This
cells.
dart in A lobby. What is it made out of?
Dude, there's no way they go back.
How can they not break this dart?
It's like a ticking time bomb, though. How many times have we talked about it? There's got to be a combo that they're using with the dart, because you see it now. All 3 of them were flashed.
Oh my God, incredible initiator, Yuto, coming out of EDG. And they laid the trap all half long, and at the least expecting time, Konkang pushes up short A. Loud now retreating back into this middle of the map default. Early garage control, the dog comes out. The trip is already broken. Oh
again.
no.
Again. Can magic happen once
What?
more? Oh my gosh, but he didn't
not get
clear it.
Your trail.
Such a heavy investment. Life on the line to get the lockdown down.
Oh.
They've lost
Doug, this is the reckoning coming online for Tui. He's waiting for this flood. The orb is down spawn, the cove is in garage. this is where Loud close out games.
Is this it? Are these the final touches on an outrageous series? Valentine on the swing, he's gotten 3 on the round. Smoggy only gets 1. Loud defend the throne. They take down EDG in the rematch and advance.
And they are so elated. That took everything out of Loud. The Harbor Viper finally coming into play again. This team proved they can literally beat anyone with this comp. They're currently only running it here on Haven. I don't think EDG has seen a style like that, so you have to give them credit for how close this game was.
What a fight, bro.
What a fight that was.
EDG, an outrageous performance, pushing Loud to the most extreme possible limits. And it's an unfortunate goodbye. But Loud, I mean, talk about taking a hit in the chin and still being standing when all is said and done.
This Loud team is special, Doug. They are a special team. I think a lot of people doubted them coming into Champions. They lost that opening game to DRX, and they have bounced off of rock bottom like a rocket.
I mean, again, we've got to talk about their performance at Tokyo and all of the questions around this roster. And then you start off this series, as you were saying, you go, what the heck happened to Loud? Where have they gone?
Well, they're back.
They're back.
They are back, and they are really ready to make a run in the lowers.
Again, defending world champs, still in the tournament. They've still got to fight in this thing. We're going to throw it down to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Thank you very much, you guys. What a series that was, and what a way for Loud to be able to hang on, and most importantly, Mimi, close it out before OT.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible game. It looked like Loud was going to be able to just hold on cleanly after that first half with this Harbor Viper comp, but they get so tested there by EDG. But still, closing things out, a chance to defend the title, a chance to go on another run, but unfortunately, that means EDG going home in the most tragic fashion, a round away.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking again. This is a team that has come so close to their own goals and objectives at these global events, and they just cannot get it over that tiny finish line. Multiple times now this has happened, and yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves over this entire situation. Just one step away, realistically, coming down to that final round. I cannot believe how close it was, but credit to them for pushing Loud when they've been in this championship form. I think I have to give an immense amount of credit to EDG. They've come here at this event when I would argue, I think that the competition has only increased since Tokyo, and they are still putting up the similar performance. I think that has to be respected. They're not going to think about that right now, but they hopefully will reflect upon this tournament and think, yeah, the competition was elevated so much more. So many more teams came online, and we still managed to put up a fight to some of the best of the best.
And this is the tournament where I think we really showed that it wasn't just Kong. It was Smoggy bringing them back into overtime. Yeah. It was Howdong continuing to improve as an IGL. Every event these guys attend. It was a great run from them. But still, I think this is another moment where you have to start believing in Loud. You can't underestimate these guys. They won last year for a reason, and it looks like it's the same narrative again. You nearly win the first tournament, you bomb out of the second, and you come back so strong at Champions. If the script repeats itself, we could have a back-to-back championship winner.
Yeah, we've never seen it before. I feel like this year has been about record breaking. You know, we saw the first team to do back-to-back, so why not have a defending champion here as well? And speaking of Loud, let's send it down to the stage. Paperthin is standing by with Tui's for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. I am standing here with Tui's of Loud, just coming off of their 2-1 victory over EDG. First of all, big congrats, my man. A great match here today. But I want to start off with the very first map, Bind. EDG comes out with something completely unexpected. You've got Kong on Reyna, something he's never played in an official match before. Did you guys expect this, and how were you able to try and adapt to it as the map went on?
Então, primeiramente, parabéns pela vitória, foi jogo incrível. A gente quer saber, o Kankan trouxe a Reina num embate pela primeira vez oficialmente ali. Vocês esperavam ele trazer esse tipo de composição, esse tipo de gente?
Acho que esperar a Reina a gente não esperava, a gente esperava que seria um Chamber, mas ele acabou vindo com a Reina. Ele surpreendeu bastante a gente em picks e avanços, então ele soube aproveitar muito bem da gente. Foi difícil a Bind, umas adaptações ali, a gente tomou muitos picks, mas foi um mapa da hora, foi pequenos detalhes que resolveram o mapa.
So yes, we didn't expect him to come up with Reina, and he was able to take some victories here and there that got them on the upper hand. Overall, the game was really good, very tight in order to be decided in just small things.
Sure, absolutely. A tough matchup for sure. Next, over to Haven. I want to ask you about the Harbor Viper comp, especially since you're a Harbor player on that map. It's something EDG has actually never played against on that map before. You know, what is it about this comp that works so well for Loud?
Então, agora a gente vai falar sobre a composição Harbor Viper que vocês trouxeram e talvez tenha surpreendido eles. O que você acha que dá tão bem, especialmente para você sendo um Harbor player?
Eu acho que a comp é uma comp com muita sinergia nossa, é um conforto, a gente tem bastante conforto nela e também a gente sabe desenvolver bastante rounds, fazer umas plays juntas, sabe? Então, acho que é mais isso, conforto.
Overall, I would say it's a very comfortable composition for her. There's a lot of synergy between the agents, so it's a very comfortable position for us in order to play well.
Awesome, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay, last question. Next up, you're gonna face either DRX, who beat you in the group stage, or Loud, or Fnatic, who beat you at lock-in. Who do you expect to win out of that match, and who do you think you will be facing at the Kia Forum on Thursday?
Agora no Kia Forum vocês vão estar ou enfrentando a DRX, que pegou vocês logo de primeira, ou a Fnatic. Quem você espera que vai passar para a próxima vez para enfrentar vocês no Kia Forum?
Eu acho que vai ser um jogo muito difícil, vai ser uma batalha de titãs e acho que dá uns 2-1 Fnatic. Acho que vai dar Fnatic, mas eu acho que vai ser 3 mapas muito pegados, porque os dois times são muito fortes.
Overall, I believe we're going to be like a Titan clash, where I believe the Fnatic would have the upper hand, perhaps a 2-1, but it's going to be for sure a very tight match.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tuis. Congrats again. A great match here today, and we're looking forward to seeing you on Thursday at the Kia Forum. Well, that's going to do it for us for now, guys. We will be back shortly with DRX versus Fnatic. Don't go anywhere.
This is for a shot at that top 4 for Loud, a chance to defend their title, but for EDG it will be uncharted territory. But both teams didn't fight and claw their way just for their journey to end here.
You see that Lear come through the wall from Hookah, getting first, but less! Less gets best with 13 seconds left, and it all falls on to Chichu. He gets the first, the second is there! Exact spot.
One way at the corner.
He's, oh my gosh.
Oh, he
just
not
disrespects it, bro. One way subsides. It's a no-scope. There are 2 of them. And of course, it's Kong. Who else? Oh, dire strangers. Kawanzin drops out on. The rotations are coming through. Kawanzin, 15 HP. Sunk into the soil of the site. Kawanzin with 4. Kawanzin pull it off. Yes, he can. The ace for Loud. Sending a shiver down their spine. There's the swing out. Smoggy getting the best of less. Loud in a position to take us to OT, and they've got Aspas and Kawanzin corralled. There's nowhere for them to go.
Oh my goodness. What a map from EDG. I can't believe it.
The push, and it's not going to be by utility, it's going to be by the Odin. Kong already dropped, looking for the swing on the second. He's flashed, he's dead, and Kawanzin's already gotten a third. This spam is just so oppressive, Sean.
They didn't break the darts. And
that very well could be their demise. Aspas is here as well. He's going for the third. The shorty connects, but Howdong punches back. Less 1v2. Oh, and they didn't double swing. They didn't double swing at all, but it's okay. And there are a lot of members weak on the side of Loud, but the crossfire setup that they have is just so devastating. Even if you drop a couple, there are layers to Loud setup. Loud dominate EDG on their map pick and take us to Haven. EDG looking to get the spike down and should succeed as Kong gets another. What? That's all of them. That's a 4K for the star. That flash should have hit everyone. I mean, it should just be open season on members of EDG, and that's exactly what it is. Tuis gets the third. Kong, Smoggy getting it to half, and there it is. He found the timing.
Oh no.
Aspas, can he do it? Dashes forward. Oh my gosh. Aspas, the Red Bull clutch. No paranoia. Just the flash. Oh my gosh,
Smoggy!
Nobody on the counter. Les still playing from far back. Sonic still with the pit up. All of the onus on EDG right now as Kawanzin has gotten 3. Howdong on the flank, and there's nothing found. Loud defend the throne. They take down EDG in the rematch and advance.
バロラント冬の陣千秋楽誇りをかけた戦いを
What a clutch from Celsius!
その目で見届けろ
What is that from Stella?
世界との取り組み幕開く両国国技館にて開催
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalusia.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Headspace, switching my headspace. Same pace, going fast paced. Those carefree days are gone, nothing on my mind. It's been way too long. Those moments are gone, it's been years. I got nothing on my mind. Carefree, same old me. Stuck in a cycle, I'm falling deep. Carefree, same old me. Stuck in a cycle, I'm falling deep. One place again and again. Say space, going the wrong way. I can't understand it, lost inside my head, and I can't comprehend it. Seems there's no way to it. Those carefree days are gone, nothing on my mind. It's been way too long. Those moments are gone, it's been years. I got nothing on my mind. Carefree, same old me. Stuck in a cycle, I'm falling deep. Carefree, same old me. Stuck in a cycle, I'm falling deep.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions. There's just one spot left in the top 4, and it will come down to DRX and Fnatic. I'm your host, Yingsu. I've got Mimi and Bren back with me. Yes, just one spot left. There's not, I feel like all of the teams left could, like you guys said, take a trophy. But between Fnatic and DRX, I feel like the narrative, Bren, it's all there, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I mean, it's set up, isn't it? I mean, you've got the rematch potential from when we saw Fnatic going down and, you know, having that rebuild process. It was DRX FNX were the team that actually took them down as well. But I am looking so forward to the series overall as well. I just want to see if DRX have corrected some of the common mistakes actually as well to stand a chance, because, I mean, ever since Fnatic has got down to the lower, it just feels like, again, a demon has been unleashed in the lower bracket, and no one really stands a chance. That's what it's felt like to me, because Fnatic are that team that you just think and expect them still to be making a good run for the grand finals.
And we've heard from the players on Fnatic, they're saying that it doesn't matter to us that we're in the lower bracket. We're glad we lost. We learned from that experience and are taking that to go and try and win this third trophy. So it's a really brutal matchup here for DRX, but they have beaten Fnatic in the past.
Yeah, and speaking of that lower bracket, this is exactly what happened at Champions 2022. Fnatic, they lose against Exa, they drop to the lowest. DRX, they drop a little bit later, and they actually, Mimi, send Fnatic home, and this was the end of the old Fnatic. They ended their roster, essentially.
I feel like this is where two paths diverged. It was DRX finally breaking the 5th-6th curse, making it into a top 4, eventually ending top 3 at that tournament. And it was Fnatic being the team who was always looking for that first trophy, failing at it again towards the final yard. It was the closest that they got in 2022, but they took this loss and they became the super team we know today because of it. They gutted their roster, they picked up probably the 2 best supportive players you possibly could in Chronicle and Leo, and the rest is history. They win 2 trophies.
The piece that we saw earlier today as well, just to build on that, of Chronicle saying, I watched Fnatic lose last time to DRX. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And like, that is just the most ice-cold thing to possibly say heading into this. But yeah, DRX also, you know, no strangers essentially to go on these lower bracket runs, but it's always ended in a bit of, you know, tragedy for this team, I would say. They've broken past their own, you know, the glass ceiling, which is trying to make that top 4 spot. Typically, it was 5 to 6, but since then, they haven't really been able to aim for a top title spot and being a contender, you know, for a grand finals run, for example.
Yeah, they haven't indeed. But maybe history could repeat itself today. Let's send it down to Paperthin for a quick word with Fnatic's IGL Boaster.
All right, let's see if we can grab Boaster here for a quick interview, my man. What's up? How you doing today? First of all, DRX is the team that eliminated you from Champions in 2022. You've got a rematch coming up here again today. What's the mentality and approach to make sure that that doesn't happen again?
We're not going to underestimate them, obviously. They've beaten us in the past, but we're Fnatic and we're here to win this whole event. And if it's a lower bracket grind, it's a lower bracket grind. Everyone's going to be scared of us, hopefully, so we'll see. We're coming.
All right, good luck today. And that is Fnatic's Boaster. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much. I think he's hit the nail on the head there. Even when they dropped to the lowest, you heard players like Boostio and a few others still giving them a lot of kudos, Mimi. A lot of other players, they still feel like Fnatic could make a run, even though they didn't look very good against Loud.
I don't think it's just that people feel like they could. I think it's a lot of people still expect them to win this tournament, to still go on a run. After all, at the end of the day, they are Fnatic, but they have shown weakness this tournament. They've looked shaky in a few maps. In particular, I think this Ascent versus Loud. Their attacking side, a lot of times not clearing angles when they're going for these market splits, making little mistakes in their coordination that is so unusual for this team.
Yeah, exactly. I do think that, you know, Fnatic have shown signs that they can bleed, you can kill them, you can, you know, bring down this juggernaut team, and it comes down to those maps, which is Ascent and Haven as 2 examples. Now, don't get me wrong, a shaky map pool for Fnatic is still a very good one when you look at other teams, right? Because they're still more than serviceable, they can still pack a punch, but it's not a dominant map. They can lose on them, and what I want to see today from DRX is no more trolling, Termy. I don't know if you're listening, but man, we're going to be locking you up unless you target these bans, because DRX did not do that against EG. They let Fracture completely open. It's the best map for EG. Ended up losing on it in a close fashion, and then it was just curtains from that point on in the entire series. I need to see DRX using this map pool advantage this time around. I need to see evidence that they've done their homework and they know exactly which direction to shove this map pool into.
I'm all for dooming on Termy and some of the map choices that DRX have made, because I think they have been pretty troll, especially that EG series. But I also think that those are weaker spots for Fnatic, but it's in no way going to be an easy map or a gimme at all. Because Fnatic, if there's one thing we know about them, it's learning from these losses. It's improving those maps where they've shown weakness, and we've seen them be so strong on Haven, on Ascent in the past. They actually have a lot of faith that this is the team that is going to actually fixate on those maps and have much stronger solutions into the matchup today, which even though those gaps can be seen, it's a question of can you exploit exploit them, or has Fnatic fixed them?
Yeah, as you guys were alluding to it, against EG, DRX left Fracture open. EG, of course, hopped on it straight away, and it ended up being a little bit catastrophic for them. But the question is today, I know you want Termi to kind of tidy up the choices, but what should he be taken away from Fnatic?
Well, I think Fnatic still have some very, very good maps across the board, but Lotus, I think, was a bit of a fluke in terms of them losing it to Loud. And given how poorly DRX played on it, you can see in their matchup against EG, just from that graphic alone, I mean, they got dominated on Lotus the other day. I would like to see them remove Lotus. I think that's a good option for them, but there are plenty of other choices. I just want to see them funnel it in a direction that forces Fnatic to play on either, Bind is one that, we haven't really seen too much playtime for Fnatic. I think Bind could be a good option. I think Haven and Ascent could also be good options. I want to see it go into that direction for them to actually have a solid chance here today, because outside of that, it is still Fnatic being the favorites, I would say, in this matchup against DRX.
In particular, I think Ascent would be a great target for DRX in this veto. It's always been one of their best maps where their coordination is on point. And for Fnatic, it's one that even when they've been at their best, they haven't had to play it a ton. And well, they're of course good at it. They're the best team in the world. They still, I think, have some weaknesses that it's very possible for DRX to exploit.
Yeah, DRX did that back last year, 2022. They beat Fnatic on Ascent, and the rest was history. But we do have a little bit of an update because Mako is back on stage today. He is here. Although I felt like the last game we saw him, he was a little bit tilted and getting quite emotional there.
Yeah, we were seeing the passion brought out, I think, I think it was Seth who said, the gentle giant getting a bit angry during his cast, because normally I feel like Mako, he's such a consistent rock for this team in terms of his own individual performances. You're always going to get good showcases out of him, but it wasn't there in the series the other day. But now he's out of isolation. Hopefully that eases a bit of the frustration, I think, as well. You can actually get a bit of that sense of team camaraderie when you're up on the stage and you can stare at each other. Yes, we don't have a crowd because of biblical weather conditions that are occurring in LA, but I think it will make a big difference for Mako. I think as well, just him being there with the rest of his team, and hopefully that uptick in his own personal performance, because you're going to need it when you're playing against a team like Fnatic.
Yeah, remember how long this DRX roster has been together. They fought through that 5th, 6th curse. They made their way past it at Champions. If they could do that again here, I think having everyone in person, having the team synergy, remembering that you've made that achievement before, and just being in a good mental position, not getting overly focused on the fact that Fnatic has won 2 trophies, that they're the best team in the world. You have to think back that you've done it before, that this is possible for DRX.
Yeah, and that starts from the map. Vetoes, you guys mentioned it. Termi needs to get a win here right out the bat. In fact, he's ready right now with Coach Mini, so let's see where we're going to be heading.
All right, DRX will be higher seed for this match since they came from the upper bracket. So Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Fnatic, you will be Team A. And we will start with your first ban.
Pearl.
Pearl, your first ban.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus. And map number 1 from Fnatic.
Bind.
Bind. Side on Bind.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2?
Pick Haven.
Haven. And side on Haven.
Are you thinking?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think.
Attack. Okay, and next set of bans, starting with Fnatic, you have Ascent, Fracture, and Split.
Ban the bottom one? Yeah?
Yeah.
Ban Ascent.
They ban Ascent. So your ban, you have Fracture and Split.
Ban Fracture.
Ban Fracture. So map number 3 will be Split. Fnatic side on Split. Attack. Okay, let's run back through this. First set of bans, we have Fnatic with Pearl, DRX with Lotus. Map number 1 is Bind with DRX on defense. Map number 2 is Haven with Fnatic on attack. Next set of bans were Ascent and Fracture. Map number 3, Decider, is Split with Fnatic on attack. Good. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
Fnatic. DRX.
DRX, They were the ones to send Fnatic home back at Champs 2022, but this is the EMEA Super Team. They built this roster precisely to defy expectations in moments like these.
And the expectation is now greatness. 2 trophies already lifted this year. Everyone expects them to win at Champions, but there's only 1 slot remaining at the Shrine. And DRX, they're a team that have defied their barriers before. Last year at Champions, like you're mentioning, they upset Fnatic, they break through. If they could achieve something similar today, they would make history yet again.
Well, the important question is, Brent, how satisfied are you with Termi's choices for today? Do you like the map, Paul?
I'm quite satisfied, I would say. I think, yeah, I mean, they ban out Lotus, which makes a ton of sense to me because I think Fnatic losing it was a bit of a fluke. Loud were magnificent on that map. I think that they came into it with tons of good ideas, and honestly, it was a bit of an off day for Fnatic. Removing that makes a lot of sense to me, especially given how poor it was for DRX, and they managed to get Haven in there as well. I think Haven is going to be a massive, massive point of contention as a map when we get to that second point as well, just to see if DRX can take it, because that is really where it's going to be the bread and butter of the series, if they can go the distance.
For me, questions are still flying around this first map of Bind. Fnatic have not had to play this in a long time. Didn't lock it in once at Tokyo, haven't played it thus far at Champions. It was all the way back in EMEA the last time we saw them on this map. Back then, they were running a Raze, Sky, Cypher, Viper, Brim composition, which a lot of teams have stuck with as being fairly meta. But as we've already seen today, there's a lot of innovation around Bind. I think it's the map with the most variety in compositions. So there's a chance here for Fnatic to make a change and surprise DRX.
Well, let's take a look and see if they do, because we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Fnatic always been strong on this map, and they make a change with Alpha moving from Cypher to Chamber. And of course, Durka was the one that played the majority of Chamber on this match for them.
I am loving this with the form that Althea has been in. It is red hot. He's making me look like a fool every time they play, and I do not care, because listen, I'll eat my words every day of the week. When Althea is putting up numbers like he is, put him on a roll like Chamber, where he's going to be able to absolutely take these fights. And DRX, they've gone for the Eurocomp again. I think this didn't show as much thought as well, so as many reps when I saw them pull this out initially at this tournament, but maybe they have added on to what we've already seen existingly.
If he can keep his form and Fnatic goes on to make a deep run to win this tournament, I think there's a very real discussion around Alpha being the best player in the world. His performance has just been absurd at the tournament thus far. For DRX though, the questions are, how are you going to shut down that Chamber? I think that more revolves around the defensive half, but on attack too, there's a lot you can do with this agent. Holding down extremities, playing 4-1s where the Chamber is solo set up towards B. DRX, this is the moment where they're going to have to adapt, dig deep against the best team in the world if they want to stay in Champions.
Yeah, as we remember from before, when Durka played this map, he used to call on the defense. They gave him the responsibility on the Chamber to dictate how they play. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing with Alpha here, and how it's going to work out. Our teams are ready, and it's time to kick off our final match at the Shrine. Here to cast this one is Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, Analyst Desk. And yes, the atmosphere in here is indeed electric. Mike's turned up in Fnatic colors. It's all gone off script.
Reddit's kicking off today. Big time.
Reddit's having a field day. I'm meant to be the biased one, not him. However, we do actually have a cracking matchup in front of us, don't we?
And seeing Alpha come out on the Chamber is such an exciting prospect to get our teeth into Bind here. Somebody who's... You put it the same way as when you see Demon 1 go onto the Astor, to the Brimstone. It's like, what would this guy look like if you unleash him? Because Cypher was kind of the cornerstone of what Fnatic have achieved the last few months on Bind here to counter, you know, slow plays around Vipers and whatnot. So this is definitely what I've got my eyes on. That's not even to mention the Yoru on the other side.
The Yoru's there,
Less
by
of
the
a
way.
surprise,
By the way. But hey, it's still there, and it's definitely caught our eyes. But as we go forward, maybe we start seeing that depth of what Fnatic may have. Obviously, we've seen them throughout this tournament being tested more than maybe some expected. And DRX, yes, we know the curse of them hitting that marker in these tournaments and always just faltering. But maybe this time it's different.
Looks like this is the score that's destined to be settled at Champs as well. So the last two head-to-head sets. That actually does open up onto Durka here. Able to slip away. I'll be cautious towards long. We'll probably hear the orb being retrieved here. Boaster.
Oh, he's got a chance at that.
No ping on the minimap, so I don't actually believe Marco's...
I don't think you've seen him.
No. Oh. That's a big indicator to find Alpha on the other side. Again, expected position, but Boaster trying to slip in there's caught.
Yeah, so this is now being quite telling. You're seeing a lot of what Fnatic were trying to keep subtle. Leo having a little bit of a look. Fnatic getting a little bit closer. This is going to need someone to deliver them
30
2,
seconds
maybe even
left.
3 here. And Marco's position is lovely. And keep in mind, he has support in there too. Buzz actually dedicated towards Shower. So the map quite small for Fnatic. Hard to break back in here. If they can get the plant, they at least get a little bit of comfort.
Ooh, the spam's good,
It's
but
off,
it
it's
doesn't
off, it's
actually.
off. Okay, plant. All right. 3v5 post plant. Chronicle took a fair crack of damage through that though, and a lovely pop flash. He eats a fair bit of himself, but for Chronicle he ate more. So now down to the 2. Fuse started, first connected, but a trade. So it's all on Leo. And he is a marvel, but this is a lot to achieve with 8 bullets left in this, and no real need to stop that defuse. DRX, great start. Now, having a chat kind of before this game, Mike, they were kind of discussing the mentality for DRX coming into this, and I had the opportunity to see him walking in as well.
Yeah,
And
this is
no
really
pressure.
interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting to hear that. I mean, it comes straight from Kangyang, right?
Yeah.
There's kind of, we're going to go out, we're going to play fast, we're going to play loose. And,
Go aggressive,
and try
here
and
and
catch
there, yep.
Fnatic off guard, which is
There's
an
some-
objective. Well, it's an objective in itself, but with being kind of disappointed in DRX the last couple of events.
Yeah.
In terms, I guess, of that historical pedigree.
Of course.
Then I'm actually here to see it. If they do want to switch things up, obviously this composition on Bind in particular, definitely a catalyst to try and achieve that.
And again, I think we've kind of discussed this till, you know, we're sick. It's just, it's like you can't beat Fnatic by playing traditional Valorant, I feel. I don't think there's many teams, if any, who can. You have to play something out of the ordinary. And that's why all of us are very excited with the idea of like Paper X facing off against them, someone who's very aggressive. And I don't think it's a bad concept for DRX to toy with. As it stands though, being quite patient about this.
You get tagged up, though. We'll find Boaster. The paint shell, follow-up headshot, Marco.
Clean.
Closing the door on shore, but Leo slipped through the smoke, still finds it.
Player standing.
Okay, that's one.
Spike down.
Should be able to get
A.
that rifle back, and they have found Alpha. Good start for DRX here. Second round, nice and clean. Bulldogs kept in check, so no financial losses. I'll be happy with that one. Now we see the first real challenge after the pistol.
DRX going to be bringing in 4 Bulldogs here. Marco will see where he settles. It's pretty well invested nonetheless. 2 away from the orbital strike. It's about the only ult progress to write home about. You know, I guess the counterpart for that, 3 off the Seekers. Fnatic going to maybe slow things down a little bit for their first buy round. Proactivity here for DRX though. Stax looking to get very aggressive.
Again, kind of holding true to what we were discussing, that this is something they want to toy with, play with, try and attempt. Dirk is having none of it though. He's dealt with Stax very quickly. Didn't quite get the timing to catch the second, but success elsewhere. And Alpha, the Wonder Kid, for a reason, gonna find 2. That's huge value.
Down to 56 HP though. Probably going to wait for a regroup here to get healed. It's just Zest and RB. Try and recover something. I mean, at this point, some damage, sure, but it's going to be difficult for either of them to really prevent the plant. Actually, unless RB stays here.
It could be a real nuisance. They've got to be aware of it. Yeah. Doubling down on it too.
Player standing.
Headshot made, but still falls. Boaster, less than comfortable, but this round is. Fnatic answer back perfectly. A Prime Gaming flawless here in the third. 5 rifles remain, and making, I guess, no real mistakes there.
Yeah, Stax is desperate to try and find an open here.
I like the idea.
It's so crispy. And towards Showers. Marco one away from the orbital strike now. Again, in this round, we're looking at some of the key ultimates, but Alpha doesn't necessarily need the tour de force just yet. So the rifle coming through. 1 away from the Seekers for Leo, though. He'll find himself a kill to kick things off here. DRX starting with 3-man towards B, and it looks like Fnatic might actually step the pace up a little bit.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of a gear shift. Not completely, but you can see the pressure that Marco's under with this sort of sight hit. Dirk is already above, so looking to maybe isolate Buzz. Does, oh, the timing. Oh, and he doesn't get punished on it. That's just, seems outrageous that Dirk gets away with that. Caught with the pain shell in hand, but Buzz couldn't do much about it. But there's bodies here. DRX pulling everyone over. 3 now present on the site, and 1 on that long route around the back lines.
Nobody's going to be stuck behind the trap for a little while. They're going to try and TP past it. Should be out of earshot as well, but Fnatic still trying to fight. Yeah, Alpha responds with 2. Zest will find Leo. Comes down to a 2v2 now.
And with that lack of presence coming out from RB, they're questioning the flank, and Alpha rightly has already turned. Yes, Zest is deep on the site, but you can see how safe they're playing. Trying to find that last... Oh, come on, Alpha! Such a nasty player mechanically, seeing that in full force here. Zest now taking space, but flipped sides.
30 seconds
28 seconds. Can he find Boaster? Yes. He's got to know Alpha was somewhat nearby. And he gets him. Fabulous work from Zest. Back in the game.
A 4K and the Red Bull clutch to close things out here as Fnatic. He said Durka able to lead the charge here, unpunished initially. You know, he was spotted and awful timing for the paint shell to come out, but course correction from DRX. Alpha just spots him at the last second. You can hear a little bit of confusion actually as to where Alpha was still residing there. With that HP, very, very audacious for him to be pushing up. Tour de Force online now. Seekers available for Fnatic, and on the other side, Orbital Strike.
Buzz.
And the pits, yeah.
Buzz is holding his breath, trying to just suck it in, just hope he doesn't get spotted. And he doesn't, but it's a similar look, right? We saw this before. But Buzz willing to maybe challenge on the cross of this wall. A little bit of a hop up, but look who's waiting on the other side. So a nice little exchange here. Pop flash through the TP. Buzz does find Alpha, so that's Tour de Force gone. Big pick up from RB. This is beautiful work from DRX. Zero fear, taking all the fights. And yeah, Durka standing tall on his tower, but does Buzz fall for it again? He does! Found for a second time. And it's Durka and Chronicle. Both in a similar position here. Hard to clear this backside, but Durka, always clean, but not clean enough now. Down to Chronicle. Tough situation, and yeah, beautiful from Marco. Very, very just dug in positions, kept composed, but I've got to be honest here. DRX are playing very good Valorant.
They are, yeah. And Fnatic are kind of testing the waters here. Wow.
Where's
testing the waters initially towards A, maybe to force an extra player across here, with something in mind towards B side. That's a little awkward to see Alpha tied up in that sort of engagement, especially with the Tour de Force.
And I was going to say, even just in the round before this, you know, Zest having a great start here. I think he was sitting on maybe 7-2 at that point. I don't think he was the one involved in this, but Marco springing up the board, and great to see Marco back out on stage, obviously. Totally different today. Keep in mind, the
out of the echo chamber.
Yeah, yes. And into another somewhat isolated arena.
Yes.
But, you know, the 7 fans are here. They're mostly crew. But still, at this point, I'm looking at kind of the fact that we're seeing Marco looking happy, confident, because keep in mind, he was the one who was slamming the desk. Happy. He was he was furious, and you don't see that from Marco.
And it's tough to be the one kind of, I guess, outside of this environment, away from the atmosphere of the team as well. And obviously, I mean, there were other issues in that series.
Yes, yes.
We won't go into now, but
no.
Definitely, probably feeling rejuvenated internally for DRX today. And absolutely necessary versus an opponent like Fnatic.
Oh, yeah.
But already off to a flying start in my eyes, Lauren. 4-1.
For a better beginning. This is dreamy stuff. You've kept Durka relatively calm. You've got Alpha under the thumb. You're not having Boaster clutching up. A couple of those key things that had been working really nicely for Fnatic. Not quite kicking in yet, but it's still Fnatic. They get wiggle room. We give them a bit of time. They have depth. They've had a mini timeout. Let's see the value in this as DRX instantly back to the aggression.
I love this on the back of the timeout.
So disruptive, but Chronicle's so aware, and he follows up as well. Finding RB, putting up a massive man advantage here for Fnatic.
I do love being proactive, but got a little lazy on approach.
Toxins going up.
Fnatic don't make moves on the back of it, still awaiting further aggression. I think Marco to hold down the fort here. Does have his ultimate, but a 3v5, they're going to need some sort of damage or a kill to make that feasible. The pings on the minimap here. Leo obviously pinging out that he's going to be dogging up towards Hookah. Spike not committed just yet. 55 seconds left on the clock. Fnatic still looking to plant seeds.
Marco's position is making me wildly anxious, but maybe to try and deal with this sort of play. We've seen Fnatic trying to creep off this. Oh my God,
further.
Marco, that's mental. He's sitting on the other side of this. He's the only one here. The other two are on the flank. And how long does he wait? How patient is this?
Oh.
It's connected. He knows the flash connected, but he's done everything! Everything you could ask for! And Stacks in the back gonna get Alpha down. It's all on Chronicle. He's got his ult though, and that should keep him safe for the plant. What can Stacks do? He's got the dog, he's got 2 flashes, and he's quick to this. He wants to find out where Chronicle is. Can't quite connect on the dog, and the slow gets invested. He's gonna try and buy as much time. And Chronicle be such a king in these moments.
Does he wrap all the way back into the backside of this ultimate?
Oh, he doesn't catch it.
Yes, dropped.
So that's quite telling. Stacks is just a couple of steps behind though, and that flash shows where he is, but he still thinks he might be in towards... Wait, he's still paranoid about it. He hasn't even thought about it. Chronicle hasn't stopped walking. Patient the whole time. Through, turn, fight! He gets the tag, down at 20, and Stacks needs to close this gap. He's got to get to him, and he does! DRX! And I've got to say, Marco being masterful, but the time...
Yeah, he's just
he's
got it.
got it. He's...
Oh. Wow.
He's got it.
What a round from Stacks. What a round from Marco before that as well.
Shifting up to that smoke, just sitting on the other side, and the flash catching doesn't give it away. You could see Leo thinking something's weird, that what's gone on to be able to connect that flash. But he still did so well.
Absolute heroics from the 2 power players of DRX. Get themselves a 5-1 lead here on Bind.
This is...
And just to come back to that same point, you said playing with no pressure and stuff today. It's not often you see Marco in kind of these high-risk, high-reward situations. Usually a solid backline player. Yeah, he's the safe pair of hands. So it's key, actually, if it's going to throw off some of the... Oh, Wabi actually trying to get into the TP, but... Yeah, if it throws off some of Fnatic's, I guess, expected protocols, then that could be a concern. I mean, it already is a concern.
At 5-1, it definitely is. And they're trying something out with, obviously, this chamber coming in that they don't have massive amounts of reps on. Maybe not finding as much comfort as they'd like in that, but obviously DRX on a switch up too, but making it look much better for them here. And now we do see Durka with the ult. Gonna have the Guardian out. Chronicle has very little. Coming in, Frenzy for Boaster, Stinger for Leo, and the kind of hero rifle for Alpha. The late flash is revealing that Fnatic's intention is creeping towards B long here. Gorgeous from Buzz. Gives Alpha the haircut and slips away. Pop flash and pop on through. Zest and Stacks. Look at this aggression from DRX. I love it. The re-aggress through the wall, not being afraid to take these challenges. And it's hard to do that against Fnatic. We gave the credit to the likes of Billy for this sort of aggression, to EDG for these sort of aggressive looks that they brought out here. But all of them would have fumbled against Fnatic as Billy did. But be able to do it here for DRX, this is a lovely addition to their playbook.
And it's really well coordinated as well. We were able to construct some of these pieces on the fly. Chronicle just going to get this up. 10 seconds left, obviously.
Yeah.
No chance of fighting back in here, because look at the left side of the screen. Ultimates aplenty here for DRX. Fnatic obviously coming in with a lesser purchase.
God, this is so impressive. It's just not, I think you rightly highlighted it just a couple of rounds ago, but the traditional protocol list of trying to play DRX doesn't really include this often. You're not keeping that very much at the forefront of your mind. Now, can Fnatic handle it? Absolutely. But it's a different challenge.
Well, also, to take this as an example on Bind, when we did see this composition previously, there wasn't an awful lot of proactivity. It was still very DRX-esque. There was no desperation. There was no kind of pin everything on one opening engagement and hope that we can kind of snowball rounds through that. Well, proactivity is the name of the game. Here, Chronicle, sharp to it. We'll deal with the showstopper. Buzz removed right off the rip.
But he wasn't alone in this. They were creeping up. Now, the map's looking kind of curiously divided, isn't it? Because they've taken over that A space, even though they did lose a player for it, so they can't stick around too long. And you do have Alpha kind of clearing that a little bit deeper, trying to keep a little bit of a track on the back of Showers. But Fnatic need to re-clear this now, because aggression comes in and it slows down the clock. You can't play hyper late executes because of this. It will hinder you on time. Now, with the re-clear coming out from DRX towards short, they're having a little look down towards B. They could catch some godly timing. But look at Leo, waiting and actually receives. So he notes the play, he notes the intention, but does he even estimate there could be 2 players here?
Obviously, feel the presence here or not. Stacks flashing this.
It is. And he's all alone, but he's still got value. He's just taking a brawl. Marco still somewhat unchecked on here.
Ultimate, though, so if he can stand up to the test of Alpha yet.
It's only a little pocket to play
Yeah.
in.
30 seconds left.
It should be expiring about now as well, so the wall will drop.
Zest is in support. There's the ult. Burst comes in. Site gets taken. Zest still stands. Cross gets watched. Marco gets the punish. And where was Alpha in this? Maybe delayed, maybe late. But it gives Marco a second lease of life. And now to the 3v3. Look at the time. Trying to re-clear this. All that stall. All of this work from DRX has stopped Fnatic in their tracks. Spike's loose on the site. This round is wraps. And DRX are doing everything that they need to against Fnatic.
What a beautiful split with the orbital strike kit. And then the layers as well, the snakebite comes through, the molly's there. There's no chance of anybody swinging on to complement Alpha's position, who, I don't know if he's just very, very paranoid of a hookah stack or something, but there was no pressure onto the backside of Marco. He shoots Durka in the back of the head. And this is on the back of, don't get me wrong, the orbital strike splitting things, but
he's pulling an Aspas.
the timing just,
back.
the timing's just a little bit off there.
Wow. I do want to eventually play the game of guess when Fnatic win or lose a round just off of Mini's reaction. At this point, though, we're going to have the ults being cycled through for DRX. They've noted one. And Alpha's not loving that. He actually bests RB. Oh, but Boss! They're so confident, but they're not fighting alone. This isn't individual challenges. They're being very comprehensive in this.
But the way DRX are playing so far, you take these trades every day of the week. If you're going to approach the defense like this on Bind, sure, you're happy with that. Especially to remove a lot of information in terms of Alpha yet, lurking outside showers, controlling both entrances to A's site. It's going to be awkward. I was going to say, if Durka doesn't get spotted by the Trailblazer, but...
Is it enough to pull a rotation over, or are they still happy leaving Marco here? Fnatic haven't fully committed. They're trying to maybe pick up the pace a bit here because they ran out of time basically in that last round. So here you can see them trying to work a little bit earlier towards it. Chronicle could be the challenge for Marco. Not for the last round's impact, he has to be aware of the chance of this. They want to get him gone. And this time they succeed. Chronicle takes him down and isolates one on the site. It's just Stacks. One flash to play with, eats that. He's trying to slip ahead. He's trying to be in an unexpected angle here.
This
Cubby.
Oh,
not again! Stacks! This is madness! Pop flash and he lives! Supports the spike is down as well! Durka and Leo will be furious about this. With 20 seconds, what are they meant to do now? So one of the best in the game, known for their roles, but right now, they have recovered the spike. It's the small silver lining. The Zest is closing in. It's not like they have safety here. Leo's going to be just melting away. Durka on the defense. Leo looking vulnerable, but he still stands. Durka defending this with everything he's got. And now Leo on the site, and Stacks has a look. Can he find Leo first? He's looking for him. He's not being given much, but a pixel was all it took.
Plant's not good for Durka.
It's certainly not, and the fake flash gives Stacks the angle. Gets the cross, and now he gets started toying with him. Teasing, and he gets him! Stacks with an audacious, outstanding round. We're seeing that aggression. We're seeing that re-aggress time and time again.
Another position that's just so unorthodox.
He played up to that.
I'll be honest, Marco, the exception to the rule. Stacks, occasionally he'll be in a spot like this, but it's another situation where Fnatic are just completely blindsided by aggression ahead of a site execute.
And this is, I love seeing it though. We saw it on Long not too... We saw it on Long like not too long ago, right? That pop flash through the wall, the re-aggress towards it. Fnatic are facing a team who aren't afraid of them. And we haven't seen that for a minute, and there's reason why, but DRX are giving them no quarter.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
Small adjustments, but you can see the massive value they've garnered here in the first half of Bind. Fnatic's map pick, nonetheless.
God.
And we're looking at an 8-1 scoreline, a second mini timeout in round 10.
You don't see those often.
Nope.
You do not see them often. Wow. This feels a little surreal, if I'm honest. We're sat in an empty venue, near on empty. Audience, you've done very well. Coaches and staff, appreciate you.
There's somebody waving at us in a Fnatic jersey.
There we go. The Fnatic fans are all together. That's good. Yeah, well, maybe we'll find them by the bar soon at this point.
That's this side.
Yeah, that side. Yeah. That's also lights out. It's very strange in here. I hope we get a little crowd shot at some point. The jib cam operator's there like, Jesus. So coming. But the operator is in hand. But it does feel a little, it feels very surreal to be seeing this scoreline in this environment. It just feels bizarre, but it's so well done.
I mean, the concern is coming out of that timeout, the response is, hey guys, we need to kind of slow down and control a little more, because it's been the same default pretty much time and time again.
And look
Maybe
who's in the smoke.
expecting RB here.
Pop flash! Does he go? Second time, he does, and the flash is fantastic, and so's the spray. Zero threat, zero trade, he's out of there.
It's just another situation where it's a solo mission from RB. Leo flashed into another dimension, and it's 2 kills in favor of DRX. And this is a scenario where if they can continue to get aggressive on the extremity, even just isolating one person,
sure.
I'm not saying it should be Alpha. Again, he's stood up to the test a couple of times, been traded out previously by Buzz, sure, but this is another thing where here, ahead of the 60-second mark, Boast is shaking his head and we're on a save.
I mean, this could we potentially see just Boast as POV if possible? I'm kind of interested if he's doing, not a tactical timeout, yes, as a kind of mid-round timeout. As it stands, just kind of going through it. Hand off the kit. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, absolutely. So
30 seconds
if you're kind of wondering, again, you used to see, especially in other games, you know, the French teams do this. A lot of other teams would do this. You take basically a timeout in a round that's basically cooked, right? They have 3 weapons to come into play with, and they need to kind of further that discussion on that Mini just had, maybe build it through, because once again, they've been put off kilter by a smoke play.
10 seconds left.
You know, very confident space, very high risk, high reward. But
I mean, even
I say that, it's not even high risk particularly, because it's Yoru.
Even when you think back to the kind of the flash and dash that, you know, Vision Strikers themselves trademarked, they kind of embraced that themselves. You didn't see plays like this. It wasn't flashing out of smokes. It wasn't. It wasn't that sort of aggression. It was drilled set pieces.
Leo.
Like I said, Leo's spraying towards heaven on split, just somewhere completely different. But yeah, this is a completely different sort of aggression that we're seeing from DRX. It's unorthodox. They're not necessarily a very unorthodox team.
No, they're not.
We always credit the structure and how well coordinated they are on set pieces, and this is what I think is throwing Fnatic aloof.
But I absolutely love the fact that it is still quite well crafted. And now you're going to be wanting to be anti-flash if you're Alpha. I'm slipping away. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, they've done it again! Every time there's a wall, a smoke, anything, go anti-flash, please, because DRX are walking through all of this. And now they get to sit back in a 5v4. They've taken away Alpha. Fortunately, at least the operator gets to be kept in hand, but Boaster now has to be the one to try and wield it and slowly take space towards Shower.
But it's so rare that we actually see this. Like,
look at Marco. Oh,
for a moment, I think the rifle just sticking into the poison orb.
This is better. Chronicle trying to challenge on it, but RB's here. Now the Seeker's going to come down, reveal there's still a lurk in play. We're going to have the ult coming through as well. Buzz going to buy a second. Exactly, they couldn't capitalize on the space they may have just earned. Seeker lazily making its way through, and it's Boaster still looking for an opportunity. Doesn't clear close, and Buzz gets what he wants.
That's the spike. Look at the minimap.
No one can do anything. Dirk has got a sight. Brilliant. He's got to get to the other side of the map with 35 seconds. He can't give too much away. And look at Zest.
30 seconds
with
left.
Alpha down, it unlocked the map, and Leo is surrounded. Can't escape. And this man can make miracles happen, but this round won't be the one.
This is not going to be it, no. And just to come back to a point I was about to make, that it's so rare you actually see Fnatic fail to respond to what's going on across the map time and time again. This default hasn't really stood up to the test of DRX's aggression. All they're doing is they're spinning the wheel, picking an extremity, and fighting for it. Yeah. The only time we've really seen them get shut down was the double swing on short. After the timeout, and Chronicle found 2 headshots, that was it.
Last round.
We haven't seen Fnatic stack up as 2 and actually fight for some space. They've been set up outside it. We haven't actually seen them have the opportunity to engage. And then you see, again, you can't fault Chronicle in this position, but somebody has to make a hero play, which isn't Fnatic's strong point.
No.
That's not what we usually look towards them.
No, we don't go, oh, love that individual aspect of Fnatic is normally that machine, right? It's all of it coming together.
The well-oiled machine, yeah.
Absolutely, and this is the first time I'm seeing them challenged in this sort of way, and it's not gonna, again, the flash gives Buzz the angle. Look at this. Counter flash comes in, turns it, can't get back in time. First time they've really got an opening pick here to create a chance. But again, look at the scoreline. At this point, 10-1. You're trying to maybe put together anything you can, but nice upgrade for Durka there.
Launching
a couple of ults as well to play with.
I mean, you're right. This does just feel like a GG go defense.
Yeah.
And hope for the best, really. Fnatic still don't commit behind that pick. Cautious of any further stack here.
And it's a rare day I'm seeing all these players in these positions. Leo, 3-9, bizarre. It's just so strange, but Marco's immovable. They still don't have any access to the site. The spike's down once again, and they're struggling. Stack's trying to support over towards Shower, and DRX just close in and absolutely decimate Fnatic. Alpha, last one alive, hunted down. DRX with a new lease of life. 11-1 on the half.
Switching sides.
Just caught a little bit of frustration on stage as well. It's actually Durka to be the one trying to calm everybody down here. Keep their heads in the game, but it's a tall order with that scoreline. 11-1. Absolutely unprecedented.
Yeah, this is truly out of realm of like any expectation I had for this. I wanted a close game, a close affair, but this reinvention of DRX has completely derailed Fnatic.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Just ult.
The little mini montage, I'll let him have that. This has been outstanding as a half, something that certainly caught almost all of us off guard. I cannot imagine a single person who expected this.
It doesn't really affect us that we are in lower bracket. It's just like almost the same right now as lock-in. You need to win 5 matches in a row and you will be the winner. We can just do it with the same approach. We just need to go one by one. We will see in the next matches how we will play for the fans. As always, we love you all. Thank you everyone who is supporting us. I mean, it really matters. We love everyone who is supporting us in Champions also. I love you all. See you in the next match.
Still don't know what world we're living in here, Mike, because, as said, I want to give all the credit in the world for DRX reinventing themselves after another. I mean, honestly, let's roll back to the EG game, for example. You know, roll back to where you want to. The pick was awful. The veto was awful.
The veto was borderline hint.
It was a shocker.
Yeah.
It was a shocker. And that loss wasn't a pretty one, if I'm honest. It was not a nice loss. It's not one you come away with going, brilliant, we've learned something. No, it was nasty. And I can't stress enough how much credit I want to give to DRX for reinventing themselves here in this scenario. It feels like, keep in mind, they've often faltered here, right? This has always been that last stop for them. They've never really been able to push
Yeah, they always hit that choke threshold. They basically get to a point where it's like, yeah, we've kind of blown our steam throughout the first stages of a tournament. And how many times are we talking about DRX? This is the event. This is the event where they can carry through the momentum.
This might just be the one. One round for Fnatic.
You come into this cursed lower bracket, and you open up versus Fnatic in an 11-1 scoreline on their map pick. Have I woken up yet today?
It doesn't feel like it.
So we're in a fever dream.
We've had ridiculous weather and then also an earthquake. Maybe something's got a little topsy-turvy here, but it's so good to watch. I think any fans of Valorant will love seeing this because you get to see what you can do when you reinvent a couple of aspects of your team. A couple of different looks here, a little bit of a pace change here and there, a confidence upgrade. We're seeing this kind of freedom to DRX we do not see at this point. Normally that pressure mounts, and to do it against Fnatic, I mean, come on. Now we go back in. Can Fnatic make a game out of this? As always, it starts with one round. We have a 4-1 stack.
There's going to be one member of DRX Zest here to try and create a little bit of pressure. Alpha will be put in a position to feel the heat here. The TP comes through. Zest can get behind it. Chronicle actually catches him. Marco with the response onto Alpha, though. It's a 4v4.
So they're going to have the site, right? So plants in, time's on their side, a little bit of kit left on Marco to reinvest a smoke. Where's he going for? CT, it looks like. And up towards Hookah. That's where the pressure's coming from. It's going to be a late presence from Durka. That could be essential. Look at him as well.
Still got good utility from Durka. Probably in. Yeah, Stax is going to figure it out with the flash.
Big. Timing on that is huge. but they can't overcommit to just dealing with Durka. Everyone else is on the other side of the map here, and it's clean enough for Stacks. They can turn their attention elsewhere. Great trade for Marco. Swings out after Leo punishes Buzz. Opens up long, but RB's there. Oh, the catch on this cross. Marco working those trades, working that angle perfectly.
Match point.
And that's map point already in round 14 for DRX. I said another situation where sure you can hope for the best at the side switch, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Obviously, we will see the investment come through from Fnatic here. You'll try and get something done with Stingers, maybe a Spectre here and there. But there's very little to pin your hopes to right now. DRX looking to seal the deal here on map 1.
And Alpha not finding much there. Well, he found a lot, but he didn't find what he wanted, which would have been the kill. The space now being filled already. Look at Buzz. Straight down to business. RB already going to find Durka. Is down to 4. Most is here, yes. Maybe the Molly could dissuade the plant at least by a couple of seconds. They just jump! And so does Boaster. Big shot towards RB. Bring it back down to a 4v4, but this is not comfortable at all.
Difficult as well in terms of the weaponry here. Boaster only a Sheriff in hand. Alpha only got the headhunter.
Smoke down.
The next point of contact is Stacks, pressured a little deeper, but Buzz with the judge causing massive problems right now.
Fnatic need to start kind of building back towards this noted. No one on the defuse, but Boaster doing the heroics if he has to. Takes down Marco and looks for that next player to come through that smoke.
The vulnerable!
The tap, it's huge! Oh, and Stacks got Leo! Alpha's there! Boaster's falling, it's all on Alpha! A 1v2, and the time is not on his side! History is being rewritten today with a scoreline like that. 13-1. DRX besting Fnatic on map 1.
I'm at an absolute loss for words. What a performance from DRX to come out swinging like that.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line. And that price is guaranteed for 3 years. All on the network we can count on. It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'm sorry, trying to make it touch the all that did me wrong. I'm fucking trying, that's all I can show. But you made me so close. I'm guiding, crying to some stupid show. Trying to let you go, yeah, I'm so white from what you know. It's so why did I follow you, the side of you the wrong way? Then why did I talk to you, the things I do to get you out? I'm all alone and I'm broken through my heartbeat now. Why did you hurt me so down well? So down well, so down well. Why did you hurt me so down well? So down well. me so down.
And what's up, everybody? Paper Thin here with DRX's coach Termi after a big win on map 1 here against Fnatic. Termi, I want to ask you, off of a short rest, you guys come out here and dominate on map number 1. You know, what did it take to come through here and take this map away from Fnatic?
어제 저희가 소극적으로 플레이하면서 무너지는 모습을 보면서 선수한테 오늘은 좀 잃을 거 없다는 마인드로 공격적으로 플레이하자라고 주문을 했고 그런 것들이 선수들이 수행을 너무 잘해준 것 같아서 좀 생각보다 너무 쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
I think yesterday we were playing too passive and that cost us that win. So coming in today, I just told the players, you know, let's be in that mindset where we got nothing to lose. It's either we do this or go home. So I asked them to be more proactive, more aggressive, and I guess, you know, that explains the 13-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much for your time, Termi, and good luck the rest of the way. Interview 감사합니다. All right, we'll send it on back.
Oh, you can't ask for a better start for DRX than that. As Termi said there, Brandon Mimi, welcome back, by the way, that he asked his players to be more aggressive, more proactive, and you got to give it to him. They did everything right on that defense side.
13-1, they're playing Fnatic. It's the tied most dominant map of the event thus far, and it's against the team that's won both trophies thus far this year, the team that is looking like the best team in the world. It's insane. And talk of aggression, talk of proactivity. The DRX players looked like a completely new beast in this one. RB going for solo plays down long, double flashing out. They're just so confident.
I have been loving what I've been seeing from DRX because not only have they, again, kind of drifted this map pool in a direction that works for them as well, but it is that proactivity, like Termi was saying. Look at these little pockets that they're finding themselves in over and over again. Stacks in this instance as well. It's a slow play by Fnatic that was punished so consistently. They didn't really play fast at all. The slow spread out defaults, where there was just pockets of play that Mako found himself in, Stacks found himself in, sometimes over-aggressing a little bit, going for a 1-for-1 trade, but it didn't matter. The rest of the team was firing off on all cylinders and keeping Fnatic in check. And that's coupled with the fact that Fnatic, despite finding themselves in multiple first kill advantages, they weren't able to convert it again because it was that proactivity of DRX, again, just vacuuming up whatever space they could find on the other side of the section of the map, whatever. It doesn't matter about the advantages. They were completely derailing it away from Fnatic. This was pure domination, and I am loving what we're seeing, honestly, because out of all the top 6 teams, you know, we were saying there's so many storylines, all these teams have really leveled up for this event. DRX were one team at the back of my mind, maybe EDG as well, where I was thinking, okay, maybe they really can do it. Maybe they haven't shown as much strength. This is a fantastic sign. Honestly, signs of life from DRX. They can potentially really be a massive heavy hitter even deeper into this tournament. They have put Fnatic on the verge of being knocked out in a lower bracket.
Again,
It's unthinkable. It's honestly unthinkable that that is the case here up against DRX. Not only is it a win, it's the worst map loss Fnatic has ever suffered in this iteration. So an incredible moment here for DRX. They have to be feeling on top of the world. And if they can continue that energy through, sure, you're Fnatic. Sure, you've come back from crazy things before, that 11-3 to win lock-in. But no matter who you are, it's so hard to recover from a map like that.
Yeah, it is. And especially, you know, Mako being back on stage as well. We talked about how he was a little bit more emotional when he was playing from isolation, but my God, this man, he's one of the best controllers in the world. We keep saying that for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, you can just feel how much better he's playing. I don't know if it's a stage or what, but it is a complete turnaround. It's a 180 from the other day. And when Mako's playing well, there's so much less emphasis being placed on the rest of his team to really turn up and shoulder the responsibility of turning up. Because Mako is normally so damn consistent, but when you've got Mako popping off, Zest popping off, Stax is making ridiculous plays, Arby's double flashing out of smokes as well. Everything is coming online right now for DRX, and they are dominating. I mean, if they can carry it forwards into Haven, I've seen Fnatic, they've been doing a little stretches and they're warming up, trying to get the mental reset going as well. And I've previously said with Fnatic, you know, listen, you've never quite been tested like this before when they've been down, and they did prove me wrong then. They were able to actually bring it all the way back. They're going to have to do the same again right here.
It seems impossible that they are in that position again. For DRX, though, these guys, it's been so long together. You think they were one of the first best teams back in Korea years ago. They've never really been a contender internationally. They've always been here. They've always done well. They broke through last year in Champions 2022 by beating Fnatic, by making it to the top 3. If they could do that again against a Fnatic in even better form, that would be wild. But now it's this question of how can Fnatic avoid that history happening again? How can they change for map number 2?
Yeah, of course. Mini, we saw a lot of frustration from him as well from map 1. So I'm looking forward to this one and see what Mini had to say ahead of map 2.
And I'm here with Fnatic's coach, Mini. Now, Mini, bit of a rough start here on Vine. Coming into this next map, man, how do you bounce back from a loss like this against a team like DRX?
I mean, we lost 12-1, so it's pretty easy because it's like, it wasn't even close. So it's like, you know, if it was a close game where like we struggled all the way through, then like maybe it would be harder. But I think it was such an easy, just, you know, versus got no kills.
yeah, gotcha. All right, we'll just, you know, GG go next, right?
Easy, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, man. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll send it on back to you.
Talk about laughing through the pain. Mini had more smiles and laughs there than the entirety of him being in the coach room throughout these games. But we are going to head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select now for Haven. Of course, Mimi, this was DRX's map pick.
It was, and it's a map that DRX has always been excellent on. They play the basic composition, the Breach Sova here, or excuse me, they used to play that one, but they actually did pick up this Viper composition recently, which I feel has looked really good. Zest in particular coming in now as the full-time 5th member of this DRX roster. He's really comfortable in this role. It's great on their defensive side to use for flood retakes and also to help them deny extremity control against the default comp, which Fnatic is running here.
Yeah, this comp really tests your ability to be able to read it. I feel like a bit of a broken record because I was talking about this just a moment ago with EDG playing against Loud in terms of the Viper, the double war comp, but it's the same things apply. I mean, Fnatic really need to be on top of the ball when it comes to playing against this composition. It allows you to take slow map control. Now, DRX are on the defense side first, so we'll see how this gets played out as well, but really this could, I mean, it all hinges essentially on Haven. I think this map is a good one for DRX. I think that Fnatic have looked shaky over this tournament on this map. It's still not a horrible map for them. There's definite chances for them to really battle back, but this could be the last we see of Fnatic this year.
If you look last year, everybody remembers Loud, the team that won it all at the end. You think back to the first 2 Masters tournament. Who won those? Who was the team? What was their legacy? It's not the same. Fnatic has had a fantastic year, but if they go out like this, if they end their run early at Champions, it might just be all people remember.
Well, they've been here before. Last year, they were knocked out by DRX in the exact same fashion. So hopefully, Pansy and Hypok history will not repeat itself.
But we'll find out, won't we? Mike, this does feel out of the ordinary. Yes. However, we're in map 2, right? Have they been able to mentally reset? Has Fnatic been able to reinvigorate from map 1?
And this is the question. I mean, Boaster and Durka, players that historically have been forged through failures, right? And they come in with the super roster. They deliver this year so far. With elimination here on the line, can they channel their inner strength to answer back on Haven? Again, thinking back to the historical strong point actually for that Vision Strikers roster, we don't see a similar composition here with the Viper coming in. But I'm very nervous. A map loss, sure, but a 13-1.
Oh yeah. That's the real caveat to this, isn't it? It's how it got there. But big info there for Zest. At least going to note a player on top. Not sure how many spotted, but it should ring the dinner bell to get over towards B. 2 players are in response as Dirk is going to take towards the site.
Spam going through. Stacks lucky to be alive. That's 10 HP, but full 5v5 as the spike will be planted. Now Swarm set up and Fnatic already looking to disengage here, leave Dirk posted up.
Let's see how they deal with that pressure in middle. This is where they want to clear from. Swing needs to come in, but the spacing's a little uncomfortable there. Buzz could not adjust in time. Boaster finds a good shot, and now Fnatic just digging their heels in. They're not getting the success here for DRX in middle that they wanted. A little bit of damage, yes, but now down to 2. Marco and Zest, what do you have to work with here? Zest has a whole lot apparently, and now it's all on Boaster. Can he buy the time?
Yeah.
Pulled away, perfectly played. Running out of pressure, seconds in, down to 28. I don't think they've got a chance. Boaster secures Fnatic their first.
Red Bull clutch in the pistol round to get themselves on the board. That one slipping through DRX's fingers.
Came down to the back line though.
It
didn't
really did, yeah, with the Nano Swarms going down so early as well. It felt like it took an eternity for DRX to really pin down any single member of Fnatic and find a kill. And a sigh of relief. Frustration on the face of Marco. Well, yeah, speaking of relief,
Jesus,
his eyes roll back into the back of his head.
Oh, I just want permanent mini cam. I can't help it. Again, aggression though. Boaster picking up where he left off from the last. Already nice amount of impact here. Going to catch that backline pressure from the C site. As Fnatic take towards A. Boaster, another opportunity and another kill. Fantastic from him. Eventually overwhelmed, but he's done lovely work.
And Alpha and Leo stacked up towards Sewer here. Imagine DRX is going to try and hold. Find an exit or 2 if they can. The wall actually really awkward for Alpha. Zest actually takes a tag as well.
Player standing.
There we go, lovely. Good stability now for Fnatic. 4 stand. Making out with what really is the lion's share of the purchase anyway. They still keep the Vandal, the Guardian, the Bulldog. They'll be happy enough with that. The first fight back now from DRX coming into this, well, bonus for Fnatic and the first real buy for DRX.
And the question now that should be answered is, what approach do we see? Do we see the same sort of ferocious approach to the defense on Haven that we did on Bind? Well, DRX want to potentially test Fnatic even further. Let's go towards Zest, an adjustment of the Viper wall. He's over towards C right now. Durka quickly into sewers.
Oh!
Wow. Zest rewarded on the other side of things immediately when we get closer.
Scout destroyed.
No smokes here.
Yeah, that's an issue. They're going to stall out here, going to depend a little bit more on, I guess, just raw aim and openings and hoping that you find that value. Very hard to slip late game without those smokes. Maybe looking to fold back to that B pressure. Marco's the one on this. And that nice little angle over the top there is going to be rewarded by taking down Leo. Now, yes, Alpha's crept closer, but what sort of mayhem can this man cause? Still going to be checked on, so they know the position. And Alpha, paranoia. Yep, that's found him. Marco, so diligent in holding this.
It's just rock solid.
That's the backbone we're talking about. The more standardized Marco, where he'll get you 2 very critical kills. But now the map just doesn't feel safe at all for the remainder of Fnatic, down to Durka and Chronicle.
I'll be playing contact inside double doors here.
Just one enemy
Rewarded,
remaining.
that's a spike in hand.
Spike down
Durka.
mid. 30 seconds
Chance
left.
to maybe get a constellation in the form of an orb. But with 25 seconds left, a Bulldog in hand and a 1v5.
Yeah.
The timing as well. Force through. Now just 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
See if even he's able to mop up anybody from DRX here.
Yeah. No one's on the site, so gets to creep around the back a bit, but no real chance of an upgrade. Close. Oh, didn't get it. Okay, so bonus not going to be converted. They did have, I think Chronicle at least had the rifle as well, so there's some little bits and pieces they would have probably liked to be able to kind of do impact with, but not to be. So DRX first posted. No big ults here for them to depend on. We do have that divide early for Boaster after that fan. I mean, phenomenal start from him. He really leading the way for them. I do want to see Durka get into this matchup as well. He was quite absent on map 1. Well, I mean, most of them.
Well,
were
yeah,
absent.
I don't think many of them were present,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Oh, paranoia. No follow-up.
The early exchange of utility will force out the drone as well from Leo. Can't find anything in terms of information, but we'll clear some space. Spike not committed just yet, so this feels like a little bit of a probe from Fnatic. Alpha trying to catch somebody getting curious in mid.
But I like this adjustment as well. Buzz playing it a little bit differently, but he won't be rewarded the way Marco was.
Distracted by the shock dart coming through to bounce. Beautiful timing from Alpha. But Fnatic immediately regrouping outside A.
So DRX.
Weird that they shift walk back into A lobby and then it feels like there's a counter call to come back once again. Because they were 4 in lobby here with Spike.
Yeah.
And an audible has been called.
And I don't know what if it's really off the back of. Zest is trying to backfill towards B. This is probably the light. Oh
my god.
That was so quick. That's Durka gone. How can Zest live? It's looking unlikely. The spam's there. They've got him. But the support's there as well. RB couldn't quite be clean on the first, but Stacks waits to pull the trigger. Spots out another. RB now played in. It's Boaster and Leo, and this has suddenly gone chaotic. Look at Leo at the back. He's got to defend, and he does. Keeps Boaster safe. Popping down some smokes, trying to create themselves some avenues of safety, but Marco leans on in. Again, critical value, and it's all on Leo. Back of the side. Backbone of the team.
Never give up. Absolute madness. You put him in a cage and he keeps on swinging. What a round from Leo. And a must need in that situation as well.
Watch it back. Because this was, it was looking like a, DRX coming in, they're clearing everyone up, they've divided and conquered, but this man refusing to go down.
Man.
Nice. Good job, Leo. Yeah, they need a bit of that.
Yeah.
They need a little bit more of that as well. Okay, let's see if they can keep it going now, Fnatic. They've given themselves a nice little springboard forward, a confidence builder, but not something you want to depend upon. Leo's not going to bail you out every round, and it's not what we normally credit Fnatic for. Can DRX still be a nuisance, still with a very good buy here. Operator is in hand for Buzz.
Yeah. See, getting closer and closer to some ultimates. Proactivity from Buzz. He's getting very curious down C-Long. They did find Boaster there previously, but the wall, again, adjusted on the side of Zest, kind of enables this to happen. See the pings coming through, Fnatic trying to set up towards A site. Problem being, coming up against a Killjoy and a Viper. There's so much utility to stall. Flash goes through. Actually misses, but Stack still finds Alpha. That's the green light. Fnatic have to push towards A now.
Yeah, but nothing's really affecting them on the site. They're still able to hold these positions. Don't think they cleared the close corner, but they might be aware of his chance. But look at Zest fighting ahead, stalled out again. Fnatic finding it hard to make any sort of impact towards the site. Boaster finally succeeds. Zest goes down, but look at the bodies here. DRX putting life on the line. Backline is being filled as well by Buzz. He will be there. There is no escaping from Fnatic now. They are forced into this situation. RB checked on, yes, but still standing. And Stacks has his back.
Try and double swing onto this, but amounts to nothing. RB and Marco to clean up. DRX find their second. And this was a similar sort of approach we saw on Bind. Prioritize finding somebody, the solo player in the default from Fnatic. Removing that. And already, I mean, it's a solo mission. Yeah, Buzz is elsewhere on the map, but so quickly are they there to stall out an A hit. They're ready for that to be the immediate pivot from Fnatic. The util goes up, the snakebite slows down any push from long, and they can just post up towards short.
Ults here for Fnatic, and obviously on the other side for DRX, but the purchase remaining far healthier for the DRX squad.
The pings imply a fast B piece.
They've been having a little bit of success here, so maybe not, going back to it isn't a bad idea, but the counter seeker's going to come out, the counter paranoia, and look at the slowdown on this. Durka's in, but to what sort of value? Zest's going to be isolated now, vulnerable swing. Durka's got him, gets to keep his life too. Spam works, it takes down stacks, and a couple of upgrades now available. Sight is theirs.
This will be difficult for DRX to break back through here. Cosmic Divide to close off a link here.
Spike planted.
The help command always
gets
me a little bit. Ooh. Oh. Leo shifts back a little bit.
I think this should just be a save, honestly,
Yep.
with the operator. Looking healthy in terms of the finances behind this. Have to concede a fourth to Fnatic. And we see Fnatic rely on a similar sort of execution repeatedly on the pistol round here.
Yep.
But on a buy round, it never usually amounts to 2 kills on top of that. Traditionally, concede this, especially with a Rolling Thunder here. I mean, B-site is a no-go in terms of holding it when that ultimate is available.
Okay, Fnatic are carving a lead for themselves. And it feels fragile still. I feel like, yes, this B hit's working, but there will eventually be a downside to it, and it's very hard to keep finding that repetition of success. And the rest of the map isn't looking as good. I mean, you're getting great value out of Durka here. Everyone's kind of firing up. The ult, yes, as well. Plenty invested into it, but still, I don't want to just see Fnatic depend on this. They're going to force DRX to have to respect it, yes. But where do Fnatic then lean towards off the back of it? They have to find another viable option.
Right there.
Buzz hasn't necessarily been rewarded too much with this operator.
Oh!
Well, he heard
There's
me.
the reward.
He heard me.
Gonna claim Durka for his own and control towards C-Long. They're gonna be drifting away from this till they go back to another B hit.
I think these sorts of rounds where DRX find a free first blood and there's kind of 10 to 15 seconds after it haven't suited Fnatic on map 1.
Oh, a pixel. Buzz. His opportunities are going to start dwindling, though. They're going to lose a little bit of that burst power, though, because Durka's the one who's been clearing the back line. Going to make it harder to find that.
Not ready yet. They don't actually follow through here, so.
But also look at the push-up from Stacks.
Yeah.
They can't... Oh, no, it's just Chronicle on his own.
If they split 3-1 here and Chronicle loses the spike, we saw this situation a couple of times on Bind. Chronicle has to find this kill, Lauren.
He's trying to clear. He's clearing really, really diligently, and he gets it. Takes down Stacks now. Marco knows he's in danger. Going to try and put up his defenses, put down a couple of smokes, trying to keep himself safe and secure. But you can already see the sight is being closed in on Marco, clearing up with one. And Buzz dives in, and now it's on Leo. Still standing. Can he get them another? Can he give them one more round as well?
have the spike.
He's got the spike, and he's got 20 seconds to play with. Long is not going to be safe. RB is going to fill that space.
Round, but will he be able to slip away here?
No!
Zest just catches Leo glancing elsewhere. DRX will find their third. It's a situation where, if you just look at that from kind of
bird's eye perspective sort of deal.
DRX is so well equipped with pushing players up time and time again on extremities to catch early information. Even here, I mentioned on Vine where it's like the way they're playing, going for these one-for-one trades actually is favoring them.
It's
which
really...
isn't something you typically say about the defensive side on any map.
No, absolutely, and it's quite nice to see Buzz being... I just want to listen to Minnie. But because I'm not used to seeing Buzz being that kind of combat operator player. Normally quite a safe pair of hands. He'll get you what his normal work. He'll play that out, but seeing him here being quite aggressive, again, kind of re-aggressing towards the site as soon as Marco got traded. He's right there. We're seeing Buzz like really putting life on it, and I love seeing it.
Those are the situations where it's almost like DRX are happy to give up stacks in a deep position to obviously obtain the information. Marco, do what you can, go one for one, sure. You never then usually see DRX throwing bodies to pre-take a site or prevent a spike from going down. They're usually coordinating for a retake.
Well, that was what they were notorious for, especially on this map. They were one of the most diligent teams at that. So seeing that variety, that depth coming in here, that small adjustment, it's working really well. And Minnie deciding now's the time to try and get a grip back on this game, feeling the last couple of rounds a little too contested, and you can see it there on the timeline. I mean, it has been back and forth. But my issue is that Fnatic aren't finding comfort on these sites. They're still having such a scrap on it here. for DRX, I mean, they're living in Fnatic's head rent-free at this point after map 1. You can see it already. The way they're playing, as soon as they start toying with that idea of that mid kind of pre-take aggression or mid-round aggression, it's going to start bringing back nightmares for Fnatic.
Without a star, I can't pulling them in.
Both are trying to coordinate a little bit of a fake over towards A. But again, look at the minimap. Marco not respecting the utility whatsoever with a deep smoke. He's proactively clearing this space.
I love this. Other side of the map too. We haven't seen this side being as kind of pressured, but here's the, I mean, maybe the adjustment from Fnatic, looking to try and take garage control, utilize the lockdown. That does force a couple of players into a really uncomfortable spot. The ult from Zest there.
Yeah, this is going to prevent the spike from coming down comfortably just yet.
Oh, but can he survive?
Under pressure.
Go, 5 HP, 5
what?
HP. He's still standing. How's he alive? Hey, I think he knows the Dirk is above him, or at least he looked that way. He's managed to keep himself standing. 5 HP he's found. Leo's got him dead. Pit now drops, but look at the scrap. Look at the brawling on the site. This is the new DNA to DRX that Fnatic did not expect. This is massive. Man advantage, and they've had to halt the plot. The spike is lost. DRX looking like a whole new team.
Born again here on Haven. What a hold. Again, the Viper's Spit not necessarily amounting to value, but in terms of slowing down, preventing the spike from being planted comfortably is absolutely key to their success. And you mentioned it as well, the scrap that ensues after that is beautiful to witness.
Oh, what a terrifying team if they can learn to shift gear from the disciplined, passive side that DRX can be, that kind of meticulous team, to this chaos, getting into teams' faces, making Fnatic falter. I mean, who is this team? But it ain't done yet, it's 4 apiece. Buzz, a chance, and it's connected again. Gets away. Look at Stacks. Look at Stacks! This is outrageous stuff, Mike.
Looking for more as well. He knows that
he's still going.
He's planted a little bit of fear in Fnatic's heads.
They're terrified. They're trying to run away. Zest is taking the rest of the map. They are herding them round. This is unthinkable scenes. Yes, Alpha will trade him. Yes, that's a rifle. But look at what they are doing to Fnatic.
Forcing him into a very, very uncomfortable position time and time again. And now they're about to contact back into an operator potentially outside 8. Thinking better of it, though. But look at the extremity control. Look where Zest is once again.
I'll forget your gun out. Chronicle kept you alive by clearing that diligently. You didn't. Zest, gonna find him. Pulls back Boaster, has to try and clear this with what, a Sheriff? And Boaster's been pretty good for it, and he still is. Nice work from him. But this is a very tall task. Does he even get a fair fight on the site? Trying to. Desperate for it, gotta go on it. 15 seconds, tries to get on in 8 HP. He's barely breathing, and he's been caught and put to bed. DRX take the lead.
Could that C-site execute be the turning point of this entire half?
Because it looks like it set him alight.
Yeah. And the difference being now there's some absence across the map. Time and time again, DRX are the ones to take the space. They've continued that trend where they weren't necessarily winning out on that front in the early rounds. Here. They've caused a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of caution in Fnatic's approach here. And they're doubling down.
Get out of my way.
This time, I mean, Dirk is having a nightmare of a game. 1-6, not a traditional performance from him normally. Quite key for Fnatic and rarely underperforms. On the other side, Buzz being quite pivotal to these retakes, and this operator's positioning again finds reward. That's Chronicle gone down.
Again, setting some homework. Go back and just look at the minimap when some of these first bloods are conceded by Fnatic. Very out of character. Ton of information there. Snakebite will bounce. And plucks Durka from the skies.
And he wants a bit more. The timing on this could be everything, though. Yeah, he's been caught on that one. Both are going to drift through the wall, but they're going to be losing. They're going to be, look at what they're left down to. It's just one player. Alpha! This guy is the wonder kid, but he's going to need something more than what we've been expecting from him so far. 5 kills. He's gonna need 3 more here. 37 seconds. Oh, he's got 1. Here we go, down to the 1v2.
Placing swarm grenade.
Gonna force Buzz off this angle. You can see him trying to work this. 15 bullets, 25 seconds now. Trying to toy with the timing, trying to catch Marco, but they're closing the gap. The net's getting tighter. He's looking for a fight. He spotted a leg. He knows he's got a bit of time here.
Buzz still hasn't shifted though.
He's trying to find the fight. Oh, Buzz got him! DRX now taking the lead further from Fnatic. Is this happening?
I almost can't believe what we're witnessing. Again, you put Fnatic in a couple of coin toss rounds, and with this roster, what we've seen time and time again is them digging themselves out of those spots.
Yeah.
I mean, I come back to the same point. Look at map 1's scoreline. The first Buds were actually 7-7. I was so surprised to actually see that in terms of the stats and how DRX, like I said, they were playing towards trades that usually wouldn't favor a team, but isolating 1 or 2 players time and time again on Fnatic is such a hard task, particularly when the default is so robust for them. We've seen him run the same thing once again. Is this another
Marco,
attempt at the
It's going to be the B,
here?
yeah, because it's all that's worked for them. But Marco this time, he did really well before, bear in mind, and that's when Leo just kind of popped off. That was one of the 4 rounds they've been given. Paranoia, nice. Going to slow down and isolate Durka a little. And this time, Marco notes him. The divide's gone in as well.
Durka stepped into the gravity well there. I don't know if he was maybe just caught in it and committed to the peak, but punished here, and Fnatic have to freeze.
They don't know what they've lost. Complete sight of the map now. They don't know what's happening. You could already see that Stacks adjusted towards C just in case that rotation was coming in, but actually it is just the pause, as you highlighted for Fnatic. They just take a second here, but the divide's now gone. They're working back in without Durka and without a lot of that utility.
Right there.
Marco trying to get back up into this same spot once again. We're back B site.
They're so paranoid about the flank too. God, they're getting nothing.
But look at what Fnatic usually do with this sort of time, is to fake somewhere. They've just cut time, cut noise, and sat outside B. Alpha's the only person that's active on the map right now, and he's moving in spawn.
Left.
Okay, they've been noted again. Re-smoke towards main. They have to go on this 20 seconds. They've got to try and make this work. And Marco is still a problem. Going to be forced out here, but can he take one with him? Not yet. Boaster removes Zest, but Marco's still here! There's still no spike plant. The lockdown's coming in now. This is all getting a little topsy-turvy. 8 seconds. Fnatic, what are you going to be doing here? This is Alpha's time, apparently, but it's still RB alive. They're going to find a plant just in time, and it's a 1v2.
Jesus. RB left to try and recover here. Alpha with a lockdown, very healthy. Chronicle down to 51 HP. No utility to work with here.
Can he get that clean fight? I don't think he does. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
And Alpha left it a little late there to re-swing on it. Luckily, still finds the kill. Lockdown retained as well. A 5th on the board for Fnatic.
30 seconds left.
And a chance to tie things up on the half.
My ultimate is 1 enemy.
Like I said, just go back and watch some of these rounds. Cover the scoreboard, cover the names, because it doesn't look like Fnatic.
It does.
That just becomes so chaotic on B site, where they're usually so good at maximizing, you know, that downtime, that freeze time in some of the mid rounding. The Boaster's fantastic at. We know that.
Zest, that's players seen. Ready for the pressure. Durka has not been having a good time on these entries. He's been really struggling here. You can see them trying to isolate and fight him out, but Alpha's the one to be rewarded. Leo on the follow-up, and this time, finally, Fnatic start to get everything in a line. Speaking of a line, the back line about to be tested here. Leo flashed off, comes back around. This is the Fnatic you want to be seeing. The clean, meticulous machine that could just eviscerate players. DRX this time, not finding that comfort.
Buzz, a 1v5, operator in hand. 1 off the Blade Storm. But time ticking away here. Looks like Fnatic will be granted the chance to tie things up. The lockdown just to seal the deal. Buzz, a spring in his step now, but Leo good for the 3rd.
Standing ahead.
A Prime Gaming flawless to round out the half.
Switching sides.
And some hope left for Fnatic.
Absolutely. They are never out of it. This team is high quality. You've got to say, those last couple of rounds that were taken across the line, a lot of that off the back of Alpha activating, Leo giving them a round here and there. This has been an uphill struggle for Fnatic. But at a 6-6 scoreline, they are certainly still in this matchup, and DRX will have to deliver on this second half.
뭔가 기분이 뭔가 나쁘지도 않고 좋지도 않고 묘한 것 같아요. 저희가 또 좀 자멸 초크해서 좀 졌던 것 같아서 뭔가 아무것도 못하고 진 것 같아서 뭔가 조금 그런 것보다는 일단은 저희는 조금 똑같이 하고 있는 것 같지만 상대팀이 더 성장했다라는 느낌이 더 많이 강했고요. 뭔가 자신이 없다라고 하기는 좀 그런 게 이번 챔피언스는 뭔가 저번과 다르게 확실히 더 강한 팀들이 많아가지고 확실히 좀 힘들 것 같지만 그래도 이제 자신은 있고 그래도 저희가 뚫어서 이제 탑 4안에 드는 게 목표긴 합니다. 시도를 해보고 싶고요. 어차피 잃을 게 없으니까 이제.
Called in, Seth makes his exit, everybody pulling away in time. Dogamo eating some damage just to try to rush forward, sends him the showstopper, doesn't manage to find him, and says with a sheriff, comes up with one. Lucia, however, drops in the Jordy kill, comes across, made it out of Buzz, headshot, point blank on the comm, finds the elimination, gets another paint shell, sends it over towards the diffuser, trying to buy some time. Demon 1 gonna be taken down, and they realize there's just no time remaining. RB, he assists, they get the kill, they get the round win.
일단은 확실히 요즘에 조금 제 게임에 집중을 많이 못하고 있다는 느낌이 들어서 그냥 저희가 우승을 하지 않는 이상은 만족하지 못할 것 같은 느낌입니다. 프나틱 일단은 굉장히 좋은 친구들도 많고 좋은 플레이어들도 많고 그만큼 행실도 좋은 선수들 많아서 정말 좋아하는 팀이고요. 배울 점도 굉장히 많다고 생각해서 지금은 저희가 이제 도전하는 입장에서 저희는 이제 기쁜 마음으로 해볼 생각입니다.
Coming for the crown, 6-6. This is really what's going to be the big storyline going forward in this, in my mind, Mike, is this pistol round. It gives you 3, it gives you that, well, maybe it gives you 3, should give you 3, could, who knows at this point. They're going back and forth, but it should give you a gap, right? Because this game is so close now. It's 6 apiece. Fnatic trying to fight to stay alive. DRX have that map in the pocket. They have that one advantage.
Fight to stay alive, on the back foot, time and time again in the first half. Coming out here, all even, is actually a big positive for me, because I felt like DRX were just winning out in terms of the information game, in terms of the macro game. Yep. Fnatic were actually striking back. What will the approach be here? We see that same hesitation, same caution shown by Fnatic. Can DRX continue to punish that sort of tempo?
Which version of DRX do we get too? A couple of other questions with this. As Buzz taking towards middle. Chronicle going to be shouldering the angle and fall off from this. But early contact. Still above a minute here.
Not necessarily any wins across the map just yet. Zest with a deep position here. Durka doesn't know what sort of danger he's in right now. As RB a chance to find Boaster, but he's showing presence here. He'll be able to retreat away. And now actually that pressure on Durka becomes a real possibility.
He needs a big round here. Perfect start to find Marco, but falls. And now they've got a bit of safety towards long. They've been able to know that. They know exactly what's going on. What? Come on, Buzz! You have no right to be doing that. And yes, chip damage achieved, but still 4 players to the 3. We need to see Fnatic looking faultless. This play back through, 2 towards Hell, 1 tuck towards Graffiti. Chronicle's got his work cut out here. Hard to divide and conquer. A couple of flashes, yes, but slowed down. Hindered.
This poison orb just causes so many issues, though.
And look at Zest. He's backfilled the space, he's cleared this. He's making sure no one's coming through here. And Alpha's not getting what he wants either. Yeah, the turret's going to go through, maybe turn some attention away, but that's given a chance. Enough for Leo to find 2. Buzz still standing, still fighting. Neron with the 5, but it's down to the 1v1, and look at the time. Oh, B, the Reaper in the end. Gives DRX their 7th and starts the second half off.
Fnatic just forced to huddle behind the poison orb. And then when it blooms, I mean, a pistol round, that decay becomes such an issue for them. Yeah. I mean, the key kill here for me is this one. That is just unfair. Outrageous.
Felt unfair. Go on.
Even there, Stax is tagged up. An extra body in the trades there for Fnatic on the retake is huge. Pistol on the board for DRX.
You just get that weighty feeling on your chest for Fnatic. You know that now you got your work cut out.
Especially when you look at initial C-site stack here. DRX, no chance to really figure it out. Window of opportunity of a free A site, rapidly closing with this rotation. Stax has got the spike here. Don't want to see him to be the forward probe here, especially being the only one with a ghost as well.
Because there's a couple of sheriffs out here, isn't there?
How deep does Boaster go exploring?
Oh.
Don't think he's spotted on the cross there. It's just a pre-fire now, he will be. Yeah, you can see Zest immediately relaying that information.
Oh, big shot from Durka. Takes out Marco and alleviates the pressure from Long. So
Stax has to get this weapon now.
Yeah,
yes,
he did.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so that doesn't slip away from them. And I like this kind of like pack mentality we're seeing from Fnatic here. Bringing all three players, now going to make it 4 if you kind of throw Leo into the mix towards this B site. And do they try and pressure? They've been stalled, they can't. But it has denied the plant.
And DRX left to try and recover now with 30 seconds left.
Now there is
look at the lurk
Zest.
on A though. Zest has found a ton of room.
But you have to take these risks if you're Fnatic in this round. You only have a pistol, so you're not going to be able to do too much on your own. It's whether or not they're even considering it. And there was a little bit of a step there towards Chronicle, maybe considering the factor, but the Bulldog still wins. Yeah, the orb's there. CT ain't happening for him.
Once again, forced into a retake position here on A site. A 4v4 this time around, but the weapon's heavily favoring DRX. Able to set up another Vice-like grip here towards CT. Both trying to get something done.
No one swung with him either. It was all solo endeavors and probably a frustrating moment. But Buzz getting away with murder, basically. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem at all at the end there. Liked the idea initially, but it fizzled out.
Another example of how much value DRX get from the Viper here. The wall to allow a lurk up into sewers, but also a late presence into B site as well. As soon as that rotation comes through, they feel a little bit of pressure on A site. They know that they have room to work with on the other side of that wall.
What's Buzz got? What's that?
A nice gun.
And he's got knives too.
Yeah.
Oh, please don't break Fnatic's mental with a buggy of all things. Feels near on poetic. See if it comes in. Oh, I see.
Durka spotted.
Durka, yeah.
Is that a challenge you take at 3 and 10? Yes, you do. Buzz will fall. Knives removed here.
And one of the biggest credits that you'll ever see with Durka is his ability to mentally reset. Bad game or not, he can reinvent himself. In this round, you're seeing a reinvention of Fnatic. 5 standing, not looking pressured in these solo endeavors. Now, Marco's found space.
Cover going
How much can he do with it?
2v4 here, 35 HP for Marco.
If they lose
Bulldog,
this.
yeah, a Bulldog in hand for Stax.
Mental would go so severely in the bin that, oh.
And it does keep it in check as well, because ultimately this is forced Fnatic back down to a shaky purchase. You've got to argue it should be 10 on the board for DRX. The heal will come through, yes. I'm curious if Stax can actually get towards a... Was there another full rifle invested here?
I'm not sure. So it looks like they're going to be leaning towards Alpha and Durka as the two.
30 seconds left.
See the position that Alpha's holding. Tucked towards a corner. Jump spot should be heard here. Stax noting this. 4 seconds on his flash. Close corner checked.
Alpha's not out here. No, he's not.
No, he's not. Alpha's gone away with it. So he should get played in perfectly, and he has the spray. Oh, that's not good, but Durka is there, safe in the end. With 3 standing, they weather the storm.
Boaster and Alpha. Forced into an awkward position in terms of the finances.
Nice.
Utility being the first question on the back of that. Beautiful confirmation on the second as well with the recon assist from Leon. Leon.
Who's Leon?
Leon with the recon.
Is he your mate?
Yeah.
Oh, Leon, give him a call.
Yeah, no, like that.
Apparently not.
The Fnatic building towards the lockdown and the Blade Storm of their own.
Look at the early moves.
And the thing I'm conscious of is actually, Fnatic are actually addressing here. They're preventing anybody from finding success outside B. But in the buy rounds particularly, Zest's value from his utility.
Oh, This is nice. There we go. There's that combination you want to be seeing as well. Durka and Leo, or Leon, however you want to call him, working in unison. Really nice throughout that regular season. And we're seeing that starting to be built in here, some of those key pillars of what make Fnatic so hard to handle. But speaking of, DRX have freedom and sold a bit of a ruse. So Zest goes down. No one's taken the full bait to this, but they have a completely free C site.
Spike will go down. See a 3v5 here. To DRX. Paranoia
Good
invested
paranoia.
early to try and find something. Buzz has found the first, he's got the second.
Finding more than something, he finds two. Bringing it back down to at least touching distance here. Oh, Alpha doesn't want any of it. They finally got a grip. Vice-like grip coming back in for Fnatic, tying up the scoreline. Starting to see Durka activate, Alpha coming online, Leo setting up those plays that we love to see. This is Fnatic starting to build back in.
Tie things up, DRX should have an opportunity to purchase back in here. Marco the only concern really at 3,500, but the big positive, Fnatic actually preemptively setting up to deny some space.
Yep.
Saw DRX run away with that game on Bind. And denying a key piece of utility in the form of Zest's wall, at least in terms of the B site application. Lockdown available, Blade Storm here for Fnatic.
It's a similar look, isn't it? Adjusted turret. A lot of pressure on RB there, and it looks like it just
Look
got
at
smoked
Alpha.
off. Yeah, it's been smoked off as well.
He's put an alarm bot in sewers, and he's just waiting to put the lockdown. Look at how deep Fnatic are exploring.
RB, I don't know how much he knows or how much he considers. Maybe just Durka's doing this sort of walk, and the stall comes in as well over towards A.
They're going to pinch the
They
backside
are
of the lockdown.
herding them around. This is Fnatic in full force here. Beautiful pinch work, trying to pull him in. Maybe get Durka to be able to see him. Has to smoke it off though. Dash comes in, spots another. Durka delivering on all fronts as DRX now cornered. Oh, this is what you want to be seeing. Oh, easy, Tiger. Zest almost had him there. Still. Run that back for me, step by step this, because that was a Fnatic piece.
Absolutely beautiful. A textbook hallmark Fnatic round. The preemptive lockdown to almost shepherd DRX back into A lobby, and the utility is just perfection. Chronicle even the first to strike with the aftershock here.
Marvelous. Again, and that's always the thing when we look at Fnatic, seeing those rounds come out is just brilliant.
And that's a return to character. We haven't had many examples of that so far.
That's true.
In the first map particularly, but Haven, like I said, constantly playing from behind, testing the Leo clutches. Leon the professional. That was the reference. Yeah. You're curious.
I'm glad you made that one. Yeah, intentional.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's like in time with a knife. However, DRX have opportunities here, right? It's still within touching distance, so let's kind of flip the script a little. What can they do? They've kind of, it feels like they've fallen back into a more traditional approach to the map. Not quite, oh, is that KJ?
It is KJ, yeah.
Oh, look, hey fans.
We sound crazy because I don't think
I know you can't see on the stream yet, but it's just for in-house. But shout out to the crew.
Dance.
Yeah, true. Yeah, dance cam. But shout out to the crew who've come and chilled out in the audience. Appreciate you guys. However, 8 to 9. We can focus in front of us a little bit here. Let's kind of drill in on this. Yeah, DRX kind of going back to more of a traditional look, it seems. Not quite as hyper-aggressive, not in that same sort of way. So playing a more standardized game, yes, it's still testing Fnatic, but you're starting to see that game getting a little bit more par for the course.
You're seeing that kind of refinement come back to some of these rounds from Fnatic. The intention, very clear at the start, and it's executed. As I said, we were talking about in the first half how cautious, how hesitant some of the rounds look. See it have as much pressure in terms of the scoreline. This adjustment of Alpha over towards A now. It's the second prong to really addressing this wall of Zest. But this time around, DRX is going to try and find that value towards B. Boaster could be isolated here.
Got Leo and Chronicle quite nearby. Not fully paying attention here, but a big gear shift, right? This is a very passive, deeper hold, excluding Alpha's little excursion towards sewer. Chronicle in a bit of trouble, but bailed out by Boaster as Zest goes down. Oh, that's a nice follow-up there for Boaster. Calling in the cavalry, you got the rest of them flooding the site, but now we look towards C, a quick pivot, but it's Durka just slipping ahead. Stacks though! Thought he got a bit of timing there on Leo, he didn't. And no one got the drop on Durka. There we go, starting to get back into it. The Prime Gaming flawless.
Double digits on the board for Fnatic. Viper's Pit available. A couple of ultimates within touching distance. Marco does have the TP. DRX almost walking into this expecting a very, very loose B-side hold, but Chronicle actively peeking, and then Boaster very preemptive. Stop any sort of threat from, starting to develop there.
And I just love how slippery Fnatic are with that sort of thing. Like, let's say you were starting to try and address that mid-aggression we've been seeing coming out. Okay, now they've got a really passive hold. Very hard to keep a little bit of a beat on, but actually Buzz getting backhanded there, I think just from the spam alone.
Heal up, squad.
Take the heal from Stacks, who's basically the entirety of it. Boaster posted up now towards C, actually retreating away. We'll re-explore maybe towards Garage with Leo. And we'll leave C site open, and DRX poised to take that space.
Yeah, no info middle should be quite indicative that C site should be probably the next target here, but Zest, oh, now this is different. Zest with a late challenge over towards A. He oh, Alpha.
Take the kill, please take the kill.
Alpha, don't.
This is their audible. Oh my word.
This is, I'm actually at a loss of words. See, he could play this incredibly smart, right?
Destroyed.
Get the clear, get all of this, call it in. But the problem is the DRX are going
They're
B.
faking A.
This was all a fake. They've got the site. Yes, Stacks is there. Yes, that's fine. But they got B for free.
Palmer come through, and Boaster now the one that's really at risk. But respecting it for the time being. Sitting all the way back on C site. And towards Garage now. Buzz got to be careful.
Both in a weird way, because otherwise they're all funneling in from that A connector side. So it's going to be RB. Has to turn the flash. He does. Comes back around. Catches both players. Huge work from DRX. And Alpha slowly creeping around himself here. There's a monumental task at hand, and I think he knows it ain't this round. DRX. Fabulous, but my God, did Fnatic take the bait on that one.
I mean, we saw some examples of this on Bind as well, where DRX just have so many options at their disposal, making absolute use of the dead time, the space around the map. Even there, you're hoping Alpha takes it.
You kind of are. Obviously,
early enough. I mean, that didn't really become a factor in the round regardless, but...
I mean, I guess it pulled 3 players over towards that A connector. You know, is what it is. Maybe playing out, hoping he'd get that, god tier trigger discipline, but...
I mean, he removes the A lurk from a B site execute, so
yeah,
call it a tick in the box regardless. DRX starting slow once again.
But that was just a moment in what felt like a drought of rounds for DRX. They haven't been stringing these together as much. A couple of key ultimates now, very close by. Buzz not far off his. You do have the pit for Zest, but Durka on the angle, and he's delivered it. Buzz goes down. That's the first hit. There's Fnatic starting to really tilt the scales again.
See if Stacks and Zest decide to try and find something towards B. They have Marco in close proximity now as well. Do have the pit available. That can be very difficult to deal with on B side. Boaster, yeah. Force back here, but doesn't really feel any pressure.
Well, he's been given freedom on this, yeah. Well, I guess the movement there from Sax almost caught him off guard, but he's done really well, and there was no follow-up check towards that. No backing up that paranoia as Durka takes away RB as well, leaving it all down to Zest. Nothing more to be doing here. Fnatic, real stability coming in, and a couple of faults with DRX there.
Prime Gaming flawless for Fnatic. Get themselves up to 11. Force DRX back down to an uncomfortable position in terms of options here. I feel like this A site hold by Alpha's really been tested. DRX beginning to look a little linear and the frustration starting to show for Stacks. Got some options here with ultimates though. A lockdown may be the answer to Alpha's A site hold, or at least to force him off the site. Maybe even the Viper's Pit. We know how much pressure they're able to create just on the back of the Poison Orb towards Spawn. Could be something else that DRX are maybe considering coming into round 21.
I'm really quite interested in what the plan is coming back out. And just a pause for a second, I also do want to give a little bit of a nod to the mental reset that Durka went through in the second half, especially coming in. I mean, he had a shocking start to the map. Didn't have masses of impact even on map 1, but now to be seen towards the top end with Alpha, who is always going to be just rock solid. He's just one of those players. So at this point, going forward, we look towards what the buy is as well for DRX. Going to be suffering in some areas, but wonder if they can fashion a full purchase.
Swarm grenade. Alarm bot out.
Similar setup. Slight adjustment on the utility from Alpha. Might just be an early dart from Leo. Actually looking to split this. A hold from Short Cubby and Heaven. TP's coming through. It's a pace change for DRX. I don't think he's noted yet. Alpha's going to go for the punish. It's such a beautiful read.
Alpha is just holding this one so safe. And now they're struggling to find the impact. And look at Leo's position. Gets rewarded. Boast is there by his side. And now down to the last two. They're not going to be having the time of their lives here. Buzz can't isolate the kill. And now just down to RB on the run. Slipping back towards Sewer. Scurrying away. Fnatic force 12 on the board. Now one more. They've made it away from the horror show of map 1.
It's just fantastic to see them set up like that and DRX play straight into it. Punishment here on the TP. Obviously Leo being the second layer this time around. Not really even relied upon too much.
Wow! 2 frags! Let's go!
Really well read by Fnatic, who we're up to map point now to force a map 3. Which will be split. Double up.
Double up.
At least one noted here, and maybe a question mark actually if it's Alpha that's noted with an operator in hand. It could be a little bit of a red herring. Blade Storm's available, so out of the realm of possibility that the operator is passed over.
Careful.
The more they drift, the closer they get towards Durka, who does have that other op. So if they decide to go towards B, you've got Boaster, who's been actually very, very solid. And a re-explore down towards short. This time does Zest get the better of Alpha? Oh, Alpha. This position between the two of them, I think he is going to be rewarded. Checked on a little late, but Alpha, I mean, you just don't get in towards A with him there. He has been absolutely rock solid. DRX looking to burst towards the B side, trying to be stalled out by Chronicle. Buzz going to get a close-up gap. No, he can't! Fnatic, send them! Packing it! Stacks now, the last one alive. And this has been a masterclass. Brilliant mental reset from map 1, coming back out, firing on all cylinders. This game deserved a third, and we are going the distance.
And it closes out with a Prime Gaming flawless. Seems almost fitting for Fnatic's performance here on Haven. DRX time and time again just trying to post somebody up in an awkward position, cause problems for Fnatic, but the structure standing up to the test this time around. What a response from Fnatic.
You know, Alpha.
Let's play some demo. I hope you like it.
Hey, are you up to this? I just wanna know if I should let you go. If I should let you go. Hey, you're the reason I wake up. I just wanna know if I need to let go. I need to let go. Nah, nah.
Oh, Fnatic, they are on the board after that Haven against DRX. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Bren. It was very, very close at the half, but Bren, with the side switch, it was just all Fnatic.
Yeah, they needed that. They really did. I mean, after a 13-1 flattening in the first map, you know, they've never quite been tested like that before, except in the lock-in finals. And yeah, I mean, they managed to bring it back mentally, which you would expect from a team like Fnatic. And I think this is real good signs of life for them as well. Haven, it has been a shaky map for them. It's still a reasonable map for them. You really saw why right there and then.
And we even saw struggles in the first half. Durka started off only getting 1 kill the entire first half, but Fnatic still really rallied back in that one. In the second half, I think they were showcasing why they're always so good on this map, giving us some of those set plays that define this team, some of those aggressive mid pushes, setting Durka up really well. It felt like for the first time this series, Fnatic was the team in control of the pace.
I mean, we didn't see any of that on Bind, Mimi. We know they could do all these like quirky set plays, the nerdy stuff, but it just felt like they didn't have anything prepped.
And where Bind, you know, Alpha was picking out the chamber and he was getting caught out pretty much. I think he was 1 of 3, I believe, on the first kills, the first deaths. This time he was catching the Zeslux a ton on the defensive side. He was really pivotal in terms of them shutting down all the options that the DRX were going for on our attack side, slower defaults.
Yeah, there's one round I feel like summed up how this second half went, which was, of course, round 17. Mimi, we've seen them do this before, and they brought it out again.
Yeah, it's a great strategy, right? You expect your opponent to go towards an A exec or just an A default, and you set up to early on use this Killjoy ultimate to push your opponent into players that are already set flanking. The util they use to follow this one up is excellent with an aftershock, a suck coming through. It's just really well executed. And understanding when your opponent's going to go A, when you have an opportunity to implement these set plays, and when to go back to slow things down, to play your default. It's, I think, what makes Fnatic so good on this map and what makes Boaster's defensive calling always so stellar here.
Yeah, counter evidence to the it's an FPS game narrative as well. When you see that, you think you're playing a different game. You get caught in that. You saw Stax' POV. He didn't know where to run or hide. There was a stun, there was a pull, there was the aftershock, just everything being loaded into them there as well, just being perfectly pushed into the right positions. Yeah, world-class round from Fnatic and what they needed to really get them back into this.
Yeah, 8-8 as well. That kind of snowballed in the end into them having a win, but also in the first half, Leo returning to prime form. Leo here in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. I didn't think he was going to win this, but Bren, it was my fault for doubting him.
Yeah, Leo, you know, he's been missing ever so slightly, but my God, has he been consistent at moments in this Haven map. And this one here was just ridiculous. I mean, do not give this guy opportunities to clutch it up at all. He didn't really need to in this round here, but we did see instances where he was clutching it up in a 1v2. But yeah, rock solid in terms of the form. I mean, I've been loving everything I've been seeing from this guy.
Yeah, and I think these were the 2 rounds that were really the catalyst of their respective half. In the second half, it was that great set play. Here it was this Leo clutch that I think really reinvigorated Fnatic, and that's normally what we see from them. This is a super team. Everyone was picking out their top 20 players, and for most people, 4 of them in the top 5 were Fnatic players, and that's for a reason, and we're seeing that reason in this second map.
I mean, Brent, for you, it was 3 out of the 5, so we won't talk about that too much. We won't talk about that. Yeah. But let's talk about map 3 here, because we are going to go to Split. Honestly, I felt like Fnatic probably should have picked Split to start with if Lotus isn't up there for them, because the last time we saw them play, they looked really solid.
Yeah, either Lotus or Fracture just decided to go into that one, but it was banned in the second round for Fracture, so Split is the decider. DRX need to, I think, focus as well on removing Althea's utility. If they're playing the default Cypher comp, they love to play that. It gets them so much good information. Boaster is given the entire world to play with, essentially, in terms of information off of it, and it's really crucial, I think, when teams go up against that comp that they break that utility so they just don't give the options over to a team like Fnatic, because they are going to just run all over you. They are so good at this map right here. I still think there's opportunities for DRX to win it, but now we're getting into territory where it is getting more and more favored for Fnatic.
One of the biggest issues against this comp as well, besides just the information the Cypher gives for that mid-round defensive calling that we were already talking about being stellar on Haven, is also the trap plays. Fnatic is so good at setting those up, enabling Durka to get tons of value out of his nade on this map. And if DRX are doing what they did towards the end of Haven, where they're just going for these hard executes, one stage instead of two, and just getting ran down by utility, which is kind of the issue that cropped up for DRX when they were looking worse earlier in this tournament, that's where I start to get worried. There's always this gap between the teams that can play the top dogs close. You can take a map, you can find an upset here and there, but if you can't close out the series, if you still go home only in the top 6, none of that matters.
Yeah, and we've seen evidence of that. I mean, DRX have been in this position where they've had their backs up against the wall. Last year, they were able to break through and make that top 4 spot. This time, things are a little bit different because the Fnatic they're up against is a different beast entirely. They literally pushed Fnatic into the direction where they reformed this super team for this year, and now they have to go up against them again. It is really, I mean, just historic and history waiting to happen.
Well, we're about to go into the Prime Gaming Agent Select once again here. Fnatic, they're going to be starting again on the attack side. And Mimi, I like to see them go a little bit faster here and not have such a slow half.
Yeah, I think they do have that momentum coming from map number 2 and always feel confident in this composition. Althea is great at holding down the extremities, and while the trap plays on the defense are good, on the attacking side as well, Fnatic has a lot of great setups to enable Durka. DRX, though, this is a map where I think they are solid with this Viper Omen composition. You get a lot of value out of your side anchors in Zest and Mako, and we already saw what Buzz could achieve in that second map.
Yeah, it all just depends on how well prepped they are for this as well. I think it comes down to the individual form, actually, as well, for players like Zest. He kind of fell off a little bit with the second half of Haven, and normally he's been that heavy hitter for them. He's going to be so important as well. The Viper this entire tournament for Zest has been amazing and fantastic, but everybody needs to step up now. This is it. Your back's up against the wall. It is the elimination. You're up against Fnatic, and this is the time to shine and prove that you deserve a spot in that top 4.
DRX have had so many moments where they're close to greatness, where they almost break through, almost make a run for themselves, for their region. They've been together for so long, but there's only one spot left at the Kiev Forum. They've gotten this series close, but at the end of the day, it is Fnatic, and the thing they are best at is rallying in these series, and they have a chance to do it again.
Well, this last map determines who will be moving on to face Loud this Thursday at the Kiev Forum. One more time, here's Pansy and Hypok with a cast.
Thank you, Sue, and yeah, this is now the end of the line for one of these two, taking the series the whole distance. So we get to map 3, Mike, we get Split. Where's your mind going?
Honestly, it's really hard to call. The response on Haven from Fnatic felt more in character, right? More in terms of in line with expectations, but with what DRX showed us on Bind makes me feel like there might be some sort of adjustment here. Especially now, if you have the opportunity, you come away from a map lost now and really kind of look internally and ask what worked for us on Bind. Why was this such an uphill struggle on Haven? If there is anything that they can switch up here, for me, it rides around Buzz and Stacks here on Split to be the ones to set DRX to cause a massive upset.
Marco. Run, boy, run. They are on your heels. And actually, Dirk is the one who finds Buzz first, but the response is quick. DRX get 2, 3 back on the board. And now looking at what remains, we've got Chronicle, last one alive, who's putting up a damn good fight. Gets the upgrade to the Ghost and now has a big opportunity to maybe divide and conquer. But look at... Oh wait, Stack's just got spotted as well. Has another go of it. Stack gets it. Chronicle could not make it away in time, and DRX gets around found.
Fnatic desperate to try and pin Marco down, create an opening, create an advantage very early on in the pistol round. Just can't get it done with the fault line going through. A beautiful response with a snake bite from Zest. The paint shell coming through from Buzz as well. Just to hold them in the choke point. We'll try and, well, at least set a few bodies to set up outside A. The camera not sure how much it's going to spot. It will spot towards Heaven.
My camera is
Stacks will deal with it.
RB's response so far, trying to do some chip damage on the cross, but they've managed to make it through unscathed. Beyond that, the mid pressure's starting to build. Buzz. Gotta be heard on this.
Gotta be careful. Chronicle does have a Sheriff. Zest. Decapitated in vents.
Well, that's opened up a big chance. Could isolate these two players on A, keep the likes of Marco and Buzz further back. Big little hill for Chronicle. That pressure sign him out, but where did Fnatic take this?
Did he get stunned there?
It looked like he did for a second. You can still see a little bit. Pop flashes, wonderful. Judge couldn't quite get to hand fast enough as Durka gonna find him. And the three now under pressure. You can see them deep held here, two towards CT, and Buzz's position is one that is worth noting.
Yeah, he's gonna hear this as well. Spike not committed either direction just yet. Leo.
30 seconds left.
Cautious in approach here. Fnatic want to try and find information on another player or two on the side of DRX, especially with some time allowed here for a rotation, but staying up towards A site here. RB will be tested.
The one factor, I guess, is he does have a Bulldog, a little bit of stall with his kit, but time. They're down at 8 seconds here. They've left this so damn late, and Boaster's been punished. The next could follow up, and it does. Can he deny the plant? No! Kept safe by Durka. They get the spike down.
Problem being as well, Leo's still got this judge. Durka's now found himself an upgrade towards the Bulldog. Does have the paint shell as well. But Elbow's going to be locked down by Leo.
Paint shells towards the back of screen, so they're not going to get the freedom towards it. Hard to clear now. Paint shell back, and Buzz going to move forward. There's that judge, though, wildly in play. Buzz on the trade out, puts it down to a 1v1, but time is ticking. And Buzz got to find the fight, and he does! And he's got the time for this. They recover well after what was a pretty disastrous round.
A costly round. Added bonus on top for Fnatic, the 300 credits for the plant, and kills coming across. Some ultimate progress maybe for a few members. Yeah, Chronicle already building towards the Rolling Thunder. 3 away in an 0-2 scoreline. Definitely happy about that. It's another situation we saw. Stacks just desperate to try and upgrade from the pistol and try and police that weapon.
A bit of a scramble on it, but I don't think we've seen enough from this yet to tell what DRX we're getting. Like if it's going to be that kind of aggressive one yet, or where I want to see how the dust settles a little more.
And especially not here as well, with
not
three
in these
pistols
rounds.
coming in, a Guardian and a Bulldog in the hands of Stacks and Buzz. 3 people posted up pretty deep here. Trying to counter some presence outside A here. The Trailblazer spot out the Stack.
Got to turn the flash as well, but the smoke going to keep them without falling as they try and back away. DRX get to keep their life after what was a real attempt at that.
I think the expectation is maybe they find Alpha outside here. Poster will spot Zest. Adjustment here in terms of RB's utility. Positioned over towards B site. That's a lethal combo between him and Zest. In terms of the stall opportunities. 45 seconds, Fnatic don't really have any tangibles to act upon here. Slowly making their way towards splitting A.
I don't like how late they're leaving this. A couple of these rounds now, down to about that 30-second marker. Going in blind, a re-smoke towards A main makes this tricky. They're going to have to disrespect it or go in front of it or just risk it. They have heavy control, yes, but they need to get towards the site. 20 seconds now. They need to make this work. Paranoia gets posted. Buzz going to take down Alpha. This is not good enough from Fnatic. A rare slip, maybe. 10 seconds, but look at the bodies from DRX. They have players on the site still. Marco being one of them, and this is a trap. Wait, no way. Oh, they line up.
There's no time.
standing.
You just gotta play to the clock. RB just has to live. It's done.
Oh my God. When Marco starts whiffing there, I get seriously worried.
Yeah, I was about to call it a masterclass, and he made an absolute meal of it. Look at it again. Look at this. Perfect play. Oh, no.
It's a bulldog moment. I hate to see it. And then Chronicle's the one that dies behind Marco,
Always.
of course.
I just don't like how late they're leaving these rounds, Mike.
Fnatic, they let this round pass them by. They had such a good position early on, 45 seconds. They were already collapsing towards the split.
Yeah. I don't know what the hold-up was. I'm not sure if they're trying to maybe pause for some of that aggression to come in, maybe try and catch that, but again, hard to preempt it. And now punished on it. They're going to get a buy back, but it will be missing. Depending on the ult maybe here, Boaster in with him, but they've evacuated the site pretty handily, but they didn't find RB! How did RB get away with just staying there the whole time? Buzz still standing, Boaster gets cleared, does do damage though, down to a 3v3. A scrappy, brawly round.
Alpha not necessarily played in just yet. Zest playing just on the back of this wall. Be able to pop it up, maybe on the back of some contact. A minute left for Fnatic to work with, but you don't want to see the same mistake again.
No. Okay, so they're going to leave Alpha here, rotate the rest around towards B.
When did DRX realise that?
Well,
I mean, do they actively clear ahead of this?
Well, Fnatic have been playing that very slow style, so they're not going to be early on it, I feel. They're going to have to wait out and respect this, and if Alpha makes a step or something, kind of reaffirms a little bit of that doubt.
I think Zest is considering the rotation now.
Yeah, this
Marco
time.
too.
30 seconds
There's
left.
enough there. Now, could there be a backstab? Sure. But again, this is very indicative of it. So now how much value does Alpha get?
Buzz did take a glance
He
back
looked.
towards Heaven, yeah.
He had a little look on that.
Spike.
But it's Alpha's turn. He's so close. 3. Oh!
Zest
turned. That terrifies me. Zest had a look behind him, but now there's another target, and Alpha is punishing all of them. Marco can no longer survive. Fnatic gets on the board.
Beautiful recovery from Fnatic. They're making use of the time early on here, leaving Alpha up in a deadly position to backstab the rotation towards B site.
Kira penny dropping it.
3-1 now to start things off on the decider. DRX actually left licking their wounds in terms of the finances, actually.
Yeah, how are they so skint? Some of these rounds have been pretty back and forth.
Yeah.
And Marco, up to mischief. Got real close to that. Buzz not going to get away with any sort of naughtiness now. Could get pressured here though. There are other players, but he's got some more coming around. They don't want to make any sort of mistakes, and they don't. So Fnatic really just making sure they're crossing all the T's, dotting the I's.
Really quick response as well to get Leo some support, just in case there was further aggression.
Last player standing.
Speaking of that, Stacks
Recalling my bot.
will be found, punished. Stinger from this range. Never looks pretty when you try. Second on the board for Fnatic, but throwaway round, a Prime Gaming flawless nonetheless.
Good to see them concise though. Diligent. Clear cut. I say. Cross those T's, dot the I's. No funny business here. That's their second now. Consecutive. Can they make it a third? Any big ults coming through? I mean,
Seekers are here. They're one away from the pit for Zest. 2 off the lockdown for RB. On the other side of things, Neural Theft in the TP. Not necessarily playmakers, but certainly 2 big opportunities to find some information across the map.
we're winning out this early fight. This time Marco deciding against it.
Shadows traveling.
And that pressure is going to be insurmountable. Can he slow it down? Paranoia should dissuade at least a quick close down for Durka. Slows him at least towards Pillar, and the support's there, so we look towards the lurk. What can Alpha achieve?
Alpha took a shot. It's going to be noted here very early on. DRX actively try and clear him here. They prioritize sight.
Durka trying to get back around to be supportive, but he's been stunned. Almost gets caught up. Buzz dives in, takes out Chronicle. Big find out from the trader, and now we're down to the 4v4. Durka took a lot of damage, but he's trying to get back on his feet here. Stacks to clear out Boaster. Now look at the back line. That pain shell has to be pivotal. Going to be posted now as Zest going to back away. Couldn't get it to half now.
Alpha's actually re-lurked back towards Heaven.
The
There's no way
reflag.
DRX read this.
Not a chance in hell. And once again, those backlines are being determined by Alpha. Always present, always a problem. The pop flash to boot, it's perfect from Fnatic.
So proactive in the post plant here. Alpha even finds a kill from B main, by the way. So it's the perfect distraction. They note it in the kill feed. They know where the spams come from. Immediately rotating back towards mid. Tie things up 3 apiece here. DRX back down to pistols, maybe a couple of SMGs here and there. One for Buzz, maybe.
Love it.
We've seen a lot of Judge gameplay here.
We have. Return to it.
Good to see it back.
Ah, you missed it. Vocalize that for the people at home, please.
Actually, just going to be 2 stingers here for DRX. Zest and Marco.
Fully.
Looking to follow through with the same
so
momentum
close.
here. Marco does catch the paranoia though. He's going to get 2!
Marco finding both. I thought Boaster had him dead, the near sight only. Surely Boaster could have seen him in that, but Marco, the success. Oh, come off it, Marco. The third is just feels almost unfair. As Alpha this time, no chance for that flank or that lurk. And this is one of an uncharacteristic round to turn around, but you take him when you get him. Leo and Alpha, 3 players on pillar, and a slow creep of a lurk and Buzz.
The triple face,
yeah.
beautiful.
All right, Leo, show me something. Show me what you got. This is slipped on over. No one's there.
Just making sure. There's a flank coming through here, but
30 seconds
RB
left.
going to be just holding for information. DRX very disciplined here in the hole. Flashed up, but still 96 HP to work with. 20 seconds left though. Seeming inevitable here for DRX to find their 4th.
They're not giving. Yeah, the triple swing again. Mastercard, thrifty coming on through, but at the start of that, Mike, how's he gone away with that?
Yeah, because Marco's actually, he's recovering from throwing the paranoia here. Eats this. And the problem is, Marco's just running back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the stinger he can do in that situation. The timing on the smoke dropping, swapping to the Phantom, punishing Chronicle. Sorry, that really caught me off guard.
Can we get that one again? Is there a chance? It's a Fnatic timeout. If I could get a run it back of Mini doing that. What do you think he was referring to in that? Or like, what do you think made that happen? Do you think it was the paranoia?
Yeah, that's the is that the hand signal for the...
Oh, do we get it again? Yeah. There it is. And crunch. Yeah, it's a paranoia.
Yeah, it's definitely. Or maybe one of their hand warm-ups from the
Oh, it
stage.
could be.
Yeah, yeah. It's got a little bit of cramp.
But being serious.
A tilt timeout coming through. Honestly,
feels
after
like
a round like that, Marco getting away with absolute murder.
Yeah. Quite surprised to see it. The first, I mean, you know, boast a tricky position to be in, sure. And as you said, kind of running back and forth, but the follow-up and then the drop on the smoke. You're not feeling happy about that. And maybe just trying to get a little bit of a beat on what DRX we're seeing, because Fnatic look quite capable. They strung those 3 rounds together, but the breakback is here. I always look towards consistency in the rifle rounds, obviously, and we're yet to see that fully fall into place, but Purchase now going to be in a nice spot for DRX. They've got plenty of ults to play with as well. The lockdown there,
Yeah,
the Viper's Pit.
decent
lovely.
cushion behind this as well, and that's key. Same thing could be said for Fnatic as well, so not necessarily a concern on either side just yet. 3 over towards Sushi here, a 4th outside B main. Proactive clearance here on the back of Stax' utility. Doesn't find a trip though outside. And there's no ping coming through, so I don't even think he noticed the deep trip. I think the flash just missed as well.
Yeah, it did.
An attempt to throw it over the top of A main. It maybe got stuck on the sign, but there'll be no confirmation of Alpha's presence. But still committing towards 3 members on A side.
the second flash went in, I don't know if it caught Alpha either, because he's very deep on this position. But where are Fnatic off to? We've got 50 seconds. They're re-exploring middle. They haven't really tested a site just yet. Yes, they could go through Heaven, but Zest will have stall. And he's got the Viper's Pit too, if he really wants to be a problem. Maybe try and draw it out a little early on here, but...
Zest can stall this with the snake
He
bite.
absolutely can. 35 seconds. I'm getting nervous here. You can already see the fallback as well coming in. Slipping a little bit deeper there. RB maybe preparing for that lockdown as well if he fancies that instead.
No snake bite from Zest, actually. Just allow safe passage. Maybe something built around the lockdown here in a retake.
So he seemed very aware of this quite early on because, again, RB slipped CT super early. 13 seconds, Plant going to come through.
10
no
seconds
lockdown.
left.
They should stay committed here. I think just wait for everybody to come through.
Are they going to try and
It
fight?
will cut off backside, actually.
That's pretty nice. Yeah, so they can kind of filter through towards main, but that's it.
Problem is, it's open sight lines towards the spike. They have to dig out some of these Fnatic players from B main.
2 smokes still for Marco as well, so they can make it a little bit of a problem. 1 towards the site, and the Viper's Pit to go on top of this. And RB's already got it towards halfway. Forced off, yes, but they've got a great deal of work done early. Fnatic need to fight on this, and there, finally, they start drawing blood. And this time it's a back and forth between all of them, and it's just a straight up stand and deliver, and Stax does. Diffuse denied. Leo, he lives. He gets to fall away. It gets towards half, so back to business. Stax can't do it. Leo holding it together for Fnatic.
A really bizarre, if that's the intention, they have to dig Fnatic out of this comfortable open sight line towards the site. Again, the Viper's Pit, you understand trying to block, but you even noted there were smokes available for Marco. I'm not sold by it. Maybe an adjustment here of Zest pushing a little further towards Pillar, investing the Viper's Pit towards that choke point and forcing Fnatic a little deeper, but for that to be the intention from the get-go, and it's solved entirely by an open plant by Fnatic. And the other thing was, because they were given a clean site, they didn't expend any utility. They had the paint shell, they had the aftershock, they had plenty of things to actually deal with that very scenario.
Yeah, lots of tools to be played in with. Leo. Checking through towards Mel, sees nothing towards Ben. So they've got a bit of a green light towards middle if they want to explore it, but peeling away. Maybe considering their options, but the B site now is the additional player. Buzz is over here. 2 judges on this as well. One up towards Heaven.
Flipping RB back over towards A site.
Buzz.
I mean, Chronicles 1 away from the Rolling Thunder as well.
Paranoid. Okay, smoke goes towards deep Heaven. Flash is there. Buzz. He's given a chance on this. Marco, can he bait him in? The paranoia is great. Durka wins that fight. Come off it. Marco's still going to make it work from the back of sight. He's got a small lifeline to play off of the TP taken. Marco! This man is a magician! Reappears on the site and keeps going! Oh, I thought he had him as well! Chronicle bailing out Leo. But now the 2 rifles come on over and they found Alpha. And now there's issues. A 2v2 and no plant. And now look at Stax. Big pickup from Chronicle. And the 1v2 RB, that's not gonna happen. Leo is there, Chronicle there, keeping Fnatic breathing.
There's a moment there, Leo getting caught by the Rolling Thunder where Marco can potentially find a third once again in a round that he brings a stinger into. It was just so difficult to pin down.
God.
Perfect bait and switch here as well with Zest dropping from rafters, but a crucial headshot. Stax slightly overzealous, trying to punish the plant there.
Yeah.
Could potentially be anticipating a safe plant on default, but...
Sure. 4-5 though. These are strung together rounds now for Fnatic though. They are starting to come alive in these buy rounds, which is pretty important. Yes, DRX got that great start converting bonuses and all that good stuff, but still, once we've got into the real meat of this, it has been the Fnatic display. And they go again. Boaster played in off the back of the flash through the cage. That's lovely work. Trailblazing their way into the site. And it is a complete and utter shutdown. DRX sent back away from this.
Starting here. Blinding.
Find a clean plant here, Durka. Was in a position to get very, very
Spike dropped.
curious towards spawn already. I mean, it's No reason that Fnatic shouldn't hunt for these rifles as well, apply further pressure onto the finances. Stacks and Zest at 850 and 950 respectively. Fnatic firmly back in control. The home stretch of this half. Will actually be, yeah, on the brink of getting the Showstopper and the Seekers available in the next. Buzz obviously one away from his. Have to wait and see exactly how the old progress lies elsewhere, but another pace change that with DRX constantly kind of flip-flop back and forth into two different setups. Caught off guard here. See, obviously we had options previously in the half. There's none actually in the form of ultimates, and no surprises to see a timeout being called here, because the last few rounds have, yeah, a couple of them come down to the wire, but the game plan seems a little off here from DRX on split. Let's see if they have a late response in this half, Lauren.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a little bit of that realization set in. As much as you can come into map 1, play kind of fast and loose, have all that confidence, all that pressure starts to mount then to close out. You had a good chance in map 2, that slipped away. Now map 3, you're starting to feel all of those worries come back around. To try and play the playstyle from map 1 here, near on impossible now.
Sure, and in terms of, I guess, the outcome of some of these rounds, look at this series where Fnatic were able to actually excel in terms of recovery mode on Haven. Now where, you know, DRX don't have the benefit of, I guess, being the ones to really switch things up, throw off the early protocols of Fnatic. Now they're really struggling to formulate many plans, many set pieces to create advantages the same way they did on Bind. Saw elements of the same sort of gameplay on Haven as well.
What's the breaking point here for DRX? What can they do?
I mean, the concern is as well, with this composition, we know how Fnatic play on the defense. It's going to be very difficult for DRX to play into that. We've seen very few teams actually able to overcome the way that Fnatic defends split. So if this scoreline deficit becomes any worse, it's definitely concerning. Marco, beautiful opener this time around though. Durka, dead off the rip.
Anyone willing to follow that up here? Looking like a mid walk. Stacks and Zest. Are we seeing them trying to rekindle some of this aggression? It looks like it is, but Leo sidestepped in. Oh, and the follow-up as well for Boaster. Reading that adjustment very clearly.
But still posted up, a rifle in hand. RB the only one with a frenzy. He's playing in a tricky spot. The discipline corner over on A site. But yeah, the re-aggress here from DRX. Anticipated perfectly by Fnatic.
And I wish we'd seen a little more of that earlier on, so it wasn't such an obvious read.
Okay, this is awkward. Seeker will highlight that. Boaster's actually not clearing Suez. Alpha
Oh,
the one to
Alpha!
come across.
What is going on? This round's really bizarre. And Buzz gets a little bit of a shot at catching this. Oh my god, what is this round?
30 seconds left.
Plant now going to come down. Smoke goes in, and I'm looking towards if Marco plays ahead. He does. He's getting quite close to this because the paranoia got posted towards the back of the site, so he gets a little bit of a moment. Try and catch Chronicle, and he does. TP takes it. Buzz now, 30 HP, looks towards Alpha, tags him up as well. Now they're closing the gap, but Boaster straight through the smoke. Doing serious work here. Even with Leo low, Alpha still standing. Double swing happens. Marco, the magician again, pulling.
What?
Just a rabbit out of his hat, but it's still down to the 1v1. Can he find it for the ace? Can he find Boaster? Doesn't see him for the first. The second, Boaster's got him.
Oh my god.
Fnatic keep moving forward.
Marco just a constant threat in all of these rounds for DRX. I have no clue how he found that fourth.
I don't know.
The TP here,
yeah,
ridiculous. Just
catches
a glimpse of Leo. And Boaster with a crucial clutch.
Hey, we were highlighting how clutch Boaster was early in this tournament. Nice to see a little bit of that re-emerging here. Certainly could have done with it there. Keep that confidence from building. Keep DRX on the fort. Fnatic making it up to 7 here. 8 could be very possible.
Fnatic doubling down on this slower pace as well. Now 2 operators on the board.
What?
In the hands of Durka and Alpha Yet. I mean,
On
like
the
I said,
attacking side of
they're,
Split.
They're investing into the same previous read, which is DRX feeling a little bit antsy. Waiting for the overstep. Although earlier on in the half we did have some concerns with the clock passing Fnatic by, we haven't seen that rear its head once again.
Marco is once again going to be asked to do so damn much if they carried on that way. Looks like they're adjusting though here, Mike. They're exploring the rest of the map a little. It's not going to just be Alpha here. Now you've got Leo trying to sell him something, right? It looks like a sight hit. But there is only one player.
Yeah, the smoke of the Trailblazer is drawing Zest away. Buzz considering it as well. Does he post up on Mail though?
Oh.
He's got the showstopper here.
I'm still looking at the spike. It's in the hands of Chronicle.
Yeah, he's actually now looking to follow up on the fake because there's been no resistance.
It's drawn out the ult as well. 25 seconds here. Zest still in a good spot.
Watching this spot.
Still got RB down below. He's going to hear all these steps. Spike is on the way. Can RB hold? Can he be as valuable as he looks like he can be? Takes down Durka. Stacks on the follow-up. 13 seconds. Oh, RB holds him back and gives them a chance.
Brings it to a 7-5 on the half.
Respectable.
Definitely a great recovery towards the end there for DRX after almost going blow for blow with Fnatic early on in that half.
This is a really close game. Just a glimpse back of this for RB. Even getting checked on there. Yes, Durka had a look, but it wasn't enough. 5-7. Fnatic in the gun rounds had been meticulous, if I'm honest. They looked very, very solid. But Marco making magic happen. DRX still with a lifeline going forward.
Oh, this series is really delivering 7-5 at the half. But Brent, in the beginning of that half, it looked like DRX had it all figured out.
They really did. Pistol round win and a bonus win conversion as well. I mean, only really getting 2 rounds off the back of that as well. It was the Mako magical moments, really, that was being pulled out over and over again. But this is what made this half a bit more competitive. And I feel like we're going to have to see the exact same thing again getting into the second half, because it was entirely in the control of Fnatic when it comes to the gun rounds. Pansy was talking about that as well. It was from top to bottom, Fnatic in control as soon as they got those first 3 rounds out of the way.
They had really good mid-round decision-making throughout this map. I think getting a lot of control in mid, and these late-round side executes, especially towards B, were excellent. Contending with DRX's retakes consistently. But the thing is, because of this bonus round win, it's competitive, and DRX picking up those last few rounds towards the end of the half means that if they get another pistol round, they have a real chance of coming back into this for DRX.
Yeah, it could go even and even a bit further beyond that as well. And I think that, you know, the conversation was being brought up about the attack side, I guess, for DRX now as we're heading into the second half. And I really do think that they have to put a premium on breaking Alpha's camera setups, because Boaster loves to call off that information. The mid-rounding needs to be really, really good here from DRX if they want to stand a chance here at causing this upset and bringing down Fnatic the 2-time back-to-back.
On the attack side, this is where DRX crumbled on Haven, but they have an opportunity here to do something incredible. They could be the first team to knock Fnatic out of a tournament this year, and they could have another opportunity to repeat history, to go on a run deep into this tournament and find that last slot at the Kia Forum. If not, Fnatic is going to stay alive. They're going to do it again and have a chance to make it a three-peat.
Oh, I can't wait to see who's going to come out alive on the other side for the last time today. Pansy and Hypok, take it away.
5-7. It could be anyone's game, but Mike, I look at that streak right in the middle of things. Fnatic, when they came alive, those gun rounds suited them well. But, as the desk said, 1 pistol, and it can be back game on for DRX.
Absolutely, and definitely a more comfortable position here with the 7-5 conversion for DRX. To get this pistol. Themselves starting off here in the second half on the right foot. Early exploration towards mid. Nobody on the other side of this for Fnatic. Adjustment, actually. I often see Alpha positioned towards B site on the pistol rounds.
That's true. How interesting.
Maybe this is a little bit of a red herring because, you know, early on you want to see that protocol list of going and dealing with the utility, figuring out. Because the main objective playing versus Fnatic on split, particularly when they're defending, is to force an adjustment. Because they're so comfortable to sit back. Trailblazer dealt with it.
And I think camera too.
I mean, it drew Chronicle back for a moment, but Fnatic are very quickly in a position to greet this A-side here once again.
Yeah. Seeing the kind of counter pendulum swing, right? It goes back around. The flash. Going to identify that someone has made progress towards ramp. The dog to really ensure in 35 seconds, DRX need to kind of get themselves together and get a bit of a move on. You got 4 players now. Chronicle just holding down Mouse 1, trying to do a bit of chip damage, trying to catch him on the way through. Wait, Durka walks in and gets to lose his life, but Fnatic follow it up. 3 quick kills. And Fnatic's in a huge advantage, and now just Stacks with an army against him. And 3 bullets to be left into play with 15 seconds. This would be a monumental 1v3 for the young man. And he makes a damn good start at it. 1 flash, and Alpha's got him.
There's a chance there if he finds that kill. Leo down on 10 HP, but
Yeah.
Fnatic post the pistol here in the second half.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the adjustment of Alpha's setup. Does he continue like this? Is it going to be a new back and forth sort of deal? Does he go back to what works? This is going to change the protocol list if they kept that in mind.
Yeah, I'm sure. Even conceding the pistol here, you do still want to see that awareness from DRX. They've done their homework and they have a plan formulated to really address the comfort that Fnatic have playing the Cypher. Because already round 2, this is literally carbon copy from what we see time and time again for Fnatic.
I mean, roll your mind back to that EG matchup where it all looked kind of exciting, grand final, and then you get split. Like, you're still not dealing with the setup, you're not going to get away with anything. Alpha is probably one of the big aspects of this map that sits very well for Fnatic.
We talked about this constantly throughout the regular season as well. It's looking for the utility, but so we know it's not here. Buzz tagged down to 23. Also a little deeper with the fault line as well. Only a frenzy coming in here. DRX in the hands of Stacks. It's going to be difficult for them really to find a comfortable engagement if it's not towards Mail or towards Vents. We'll see how concerning that is.
Here.
Bye-bye.
Nerd.
So now we see, is there any potential to this? Pop Flash finds nothing. Stacks is very blind. Hold on, that's a little much from Boaster, but it works out. He does have a couple of players with him, so he wasn't alone. And Fnatic farm up the second round here. No threats really made and no plants in sight.
The Prime Gaming Floors give themselves a cushion here to kick off the second half. Need the response here in round 3 from DRX to keep this one interesting. I'll argue if this one goes in favor of Fnatic, it's 11 on the board.
Yep.
And it becomes very, very dicey. You see the pressure starting to weigh
And this was the
on
team.
the faces of DRX.
They were all smiles at the start, Mike. Relaxed, having fun coming into it. I'd love to see them try and get that back on, but it's easier said than done, right? This round so very important. Durka on an island, but it's Leo, the one to deal the killing blow towards Buzz. Take him away from this, and that's a rifle gone.
DRX have to respect this. The possibility that Fnatic in any given round have 4 people to explore mid at the start. Buzz the one to have that reality check this time around. Flash will confirm, but Stacks actually gets the better of Boaster.
And it really is just Stacks kind of being aggressive towards Heaven, just trying to get all that attention, because, again, look towards where RB is, look to where initially Zest was. It's starting to drift away now, but going late into this setup is never really a good idea.
Because already Leo's here as well.
Exactly. Okay. I don't like this from DRX, but let's see, do they have a plan in mind? Alpha does get all this information, and he's, oh, the paranoia, the timing, very clinical on the clear. But Leo is here, and he does have 2 flashes. He's going to find the fight first, takes down another. Leo wants more. This could be his 3 on the round. It is a triple for Leo. Darker in support, and again, you don't hit this A site late. DRX learning these lessons in the worst way, but it ain't over yet. Marco still alive in a 1v2. Gonna give himself a smoke, but look at it, Leo prowling around! Getting Fnatic up to double digits and dashing DRX's hopes.
And that could be the beginning of the end for DRX. Forced back down now to a lighter purchase, if any. just be SMGs or Sheriffs to come into this one. Leo up to the Seekers already.
Down A.
And it's 60 seconds left. You see them slow creeping around the map, drifting closer and closer towards vents in heaven. You're playing into Fnatic's backyard, their stomping ground.
Blinded.
Leo's got those Seekers now ready, whenever he wants them.
Cover going out.
Might be the goal here for DRX. A little bit more simplistic, a little bit more clear cut as Buzz. That's uncomfortable with the judge. There's those Seekers, there's the flash. A Boaster with both! Takes down Zest. RB's gone. And now Marco, yeah, I mean, that gun looked good before, but not against Leo.
Down B.
Oh, it's all coming together for Fnatic now. A flawless round. And DRX are in real trouble.
Saving grace, the Seekers here. Maybe an opportunity for DRX to come out with a bang here in round 17, but I gotta say, this is just, this textbook from Fnatic is the same thing again. It's just so comfortable to watch them play defense here on split.
Gotta say, Mike, I think we're in agreement. This is the one, really, isn't it? It's gotta be something now. I'm seeing a 3-play stack having a wander over towards A for Fnatic too.
Looking to actually switch things up now. Just at the point where you think DRX might be learning a thing or two, Fnatic are the ones to adjust. They should find Zest.
Oh, Zest in so much danger. Oh dear.
I've got
Durka
your trail.
controlling one side of the map, and they quickly adjust because you can see the springboard, the attempt wanted, but Boaster on the stall, Paranoia. Exchanged. Stall comes in, Alpha's about to swing, and he does, catching Buzz in the heels. And it's looking clear-cut, it's looking decisive. It's looking like 12's about to be there. This one might be all over as DRX stunned and put down. 12 now. Just one away, Mike.
Match point.
DRX will call a timeout in the 11th hour.
One enemy remaining.
And this is the issue really with any sort of scoreline deficit. Fnatic having the opportunity to step onto the second half here on the defense. You have to bring your A game. Like I said, we've seen so many teams fall short or run out of ideas or not even really have any ideas to address the way that Fnatic like to play. And it's so simplistic. It's not just like a second layer. There's 4 different second layers to some of these setups, with Chronicle constantly rotating, being in a position to stun anywhere across the map from vents, set in motion, any sort of set piece on the back of DRX showing their hand. And it's heartbreaking to see a map 3 go like this. And that's to even say with how Bind went. Feels like a completely different universe.
It does.
But the resilience on display here by Fnatic to bounce back from such a loss. When we saw the frustration on stage, saw the frustration from Mini as well.
Absolutely. It's rare you can make the Titans look so human. And on map 1, they look very flawed, very human indeed. However, going forward, the recovery has been pretty much insurmountable. I mean, just round after round getting back to their strength. And at 5-12, just one more round for Fnatic and the last chance to dance for DRX here. Can they determine the outcome? Can they change the way this looks? Already aggression being started, and the ult there for Durka.
A big tool at their disposal now. Paranoia to clear through heaven, but already with proactivity into garage. Not necessarily a concern right here for Fnatic. Durka going to get contact here on Buzz, yep. He'll spot out. Actually catches Leo's flash. But DRX have to have a response to address this. Zest still trying to lurk up into ramps.
It's not going to work. He knows the camera's there. It's being pinged out.
Yeah, another situation. 60 seconds left on the clock here. And DRX are shift walking around to try and split A. They have to deal with the camera now. There's already a preemptive rotation come through. Leo's here. Chronicle's ready to reinforce this A site hold.
And the spike's coming this way, so it does look like it's an A end at 40 seconds. I can't really see them walking away from this. And yes, they've got a little bit of space. Yes, they've got a little bit of control. But, I mean, Fnatic are just allowing it to happen, really, if anything. Smoke going in towards CT. And it's Chronicle to find Zest down to 4 now. This might be the whimper they're going out with, but it looks like a quick rotation.
20
a last-ditch attempt. Nothing can deny this. Nothing can stop it. And actually, Durka falls. Now, can Chronicle slow this down? The last across will be the one with the spike. Oh, dear. Marco has to TP away. Quick defense. They got to try and protect him. Allow the plant to go through and give him an opportunity. A 4v4 post-plant. Life on the line for DRX. And Fnatic have their chance.
Cam will go through. I don't think it will confirm any information, potentially, that there's one on default. Paranoia should set things in motion here.
Stax is out of it for the next couple of seconds. TP on the side. Hello and goodbye. Marco still surviving, still standing, but finally falls, goes down. Great swing from RB, times it well. Stax now has his vision back. He's got RB in unison, and Buzz's position is everything. They've holding on for another. But that was a 20 seconds mad dash throughout the map.
Yeah, DRX get the 6th on the board, but it's hard to really justify saying that you get 7 opportunities like that, especially in the late round. Even questions about the purchase coming back into this, a judge in hand for Buzz, one away from the showstopper, one away from the lockdown for RB as well. How far can DRX take this, if anywhere? Showstopper on the other side for Durka as well. One off the Rolling Thunder, one from the Seeker, so plenty of tools available for Fnatic.
Yeah, certainly not out of the woods at all for DRX. It was a moment of respite, if anything. You've got to find succession to it. More of these rounds will be needed if they want to try and bring this back to something that threatens Fnatic, who sit at 12. At the cusp of booking their ticket into the arena, Boaster, the one to be challenged initially. You can see Buzz waiting, biding his time, but the TP gets taken, and Boaster going to take the scalp. Fnatic now in unison, starting to get that vice-like grip on the go, and it's down to just 2, make it 1. Stax has to just stand and accept his fate. Yes, Fnatic proven to be human. They do indeed bleed. But DRX were not enough to deal the fatal blow.
And heartbreak for DRX here. To go out like this, once again a 2-1 scoreline at a Champions event versus Fnatic. But what a recovery. With how things started here, a total sucker punch, almost blindsided by the approach from DRX on Bind. That resilience, that championship resilience that we've all grown to understand across 2023 on full display here.
DRX, that map 1 could be one of the most valuable maps we've seen. No one has ever put Fnatic in that position before. They can have their heads held high here. A challenging matchup for Fnatic, and again, not many players, not many teams would want to face Fnatic in the lowers. They had to work through that, and on the other side, Fnatic, again, forced to have to adjust on the fly, forced to come up with new plans and keep their cool, keep their head about themselves.
And respect shown on the stage as well.
Absolutely.
You make Fnatic bleed, as you said. You have to tip your hat to DRX today. But it's hard to really deny the standard, the class on display from these guys. Time and time again. As they continue a lower bracket run, by the way. Something I didn't think we would be saying here in Los Angeles.
No, you and me both. And yeah, good to see Fnatic back in that sort of form again, showing that little bit of depth at the end. They're pushed to that capability. And it has been a long road, it feels like, for them as well. Kind of a couple more tests than maybe expected. I think through regular season and a couple of the other moments, we've seen them at that full capacity. But here we are seeing the best quality coming out from all the other teams too.
Yeah, as they come down to meet all the fans out here in the Shrine today.
I'm pretty sure it's just their own team.
I see Kamek down there.
Kamek's down there. But yeah, I mean, it almost feels a bit of a shame to not have, obviously, fans here with us to be able to see this matchup. And the one prior, some historic moments already going down. And it is one of those like heart-wrenching moments again for DRX, because every single time, yes, they get halted here, but you couldn't blame them for falling to Fnatic.
I feel like we always get to this point with DRX, and that's what's so heartbreaking, because you almost just think by the laws of probability, we'll get one. We'll get one that goes through. This time, it's not for them. Yeah. Again, take nothing away from the performance. Marco today, not just today, but ever the superstar.
I mean, this is the first time he's walked back out on that stage after being, you know, obviously not with the boys throughout some of their games. And Marco, truly magnificent to watch. Genuinely game-changing at times, really a master.
And do you know what, credit beyond that as well, Termi, a coach who's come under fire a number of times in terms of, you know, how rigid DRX have been, to come out today and actually demonstrate such an approach versus a team like Fnatic and execute it perfectly. Credit where credit's due.
And I'd love to see them explore that more. If they can get potentially that look of, you know, that hot and cold, that passive, that aggressive. But really what it boils down to is that Fnatic managed to survive, but what a test they had.
And I am joined here on the stage with Fnatic's Alfier. Alfier, first of all, congratulations. A heck of a series, a 2-1 victory over DRX. Now, first of all, I kind of want to get started here today with talking about your rifling. You've been one of the best riflers, not just in this event, but in the world throughout the entirety of this year. What's changed for you this year? It seems like your play has leveled up tremendously.
I think like this team is like really good on this year. He gives me confidence in the game, so I'm just like hard working in this game, like all the time before the sleep in 20 deathmatch, 10 deathmatch. Like it's make me have a lot.
Lots of deathmatch. Got it. Good, good. All right. So next up, I want to talk about the start of this series. DRX, you know, took your map pick away from you, Bind 1-13, but then you guys come back with a really strong Haven, then an even stronger Split. How did that come about? Like, what was the communication like behind after the first match?
Like, we lost, but I think our bind is not like bad. I think we lost because of we missed the communication again. Like, sometimes it's happening to our team. Like, we fixed it on second and third map. That's why we win, actually.
Yeah, no doubt. You guys did great. So next up, I want to talk about your lurks. So particularly on Haven and on the attacker side of Split, you have really good lurks that are really impactful in the rounds. Are those kind of your decisions? Is Boaster making those calls? Is it sort of like a combination of the two?
Like, I can say 80% I'm choosing but 20% I'm listening to Boaster and Mine. Yeah.
Just listening to their calls. Yeah. Got it. All right, great. And final question here. We've got a rematch coming up, you versus Loud, a rematch of the lock-in grand finals. It'll be on Thursday at the Kia Forum. What can we expect in that matchup?
Like, we expect Loud is gonna come. I mean, we expect they're gonna win against DRX. I think we need one revenge from them, and we are hungry this time. And yeah, let's see on 24.
Hell yeah. All right, well, good luck, brother. Great game today. Thank you again for joining me. Loud is going to be facing Fnatic on Thursday in the Kia Forum. You guys don't want to miss it. We're going to throw it on back over to you.
Oh, you don't want to miss that indeed. But first, let's talk about Fnatic and Split as well. They managed to stay alive there. I think at the half, we were both talking about how crucial that pistol was going to be for DRX. But in the end, Mimi, it was a bit of a masterclass from Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, this is a confident win. Barely dropping any rounds into that second half here for Fnatic. It's just a really well-called defensive side. I think the way that they play around Alfier's utility when he's on this Cypher is excellent. Varying up these cam setups, setting up these trap plays, and for DRX, it really seemed like they were out of it after that snowball started in favor of Fnatic. It really felt like there was just a tipping point where it was going back to the old DRX mistakes that we've seen many times before, and those kind of things just will not be allowed to slip by a team like Fnatic.
Absolutely not, and I think, you know, for Fnatic, they got the win here today. It was very shaky at the beginning, you know, there's a bit tenuous in terms of them dropping that first map, but, you know, Alpha's putting that down to, you know, some communication issues that you might be able to fix, but I do think as well it adds in a little bit of an element almost for Fnatic in this lower bracket run that they're going on. It makes it a little bit harder for them. They don't really have as deep as a map pool. I was bringing it up at the beginning. Now you can kind of add Bind into the mix almost, so that it's there. Adds a bit more questionable, but you cannot deny the talent that this team has when they actually do bring it together that we saw on Split. And they have set us up for a fantastic rematch.
Yeah. The rematch is going to be excellent, but I think once we get to those best best of fives, if Fnatic can get to that point and beat Loud, that's where things start to get interesting, because do they have a big enough pool to compete in those kind of deep BO5s against the top teams? If they make it all the way to the grand finals, they're facing a double ban advantage. There's no guarantee of Fnatic winning this one, like I think a lot of people could have thought at the beginning of Champions.
Yeah, it makes it more exciting this way,
does.
I feel like. I mean, back at Lock-in, I feel like Leo, everybody said that he was the MVP. He did super well. Tokyo Alpha kind of took over, and coming into this tournament, he's been a little bit hot and cold, but today, Mimi, it was just hot, scorching hot.
Bro, 5.4 KD on the final map. That's not normally the stat you look at, but that is absurd. He's just so good. He wins every clutch situation. His utility is excellent, especially when he plays on this Sky, Bren.
Yeah, I think that Leo is, you know, he was my #1 player, I think, on my list. As much as, you know, I've been scolded for Alfia being out of top 20. I don't know how I will repent for those sins, but I will find a way. I'll make it up to you, Turkey. I swear to God. Like, we'll find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. But Leo was my #1 player coming into this event, and I think he's proving it with just the consistency that he plays at. The util timings is all there. Mechanically, the guy is a superstar player.
Oh yeah, when the pressure is on, I feel like he thrives even more in those situations. But sadly, we have to say goodbye to DRX. I feel like coming into this one, expectations were fairly low, Brent, and I would say that they exceeded a lot of people's expectations by making it this far.
Yeah, I think they did everything right heading into this series as well, and they did, you know, kind of exceed some expectations after they got flattened in the upper bracket and brought down here today. But it is sad to see them go as well, because it's a team that's still been hunting for that breakthrough performance. Yes, they got it last year at Champs and, you know, beat their own objective of that 5-6 placement, but they haven't really gone further than that. And now there's going to be a lot of questions as they look forward into the off-season and beyond as to what direction this team really wants to get taken into, because they've had these identity problems in terms of knowing who they want to run as 5 as well. It's been a talk of the town. I've been absolutely losing hair and molding from it over and over again. But I am curious to see, and I guess we'll have to wait and see as well in terms of what direction the whole team goes into.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions next year, especially because they are competing in the Pacific League. We have a Paper X who's already in the upper finals. For DRX, their era of dominance is being the #1 Asian team always. That has long since ended, but they are still a top team, and I think they defied the expectations that got set for them after Tokyo here at Champions. I think to recap all the way back to the group stage, we had this question: is Group D the group of death, the group of disappointment? I think it was the group of death. All of those teams really stepped up. We have a Loud back in form. We have DRX here, who took a map off of Fnatic, who was playing really quite well in this lower bracket. I think there are a lot of good things to take away for DRX, but it's still a long off-season, and who knows what's to come.
Yeah, we've had to say goodbye to DRX and EDG as well. Earlier today, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and it does go to EDG's Smoggy's 4K. Honestly, this map and this entire series was just a treat.
Yeah, what a disgusting play from Smoggy. He had a bit of a, you know, hit-or-miss performance when he's playing onto the Rays as well, but my God, did he make it close against Loud. I mean, it's just barely not able to get it over the finish line into this series. Could have been looking at a different outcome with the match that we got later on. I'm still not complaining though. You know, listen, Fnatic and Loud as a matchup, that is going to be unbelievable, honestly. But I am still sad to see EDG go.
Kankan could not believe when he saw that.
Like,
they're just such a likable team. Gonna miss having them in that final stage of this tournament, but still a great run from EDG and a great step up from Smoggy.
Yeah, it is indeed. And we've lost a lot of teams on the way here to make top 4. Like I said, we just have 4 left, you guys. Take a look at the Champions bracket here. Of course, we're going to take a couple of days off. Then we're going to move the show to an even bigger venue. The Kia Forum will be there for our final 3 days of competition. Look at that. The final match
are ridiculous. Paper X versus EG is going to be great. First of all, we got to see this match in Tokyo. EG barely won. That's when Paper X had a sub. They have something now. EG looks in better form than they did in that tournament. And then we also get this ridiculous rematch of the lock-in finals.
Yeah, and it's all going to be set up as well. I mean, just honestly, you could get so much quality Valorant from any of the matches that we've got coming up now. I can't wait at all.
And also in the Kia Forum in front of a bigger crowd. We missed having everyone here today, of course, but in that venue, I'm sure it is going to be electric.
Yeah, I cannot wait, because we're going to be back on August 24th. So make sure you join us back here. But that does it for us here. Thank you everyone for tuning in and also coming out to the Shrine as well for the last 2 weeks. We'll see you this Thursday at our new venue. And before we go, check out these Prime Gaming end of day highlights, and we'll see you soon. This is for a shot at that top 4 for Loud, a chance to defend their title, but for EDG it will be uncharted territory. But both teams didn't fight and claw their way just for their journey to end here.
You see that Lear come through the wall from Hookah, getting the first one. Les gets the best of him, 13 seconds left, and it all falls on to Chichu. He gets the first, the second is there! Exact spot, but
One
this
way
time
at the
it's a
corner.
smoke. He's, oh my gosh.
Oh, he does
just
not care.
disrespects it, bro. One way subsides. It's a
Oh my
no-scope. There are 2 of them. And of course, it's Kong Kong. Who else? Oh, dire strangers. Kawanzin drops, drops Haodong. The rotations are coming through. Kawanzin, 15 HP. Sunk into the soil of the site. Kawanzin with 4. Kawanzin pull it off. Yes, he can. The ace for Loud. Sending a shiver down their spine. There's the swing out. Smoggy getting the best of Les. Loud in a position to take us to OT. And they've got Aspas and Kawanzin corralled. There's nowhere for them to go.
Oh my goodness, what a map from EDG. I can't believe it.
The push, and it's not going to be by utility, it's going to be by the Odin. Kong Kong already dropped, looking for the swing on the second. He's flashed, he's dead. And Kawanzin's already gotten a third. This spam is just so oppressive, Sean.
They didn't break the darts. They didn't break the darts.
And that very well could be their demise. Aspas is here as well. He's going for the third. The shorty connects, but Haodong punches back. Les, 1v2. Oh, and they didn't double swing. They didn't double swing at all, but it's okay. And there are a lot of members weak on the side of Loud, but the crossfire setup that they have is just so devastating. Even if you drop a couple, there are layers to Loud setup. Loud dominate EDG on their map pick and take us to Haven. EDG looking to get the spike down and should succeed as Kong Kong gets another. What? That's all of them. That's a 4K for the star. That flash should have hit everyone. I mean, it should just be open season on members of EDG, and that's exactly what it is. Tui's gets the third. Kong Kong, Smoggy getting it to half, and there it is. He's found the timing.
Oh no!
Aspas, can he do it? Dashes forward. Oh my gosh! Aspas, the Red Bull clutch. No paranoia, just the flash. Oh my gosh,
Smoggy!
Nobody on the counter. Les still playing from far back. Sonic still with the pit up. All of the onus on EDG right now as Kawanzin has gotten 3. Haodong on the flank, and there's nothing found. Loud defend the throne. They take down EDG in the rematch and advance.
DRX, they were the ones to send Fnatic home back at Champs 2022, but this is the EMEA super team. They built this roster precisely to defy expectations in moments like these.
And how long does he wait? How patient is this? And it's connected. He knows the flash connected, but he's done everything! Everything you could ask for. Gives Alpha the haircut, and slips away. Pop flash and pop on through. Zest and Stacks. Look at this aggression from DRX.
Let's go! This could be devastating.
Oh, not again! Stacks! This is madness! And now he gets started toying with him, teasing, and he gets him! History is being rewritten today with a scoreline like that. 13-1. DRX besting Fnatic on map 1. Again, critical value, and it's all on Leo. Back of the side, backbone of the team! This is nice. There we go. There's that combination you want to be seeing as well. Bringing it back down to at least touching distance here. Oh, Alpha doesn't want any of it. They finally got a grip. Just slipping ahead. Stacks, though. Thought he got a bit of timing there on Leo. He didn't. And no one got the drop on Durka.
Nice. Nope.
This game deserved a third, and we are going the distance. And this time it's a back and forth between all of them, and it's just a straight up stand and deliver, and Stacks does. Diffuse denied. Stacks can't do it. Leo holding it together for Fnatic. Still standing, double swing happens. Marco, the magician again, pulling.
What?
Just a rabbit out of his hat, but it's still down to the 1v1. Can he find it for the ace? Can he find Boaster? Doesn't see him for the first, the second. Boaster's got him!
Oh my god!
Fnatic keep moving forward. This round so very important. Durka on an island, but it's Leo. He's gonna find the fight first. Takes down another. Leo once more. This could be his 3 on the round. It is a triple for Leo. Gonna give himself the smoke, but look at it. Leo prowling around, dashing DRX's hopes.
Bro, my game is lagging so much. Oh my goodness.
Yes, Fnatic proven to be human. That they do indeed bleed. But DRX were not enough to deal the fatal blow.
And heartbreak for DRX here to go out like this. Once again, a 2-1 scoreline at a Champions event versus Fnatic.